I ras hey mace. Hikari smiled at the store clerk as she stepped inside, pushing aside the flap that marked the entrance. It had been a while since one of her clan had come to Kanahegakure, the village hidden within the leaves, but she was glad for it. After all, her clan's contacts had informed them that the village might have some of the medicine they'd been searching for. Still, she wasn't about to finish her business all at once. While some of her clansmen would have undoubtedly been more efficient in searching for the medicine, it was her first time leaving the clan compound on this sort of quest, and she wasn't at all hurried to go back, especially since her relatives tended to get loud. Just the thought of her relatives made Hikari put a hand on a nearby wall and lean forward tiredly, a dark aura forming around her as she sighed at her family's men's penchant for idiocy. Not that the women were exempt from the family's typical merrymaking, unfortunately. Hikari was all too aware that her cousin Nobuko quite enjoyed drinking her own father under the table, proving, somehow, that her liver was either made of steel or was a medical miracle. Then, of course, there was Kimiko, whom everyone depended on for maintaining clan discipline, despite her young age. A Kuchio specialist, she was so skilled she was considered one of the clan's elites, right behind Nobuko's father and Elder Keisuke's grandson Raiden. Only Elder Keisuke himself, even at the insanely old age of 70, towered above them all in terms of strength, which explained how he'd kept the clan together. Though even that didn't stop them from nearly flattening the clan estate whenever one of their parties went out of control, which was, unfortunately, every other day. Unaware of the fact that she was causing a minor scene, Hikari wept silently, grumbling to herself comically at her misfortune for belonging to a clan full of fighting-happy morons. Just watching the young girl stand in that corner, mumbling to herself, had the store clerk silently pondering, even as she sweat-dropped, whether it had been a good idea to let the weird girl into the shop, particularly given the awkward stares other potential clients were giving her. Miss? She tried to snap the girl out of her self-induced funk. I apologize, but you're scaring the other. Ha? The expression Hikari wore when she turned around was enough to have the clerk squeak in fright. Much like the rest of the clan she cursed, Hikari had inherited a hair-trigger temper and a dislike for being interrupted in her musings. Thus, when she turned her head to face the clerk, a dark shadow passed over her face and she sneered at the woman like a yakuza, completely going against the perky, happy image she'd presented upon entering the store. You say something? She demanded rudely, her tone very easily conveying the fact that anything but a negative answer would result in pain. The clerk again squeaked in fright and shook her head quickly before dashing for the safety of her cashier. Though one had to wonder how much safety the lump of metal could really bring to bear against the pissed-off young girl in the corner of the shop. Finally snapping out of her dark musings, some involving how best to punish her excitable male relatives, Hikari noted the looks she was getting and quickly figured out that the clerk had been asking for her to tone down the, she guessed, murderous aura she'd been projecting. Sighing and once again blaming her family for this debacle, Hikari went for the medicine aisle to check what the store had in stock. Humming a clan song under her breath, she glanced at the labels with curiosity. Headache medicine, cold medicine, hemorrhoid medicine. She idly wondered whether she should bring some for Elder Keisuke, but then scratched that idea since he'd probably beat the crap out of her for suggesting he needed it. Nara, Nara, Nara. She mumbled, forgoing her humming in favor of reminding herself the brand of the medicine she was looking for. After all, that seemed to be the way this store arranged their products. So far, she'd seen Yamanaka headache pills, Akimichi soldier pills, and Hyuga eye drops. Looking for something? A young male voice asked. Turning her head to her left, Hikari blushed almost instantly as a handsome young man smiled charmingly at her. Oh. She'd really hit jackpot when she'd asked to come to Konoha. Who knew they had such cute boys roaming around? Ha! Who's the cow-breasted freak of nature lacking in sex appeal now? Mariko? Putting on her most winning smile, Hikari bowed shortly in greeting. Oh, I'm sorry. She apologized with extra sweetness and her posture arranged to emphasize her assets. I'm new in town and I heard Nara medicines were the best to be had. She then pouted as cutely as she could pull off, and judging by the gleam in the young man's eyes, It was quite a lot. But I can't seem to find them. 3, 2, 1. Why allow me? The young man, suddenly way more exuberant than his prior calm, cool charm had suggested, cried out, all but hypnotized by the delicious female morsel before him. It was just like her auntie, Nobuko's mother, had said before passing away. Men are weak before the power that is the female form. Heck, Hikari just stood back and watched as the young man went through nearly every shelf picking out medicinal products made by the Nara clan, each time asking her if that was the one she was looking for. After nearly 15 no's, she squealed happily as he lucked out and provided her with the bottle she'd been searching for. Rewarding the young man with a kiss on the cheek and slipping him a time and place for a date for the next day, if he was interested, she quickly stocked up on the particular medicine and went for the cashier, who eyed her warily, still remembering the dark aura she'd emitted only moments before. When she finally left the store, Hikari was smiling brightly, happy to have accomplished her first out-of-estate clan mission. Pouting, she remembered how vocally Elder Keisuke had argued against letting clan men and women leave the estate before they reached the age of 18. Even knowing that children of 10 to 11 left the great villages as ninjas hadn't dented the man's stubborn streak. In fact, Hikari could honestly say that the reason she was even out of the clan compound was sheer dumb luck. The elder had been incapacitated by some illness. At 70, what wouldn't floor him? Honestly. And thus the decision regarding who to send out for medicine had rested on the shoulders of her uncle Hiroki, who was much less of a stickler for rules. As such, he'd easily allowed Hikari to leave the compound, trusting her skills and know-how to keep her safe, even as she made her trek for Konoha. Okay, so maybe it hadn't been that easy. She'd had to convince her cousin Nobuko to slip copious amounts of booze into her uncle and then arranged for him some rather risque company to dally with. After that, it had been a simple matter of asking him for the favor, and, being made pliant with booze and women, he'd readily agreed. Hikari shuddered to think what Elder Keisuke would do to her uncle once the elder found out he'd been manipulated by his daughter and niece. Oh well. Served him right for not keeping his guard up. Still, it had been a worthwhile journey so far. The world outside the clan compound had always fascinated her. Uncle Hiroki would always tell the clan children stories of his adventures whenever Elder Keisuke sent him out on a mission, and she'd grown up hearing wondrous tales of ninja battles and the slaying of wild beasts that terrorized the countryside. She'd even heard of the Bijou, but then what children of her clan hadn't? The Bijou and her family had a special history, after all, and growing up they all had to learn everything there was about them. So much so, in fact, that her clan treated the Bijou like just another family tradition nice to know about, but nothing really to get your panties in a twist over. According to Elder Keisuke, who really loved imparting stories of his youth, that wasn't always the case. There used to be a time, he'd told them, when the Bijou were central to their clan's very existence. He claimed, personally known Senju Hashirama, the Shodai Hokage, whom the clan was taught to respect as the first man who managed to defeat the greatest of all the Bijou, the Kyubi no Kitsune, which made Hikari all the more giddy at being in Konoha. Growing up, she'd viewed the Shodai Hokage as a hero, and to now stroll through the village he'd co-founded was quite the trip. Looking towards the famous Hokage monument, she couldn't help but sigh pleasantly at the carved faces of the 4 Hokage. Even carved in stone, the expressions of the 4 conveyed nothing but authority and power, and yet also a sense that they were watching over their village protectively. Smiling to herself as she gazed upon the majestic stonework, Hikari ticked it off on her list of things to do while in Konoha. Unfortunately, that didn't exactly make the list shrink by all that much, considering she'd been all but assaulted by her underage relatives in order to get her to bring them souvenirs from the outside world. As she went over the list, thank heaven for eidetic memory, she sighed in resignation, again leaning against a wall, as she realized she'd have to go shopping for more sealing scrolls. Nobuko's order alone, enough alcohol to make a lush giddy for a year, would take up an entire scroll by itself. Elsewhere in the elemental nations, a blonde, double-pigtailed blonde sneezed just as she rolled the dice in a craps table, making the treacherous ivory cubes land on double ones and increasing her gambling debt threefold. Hikari sighed to herself in self-sympathy, wishing not for the first time that she could just live in a town like Konoha, rather than at the clan compound. She understood Elder Keisuke's reasons well enough. One of the principal rules of the clan was that there should be no secrets amongst clansmen. But as she walked down the streets of the busy town, wearing her usual clan getup, she couldn't help but notice the weird stares she attracted. Then again, there weren't many people around who went about their business carrying a massive scroll on their back. It wasn't an exaggeration either. The bloody thing was maybe a foot taller than her, and the only way she could carry it without dragging an edge across the road or acting like a walking barricade was to keep it diagonally strapped to her back. Little did she know that it wasn't the scroll itself that attracted attention. Rather, it was the fact that some petite girl could carry it without any seeming unease. Not that Hikari was oblivious to the gazes she was attracting. Ever since setting foot in Konoha, she'd felt like she was being watched, and attributed that feeling to the ANBU her uncle Hiroki had told her and her cousins about. Idly, she wondered if she'd get to meet one face-to-face, or face-to-mask, if the stories were true. Then again, that would mean she was in trouble, right? Maybe that wasn't such a good idea after all. Yar, yar. She sighed as she strolled down the market lane, her eyes half-lidded as she gave passing stalls a cursory glance for anything her relatives might want. After all, unless one of the clan left the compound on a mission, which they did every once in a while in order to feed, house, and clothe the clan, her family had no real links to the outside world. A flash caught her eye then, and she turned her head towards the stall to the right, recognizing its wares as IWA-crafted jewelry. Eyes sparkling, she quickly shuffled over to the stall, admiring the offered products like the young girl she was. To be fair, Hikari had only ever seen this sort of high-end jewelry in the hands of some of her aunts, and even then, most of it had been melted down after the war had erupted and her clan was forced to flee from IWA ninjas. The same happened to anything they'd owned from Kumo, for that matter. What little they had from either country were now considered bitter heirlooms, as a matter of fact. Starry-eyed, she lifted one particularly pretty brooch, admiring it under the watchful gaze and grin of the stall vendor, when she heard a commotion brewing further down the street. Reluctantly, she turned her head towards the source of the noise, much to the vendor's disappointment, and was surprised to see what seemed to be the young store clerk she'd intimidated before shooing out. Quite rudely, a young boy wearing the most god-awful orange jumpsuit Hikari ever had the misfortune of laying eyes on. Seriously, just looking at it made her want to claw her eyes out and purge them via exorcism ritual. Still, something didn't quite sit right with the way the clerk was treating the young boy like some form of undesirable street trash. Sure, he seemed a little rough around the edges, but surely she'd made a worse impression than he did, right? Ah, it's that boy again, she heard the IWA merchant muse. Hikari blinked and glanced curiously at the vendor. Pardon. The man eyed her for a moment. You from out of town, He shrugged as she nodded and took a seat behind his stall. Been seeing him around here for a couple of days. He grunted before taking out a pipe and lighting up. Kind of a troublemaker, Hikari didn't know what to make of the man's verbal tick, but it was starting to grate on her nerves. That said, she did find his information on the kid interesting, even if he did seem like the town pest, from the sound of things. That bad? She asked, resting an arm on her giant scroll container. Again, the IWA native shrugged. He's not bothered me, he said noncommittally. Hikari grunted in acknowledgement at the comment but otherwise stayed silent, keeping her eye on the downtrodden child as he trudged away from the shop. I guess even Konoha has its rejects, she mused privately. Naruto had called it, today officially sucked. First of all, the academy tutors had all but thrown him out for the day on a barely acceptable technicality. Well, barely acceptable in his opinion, since he didn't consider pranking grounds for suspension, even if it did mean the teachers were covered in itching powder, and Irika hadn't been around to stop his suspension as he usually did. To make matters worse, he'd forgotten his lunch at school, and since he wasn't allowed on school grounds until tomorrow, that meant he had to suffer through hunger, given his sparingly rationed foodstuffs back home. The blonde, orange-clad child sighed sadly to himself as he took a seat against the wall in a nearby alleyway. His latest attempt at window shopping had failed, too, on account of the prissy clerk at the cashier. Naturally, he'd called the harpy every name in the book as he was all but thrown out, though it did serve to reinforce his belief that the town hated him. He scoffed then. What did he care? One day, he'd show them all. His eyes, almost instinctively, fell on the Hokage monument. Whatever pranks he did on the place, it was a simple truth that he practically worshipped the village leaders. From the Shodai Hokage to the prematurely deceased Yondaime Hokage, he saw the great leaders of Konoha as an inspiration. Thus, his dream to follow in their footsteps, and in so doing achieve the respect and acknowledgement of his peers. Naruto had long ago learned that no amount of crying or shouting would really get him any respect. Pranks? Sure, he loved pulling those off, and yes, they did garner him some attention. However, he was also well aware that it wasn't the attention he wanted. For now, it kept him afloat, but he'd never dreamed of settling for that. He flinched as he felt and heard his stomach growl. Ideally, this would call for a trip to Ichiraka's ramen stand, the only place in town which would willingly and happily serve him, but he'd not yet managed to scrape together enough to pay for it. Sure, old man Tucci would probably give him a freebie, seeing as he was cool and all, but Naruto hated charity. He really did. A man, he believed, needed to be able to stand on his own 2 feet. Still, maybe sitting in an alleyway wasn't the best way to ignore the hunger cramps. Picking himself up, he slowly emerged back out into the street, deliberately ignoring the looks of disdain and disapproval that marred the features of many of Konoha's citizens. He'd long since grown used to them, and while they still bothered him on an emotional level, he got his revenge by pranking the more serious offenders. Oh, look, it's that kid. Tis brat. Always making trouble. Can't believe they let him enter the academy. The comments always seemed to follow him wherever he went. Usually it was gossipy women, since the men of Konoha preferred more direct forms of disdain, like tripping him, accidentally throwing garbage in his way, and other, similar petty actions. Occasionally, if Konoha was nearing October 10th, he'd have to be on his guard for drunken revelers who wanted to teach him a lesson, whatever that meant. Honestly, what was up with these people? His only comfort was that whenever mobs started to form, the ANBU were pretty quick to head them off and disperse the drunken idiots. Twitching irritably every time they threw out disparaging comments, Naruto finally felt himself snap when he overheard one particular civilian call him the forbidden word. Damn shrimp. Whirling around, Naruto planted his feet wide and pointed at the offender, wide-eyed and pupil-less. Who are you calling a tiny speck of dust, Hage? Naturally, this earned Naruto a chase through the market street by the offended civilian, whom Naruto enjoyed taunting terribly as he kept himself out of reach. Eventually losing the violently inclined civilian, Naruto felt a grin form on his face as he came down from the adrenaline rush. Yeah, that was what he'd needed. A good old-fashioned chase to get his blood pumping. His mind having now blasted away any traces of thoughts relating to hunger, Naruto cackled to himself as he began plotting, from the safety of his darkened alley, who to prank for the day and how. Maybe it was time to pay the Akimichi food stores another visit? Last time he'd done so, the poor hefty bastards had gotten laxatives into their systems, making the whole nearby area declared under quarantine and somehow causing a massive shortage of village-wide toilet paper. Naruto cackled as he remembered that particularly enjoyable week. Even the Aburame's bugs wouldn't near the quarantine zone. Granted, Choji had beaten the crap out of him when he'd, admittedly stupidly, boasted about the prank during lunchtime. To be fair, he had it coming, and Naruto liked his big-boned classmate. At least he didn't call Naruto names. Sometimes he even tagged along for a prank along with Kiba and Shikamaru. Sure, they weren't friends, in the strictest sense of the word, but they tolerated each other well enough. Granted, it was also stupidly easy to bribe Choji into doing anything. Give him a bag of chips and you could probably have the hefty boy pick a fight with the QB. Speaking of classmates, Naruto wondered if perhaps his newest adventure in pranking should be targeted towards Konoha's darling boy, Uchiha Sasuke. The leading candidate for Rookie of the Year was one person that really grated on Naruto's nerves. Glowering all the time and maintaining a brooding atmosphere about him, Naruto couldn't stand the sense of smug superiority that the duck-but-haired boy emitted any time he lay eyes on him. A fact only made worse by the fact that all the girls in the class thought that the emo boy was, in actuality, mysterious and cool. Honestly, if he continued to hear them lay praise at the altar of Sasuke's greatness, Naruto swore he'd hurl. It was one of the few points of agreement between him and his male classmates, too. Scratching his chin thoughtfully, Naruto wondered if perhaps there was an excellent pranking opportunity to be had there. After all, the emo boy wonder felt so secure in his superiority that he would likely overlook someone like Naruto. Cackling again, Naruto was unaware of the sweat-dropping passerby, who looked at the darkened alley as though someone crazy was about to pop out. Unfortunately for Naruto, his brilliant calculations had left out one teensy, yet unequivocally crucial detail. Sasuke was frontrunner for Rookie of the Year because he deserved it. Cursing the horrible entity known as logic, Naruto jumped roof after roof as a pair of Chunin who'd gotten in the way of the masterful prank chased after him, courtesy of a just as masterful dodge by the aforementioned duck-haired emo boy wonder, both of them covered in pink paint and sparkling body glitter. "Just wait till we get our hands on you," roared one of the sexually threatened Chunin. "I'll kill you," roared his colleague. Naruto grinned over his shoulder. "You know, denial is a sure sign of dash," he squeaked as he barely dodged a Fuma shuriken aimed at taking his head clean off. "Oi, that could have killed me. That was the point." Squeaking again as he dodged various implements of pointy death and or maiming, Naruto craftily eluded the pair by casting a henge on himself in order to appear like a trash can, which the enraged Chunin rather foolishly overlooked as it stood on a roof. Dropping the henge, Naruto grinned as the walking gay pride parade continued on a wild goose chase in the opposite direction. Cackling mischievously, Naruto made his way towards his apartment building which, while decrepit and barely suited for human habitation, was nonetheless home for him. It also helped that no one else lived there, since no one wanted to share even so much as a building with him. In fact, he'd often wondered why the building was still there, considering the manager himself had left quite a while ago. Oh well, at least he didn't have to pay rent. As he drew nearer to his home, however, he began to notice what seemed to be a glow coming from the street, the type you usually saw coming from fire at a distance. Frowning, the young boy stopped his trek on the rooftop in front of his building and crouched down, experience having taught him that the less he stood out at night, the safer he was. Naruto didn't regret that decision one bit. Crowding outside his building was a group of the local color he supposed was the right word. Drunks, for the most part, but also the occasional sober mind who just got their kicks from hurting people. As a group, he watched them pretty much trash the building facade, tagging the walls with gang graffiti and smashing windows. Why? He never really understood the reason when told by the Hokage, but as far as he could understand, they were just idiots being idiots. Unlike the jerks in the nicer side of town who simply refused to sell stuff to him or overcharged him just because of who he was. Thankfully, Old Man Tucci didn't mind shopping in his stead, so long as Naruto fronted the money. The man was kind, not stupid. Naruto watched silently as the crowd trashed the outside of his home, not really caring anymore. Thankfully, they'd long since stopped invading the apartments proper, since they'd realized no one who lived here had anything of value. Hence why they lived there. It took maybe half an hour before the group tired itself out and began leaving the building, and Naruto could see they seemed a little disappointed at not having walked away with anything of value. That being said, he was pretty sure that if they had caught him at home and tried to rob him, they wouldn't have had the balls to do anything more extreme than hurl a few words of abuse. While many a punk had threatened to severely hurt him in the past, Naruto had noticed that after the first couple such occasions, said individuals had all but disappeared, instead settling for pretty much making his life as much of a living hell as they could without actually laying hands on him. He never did quite figure out what had made them change their minds regarding visiting grave bodily harm on a child, but had decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth. Let's just say those were the days Ibiki Marino, head of torture and interrogation, had been at his happiest, and leave it at that. Once the last of them had left the building premises and started making their way home, Naruto finally jumped down from his hiding spot and began the final leg of his journey home. He was right about to start the first flight of stairs up to his apartment, however, when he felt an incredible pain in his chest and was flung backwards, landing heavily on the ground, his breath all but gone. "Knew I'd catch ya if I waited long enough," declared a youthful, no, not that kind of youth, male voice as he emerged from the shadows of the staircase. Naruto's attacker was a handsome young man with a cruel expression as he looked down at his victim. The rats always come back to their nest, after all. Naruto, usually one to give as good as he got, was unable to reply as he still had trouble breathing. "What's the matter?" taunted the young man as more hidden assailants began to emerge from their hiding places. "No es Marta lectaunt? No defiant declaración." He rammed his boot into Naruto's stomach, launching the small boy a few feet away and further complicating his breathing problems. "Trash like you ought to disappear," sneered the young man as he and his associates closed in on the fallen boy. "The adults might not have the guts to do it, but I do. Get I'm, boys." With roaring laughter, the group began to wail on Naruto, who instinctively curled into a fetal position to avoid getting hit in sensitive areas. To his credit, the young blonde refused to cry out in pain. He plainly rejected giving his attackers the pleasure of seeing him squirm. After a moment, the young man raised his hand and the group stopped their assault. Squatting down, the ringleader grabbed a handful of Naruto's hair and lifted up his head. "Had enough, trash?" he sneered. Naruto, finally able to control his breathing, merely grinned painfully in response. "Bring it on, asshole," he challenged defiantly. He was rewarded with a vicious right hook to the face, further aggravating his condition. "Tish!" The young man clicked his tongue as he got back up, noting the redness of his knuckles. "Little bastard almost made me break skin," he groused before giving his victim a swift kick in the ribs, which, other than making Naruto twitch, got no reaction out of the boy. "Oi, what now, boss?" asked one of the less intellectually endowed members of the group. The young man glared at his subordinate as though he were stupid, which, to be fair, he was. "What do you think?" he sneered. "Get rid of him. This village won't miss him, and Dad'll finally be able to get rid of that eyesore," he added, jerking his thumb towards the decrepit building. "Oh, so that's how it is." Hikari had trouble falling asleep once she returned to the hotel. She didn't know why, but seeing that downtrodden child had really bugged her. It was odd, since he wasn't by far the only street urchin she'd seen, and she was realistic enough to understand that she could feasibly do nothing for them. That one boy, however, had really stuck in her mind. Even as she packed the medicine in her bags, not that she was leaving. She was going to milk this visit for as long as she couldn't keep her mind off of him. There was also a sense of familiarity in him that bugged her. Like, as though she was looking at someone she should know, but couldn't remember clearly. She knew instantly that he wasn't a clansman who'd run away. There was no such thing in their compound. Everyone who'd left during the Great Exile remained, as far as she understood, within their assigned groups. None of the other cells had sent word of a runaway, and to seal the deal for her, the kid was blonde, not a traditional Uzumaki redhead. Unable to fall asleep, she did the next best thing, go out for a walk. Actually, that wasn't accurate enough. Rather, she went roof jumping. She'd always loved high places, and roof jumping was a natural way for her to clear her mind as she simply focused all her thoughts on the next jump, and the next. Add to that the physical conditioning benefits and ongoing practice in chakra control, and she'd landed herself with a nifty and healthy way to calm her mind. Unfortunately, her habit also had a tendency of making her stumble upon some troublesome situations. Why, one time, she'd accidentally slipped mid-landing and fallen on her fifth-degree cousin Amaya, who'd been trying to woo her cousin Yuki, the stepson of her Auntie Nana. Suffice to say, The water user had been very displeased, and made it abundantly clear by using her techniques to wash her away into a stream. Potential homicide and death by hypothermia aside, Hikari had learned to watch her step. Unfortunately, she was also prone to forgetting her lessons whilst roof jumping, landing her in the type of situation she was in right now. Just as she was about to take another jump, she'd snapped back to reality quick enough to see that she'd reached a dead end, so to speak. Beneath her, only a street lay, and the nearest rooftop before her was several stories up. Sighing, she was about to change directions and continue her travels when she heard the familiar sound of a beating being delivered. She then sighed despairingly as she recognized how messed up it was that she could instinctively recognize what a beating sounded like. Damn cousins and their stupid, boyish tempers. Snapping out of another rage-inducing daydream, she blinked as she heard a familiar voice and looked down at the street, frowning as she recognized one of the group of people as the young man who'd assisted her at the store earlier that day. What on earth were they doing? Sparring at night? The question answered itself quickly enough as the small crowd of thugs drew back, revealing a badly beaten boy. The sight was enough to make her dry heave in disgust, and she immediately leveled a glare at the young man whom she thought had been attractive mere hours ago. Just as she was about to enter the fray and teach those idiots a lesson, however, she listened in on the boy and the young man's exchange of words, smiling despite herself as she listened to the child defy his attacker. She flinched, however, when she saw the young man viciously punch the boy in the face, and figured she'd waited long enough. Raising her hands and making a familiar seal, she listened in as the young man ordered the thugs to get rid of the boy and his reasons for hurting him. Her glare only got more vicious as she realized he was just some two-bit dandy who probably lived off his daddy's money. "So that's how it is," she announced loudly, catching their attention and diverting it from hurting the boy any further. "What the?" started one of the thugs as they all looked up towards the roof and saw the red-headed girl standing there, a mightily displeased look on her face. They had no time to say anything else, however, before a surge of chakra flowed through her and she separated her hands from in front of her face to slam them on the ground on each side of her. "Kuchios no jutsu," she called out, causing seals to form in a circle around the area she'd slammed her palms. "Yamenu, Kerberos, I call on thee." Twin howls sounded out in Konoha that evening as puffs of smoke heralded the successful completion of Hikari's summoning technique. From the smoke, already mid-lunge towards the thugs surrounding the boy, were two massive wolves, one with a gray pelt, the other with midnight black, their jaws wide open as they went for the kill. "Shit! A kunoichi!" shouted one of the thugs in alarm as they all fled from the wolves, who unfortunately missed their targets. Nonetheless, the duo took protective positions in front of the fallen boy, and their mistress soon joined them by hopping off the roof and gracefully landing between them. The young man, however, kept his cool, even as the two canines snarled at him with barely restrained viciousness. He'd recognized the woman as quickly as she'd recognized him, and felt sure his charms would win her over, especially considering who she was guarding. "I remember you," he called out to her with a slick smile. "The girl from the shop, right?" Hikari maintained a glare as her hands fell on top of her summons heads. Undeterred, the young man reached for his pocket, causing the wolves and Hikari to stiffen, and then brought out a piece of paper that Hikari recognized, the proposed date she'd slipped him. "A little early for our date, aren't you?" he asked playfully, though Hikari could now see the malevolence that hid right behind that thin veil of charm. "About that," she said with a wry smirk, "I'm afraid I have to cancel. I don't go out with child-beating losers." "Come now. There's no need to be so feisty," the young man brushed her insult aside. "If you come over here now and leave the brat be, I promise to show you a good time." Hikari raised a thin, reddish eyebrow at the proposal. Apparently, the idiot really believed you could smooth talk your way out of trying to kill a child. "You're joking, right?" The young man blinked at her once, then twice, and finally sighed as he held his head in his hand, shaking it in disappointment. "Ah, what a pity," he mused out loud. "I guess this'll have to go down the hard way. Boys, Get her. Thankfully, the mass of less than admirable gentlemen hesitated to do so, seeing as how they now knew her to be a kunoichi. But boss. She's. The man clicked his tongue irritably. She's just one person with her 2 pets. Surely you lot can deal with that much? Or do I need to have my father evict you useless lumps from your homes? He chastised. That sealed it for the thugs. With a somewhat hesitant roar, the group of muscle-bound idiots charged her and her summons with wild abandon, somehow missing the trio rolling their eyes at the sheer idiocy they were displaying. Yamenu, left. Kerberos, right? She ordered calmly. Both wolves grunted in assent and dashed for their assigned side, leaving Hikari to fend off the thug vanguard by herself. While dealing with petty thugs wasn't outside the realm of her abilities, however, she couldn't leave the boy undefended, for which she slammed her hand on the ground beneath her with a grin directed at her attackers. Kuchios no jutsu, she cried out. Shiba, I call on thee. Another howl pierced the sky as the third of Hikari's wolf summons, of the Shikoku breed, charged out of the plume of smoke and held its ground a mere foot away from Hikari. Shiba, protect the kid. I got these idiots, she ordered, receiving a growl in response. Leaping over Shiba, just as the wolf hopped back to protect the boy, Hikari grinned at her attackers as she drew back her fist and nailed one of the thugs in the chin, dropping him like a stone. Then, pivoting on her foot, she used her free leg to roundhouse kick another couple of thugs before using it as another pivot to bring her now free leg to smash in the nose of a third thug. All the while, Yamenu and Kerberos, 2 of Hikari's most aggressive attack wolves, had launched themselves at the mass of thugs from the sides, quickly spreading panic amongst them as the duo latched on painfully to legs or arms, only letting go when their prey began to flee. As Hikari and her wolf pack tore into the thugs, Naruto slowly regained consciousness, and just as quickly regretted it as pain racked his senses. Glad, for once, that his healing factor seemed to be working overtime to keep him in one piece, Naruto groggily opened his eyes as the sound of fighting reached his ears. Were the thugs fighting each other? Well, they looked stupid enough, so he guessed it was a possibility. And that's when he saw the wolf looking at him. Freezing, the blonde boy stared at the wolf wide-eyed, as if hoping that lack of movement would make it choose something else to prey on. All the while, he kept a steady mantra in his head. Please don't eat me. Please don't eat me. Please don't eat me, he repeated to himself almost hysterically. And then the wolf licked his face. Residents around Konoha would wonder for days afterwards as to where that distinctly shrill scream had come from. The ANBU, in particular, deployed forces all over the hidden village in the event that an invasion had occurred. Suffice to say, the experience was enough to make Naruto pass out again. Meanwhile, Hikari was having the time of her life as she finally let loose and really did some damage on these child-beating punks before her. Back home, all she could do was spar or brawl with her relatives, and none of that had the satisfying feeling of a real fight. This time around, with no elder around to tell her to stop, she could really lay it into the enemy, and she took to that like fish unto water. Crouching down to avoid a jab, she twisted her lithe body ever so slightly and then drove a screwdriver uppercut to her current opponent's chin, effectively lifting him off his feet and knocking him out for all intents and purposes. Then, seeing in that split second that 2 more thugs were going to flank her on both sides, she twisted midair and landed a roundhouse kick, nailing both and knocking them, as they say, the fuck out. Landing in a crouch, she swept her leg out, knocking a few of the idiots over, making them prime prey for Yamenu and Kerberos, who swiftly pounced on them as though they were fallen deer. By the time the dust settled on the fight, Hikari held one of the thugs by his shirt, the man long since unconscious, and her fist bloody, but otherwise completely fine. Hell, not even her get-up was much affected by the fight. Then again, they had been civilians. I'm sorry, she taunted the ringleader. Didn't you say they were going to get me? By now, the young man was well and truly aware of how out of his depth he was. Initially dismissing the girl as just some wannabe, village-less kunoichi, her 3 summons and herself had taken out his best enforcers. Just who the hell are you? He demanded as he stepped away from her and her summons. Hikari sighed as she dropped the unconscious thug and stretched her arms above her head, feeling a pleasant pop in her joints. "Man, what a drag," she complained. "You're that type? One little fight and you go blubbering like some Nancy boy?" She clicked her tongue irritably then, pointing and tapping at what the young man had assumed was just some custom embroidery just above her left breast on her low-cut, short-skirted white and purple yukata, under which a black mesh shirt could be seen, along with black mini-shorts peeking under the hem of her yukata. The symbol, however, was unmistakable: a spiral. "Uzumaki Hikari," she introduced herself proudly before pointing at him, instigating her summons to slowly stalk towards him. The young man squeaked in fright as he was backed into a wall, though recognizing the family name she gave, of course. "Kuchio, specialist of the Uzumaki clan." "Uzumaki?" he breathed, suddenly very aware of how much he'd fucked up. If that didn't tell him, though, the advancing wolves' gleam in their eyes did. He glanced at the fallen boy behind her and then back at his advancing doom. "You're his family?" That comment alone froze the three wolves and Hikari. Snapping her head back to stare at the unconscious boy, who, by the by, was also foaming at the mouth from his too close for comfort meeting with Shiba, her eyes widened at the revelation that this boy might be one of the Uzumaki clansmen, or a descendant of one who disappeared over the years before the Great Exile was carried out. Now feeling a fury unlike anything she'd ever felt before, she slowly turned her gaze back towards the young man she'd, at one point, deigned to date. Nothing of that impression remained now. All she could see was an enemy of her clan who needed to be destroyed. Lifting her index finger, she pointed at him, a cold, vengeful gleam in her eyes. "Get I'm." The loud screaming soon caught the attention of a nearby ANBU squad, who quickly arrived to investigate. By then, however, all they could find were numerous heavily wounded civilians lying in a heap, a rather viciously disfigured young man mumbling hysterically to himself by a wall, and a note left on the heap that had many of the veteran ninja sweat dropping. "There was so much trash in the street. I took care of it. Remember to recycle. Red Heart," said. The fact that it also had a small, impromptu drawing of what seemed to be a grinning, short-haired, red-headed girl giving a peace sign merely served to add to the absurdity of it. In the end, the ANBU squad merely decided to do what they always did when something like this happened: inform the Hokage. While the ANBU were doing the cleanup work after her thrilling escapade, Hikari had taken the young boy and brought him silently into her hotel room, having deduced that her charge seemed to be the object of disdain for most of the village. Dropping him on her bed, she left him asleep there and took a seat opposite the futon, against the wall. She drew up her knees and rested her head against them as she gazed at the sleeping, bruised boy. She hadn't stopped, in fact, since she'd put him on her futon and let him sleep off his beating. Missing Uzumaki clansmen from before the Great Exile was a well-known fact amongst her family. As they grew up, Elder Keisuke made sure to beat it into the younglings' minds to show respect toward their perished or missing clansmen. Every year, on the anniversary of the first day of the Great Exile, the entire clan, literally, would go to the family temple and offer prayers to the hundreds of names inscribed on a massive stone tablet, an everlasting monument to the sacrifice of the Uzumaki clan of Yuzushiogakure. The problem was, it had been years since word had come of any Uzumaki clansmen living in Konoha. Certainly, there'd been a time when her family would have populated the ninja village, and she knew all about Lady Mito and her relationship with the Shodai Hokage. She even knew of the Lady Kushina, Mito's chosen successor, when the time had come for her to pass on her burden. However, according to what the clan had learned, she had perished during the Kyubi attack 13 years ago, the great Bijou disappearing along with her. And with Kushina's passing, so did the last of the Uzumaki clan heads. Originally, Lady Mito had been slated for succession, but her marriage to Senju Hashirama had eliminated her from the succession, and effectively transferred the responsibility of clan head to her father's brother's son, Kushina's father. When he died, the responsibility had fallen on Kushina, and just as the Uzumaki had been about to gather in order to agree to settle in Konoha, the Kyubi attack happened. For days, the Uzumaki elders had waited for Kushina to arrive at the meeting place, only to find out her fate by word of mouth. Elder Keisuke always told the story of how the elders had despaired at the news. But as he told it, it was not a moment of failure and surrender, but perseverance. Hikari still remembered how he told that as the meeting fell apart. He'd sworn to keep the Uzumaki name alive, and called on the clan to split into manageable cells in order to keep themselves and their heritage safe from the prying eyes and jealous greed of the great nations that had destroyed their homeland. Hikari had only been 3 years old when the split happened. All her life, she'd only recalled living in the compound, but she never once forgot the story of Lady Kushina and how the Uzumaki had gotten so close at settling in a new home. Her steady gaze never wavered from the young boy. Could Lady Kushina have left an heir they didn't know about? Was he really an Uzumaki to begin with? His bright, yellow hair seemed to defy their age-old trademark. But then she knew of several cousins who shared this boy's lack of red hair. Hikari growled in frustration as she scratched her head furiously, unsure how to proceed. If the boy was a long-lost relative, then clearly she had to bring him to Elder Keisuke. Then again, she wasn't quite clear on what the boy's circumstances were, and bringing a total stranger to the compound would undoubtedly give the old man an aneurysm. That meant Keisuke had to come to the young boy. There was really no other way around it. She guessed they could send Hiroki first, but then he was Lady Kushina's third-degree cousin, so not exactly close. She softly tapped her forehead to her knees, hugging them close to her body. Elder Keisuke it was, then. He'd been around long enough to know what to do. Still, she couldn't help a small grin of excitement to form. If this panned out, maybe finally the Uzumaki could call a proper village home. Waking up the next morning, Naruto had no idea where he was, and the first thing that came to mind was to freak, as they say, the fuck out. After all, if the last place you remembered being conscious at was a darkened street, surrounded by thugs, why the hell would you feel safe if you woke up somewhere totally different? Said hissy fit was quickly headed off, however, by the fact that he felt something flap onto his face. Frowning, he grabbed whatever it was and pulled down, wincing, cursing, and roaring as it ripped the tape right off his brow, taking a few eyebrow follicles with it. "Mother dash!" he roared, rubbing his head furiously in a vain attempt at lessening the pain, rolling around on the floor as he did so. When he finally settled down, after cursing as many deities as he could think of, he glared at the piece of paper that had been so lovingly taped to his forehead/eyebrows. To his surprise, it wasn't the usual retarded "go die in a ditch" demon spiel. Had to leave early. Room service is on the table. Also took your jumpsuit. Appropriate clothes to the left of the futon. Be back soon, Red Heart. P.S. Lose the goggles. Seriously, who uses goggles nowadays? Naruto blinked confusedly at the note, wondering who on earth the author was. The last he'd recalled, he was in the middle of being pummeled to death by a group of less than reputable strongmen. Then, of course, there was that horrible nightmare about a wolf licking his face. Shivering, Naruto realized he was actually stripped down to his underwear and gave a loud yell of surprise. Cursing whatever pervert had done this to him, his eyes immediately returned to the note, finally realizing what it said regarding his beloved jumpsuit. Crestfallen at losing his sole companion through sunshine and rain, never mind that it was a hideous fashion faux pas that somehow miraculously didn't get him killed for standing out so much, Naruto vowed to find the clothes kidnapper and deal unholy vengeance on them for this underhanded, fiendish act. It never once occurred to him or his apparent kidnapper that the boy had somehow managed to survive all these years and become a stealth expert while wearing the hideous thing. Then, once the silly thoughts left his mind, he turned to his left, where, as the note had promised, a full set of clothes, neatly folded, lay waiting for him. Kidnapped, stripped, and now provided with clothes and food, he mumbled. Cammy, I hope I wasn't sold as a man-whore. Now, one might wonder how the hell a 13-year-old would know about such things. Suffice to say, if you mostly live on the streets, you learn things. Not the most pleasant of things, but things nonetheless. Eyeing the stack of clothes like it were a ticking time bomb, Naruto carefully approached it before warily poking it. Satisfied that nothing would jump out at him, bringing forward uncomfortable memories of his face-licking wolf nightmare. He slowly unfolded the shirt and drew it up to inspect it. Gray shirt. Well, not too bad, he supposed. And it did seem to have that cool orange spiral motif he always saw on the Konoha uniforms stitched on just above the hem of the short sleeves. The pants weren't too bad, either, he supposed, though they had a decidedly bland look to them, being all black. In fact, he was, in his opinion, much too dangerously wandering into the realm of the emo getup. And by emo he meant Sasuke. Still, what else was he supposed to wear, now that his jumpsuit had been fiendishly kidnapped by some random stranger? Reluctantly donning his new getup, he also noted the presence of some combat wraps with a note attached to them telling him to use it for his legs rather than hands. Sweat dropping at the new note, complete with a small red-headed girl giving a thumbs up, he idly pondered whether to ignore this one thing, still quite angry that he'd been stripped and kidnapped against his will, though how much will an unconscious person could have is up to debate. Fingering the roll of wraps, he pouted thoughtfully as he also reread the note, finally flipping it just in case. Apparently, his benefactor had thought of this too, merely adding an explanation why he should listen to her, apparently. As it stated, the principal thing about ninjas was their necessity to remain dexterous and limber at all times, with minimal chances of getting caught up in any sort of obstacle, own clothing included. Loose clothing, as such, tended to be one of the greater hazards of the ninja profession, as a simple slip or pull could effectively end his life. The wraps, therefore, were meant for him to firmly attach his pants to his body, preventing him from ever having the misfortune of getting his pants snagged or tripping by stepping on the hem. Looking down at himself, Naruto could see that the hem of his pants, in fact, reached just above his ankles, which he didn't think meant he'd be tripping over a lot. Then again, as the card said, better safe than sorry, and the wraps would help him avoid getting nicked in exposed areas, seeing as how they were ninja-grade resilient wrappings. By the time he was done suiting up, feeling a little weird in having to take such care of his appearance, Naruto went over to the table talked about in the note to find his breakfast a little on the cold side, considering he'd just gotten up and taken such time dressing up. Still, while it wasn't ramen, it was still quite good. If nothing else, he didn't think he'd ever had food of this quality, cold or not. Savoring the food, and naturally excluding the veggies, Naruto sighed in satisfaction as he patted his, for once, full belly, giving a small burp to show his appreciation. Still, food and all aside, he couldn't help but feel a little, a lot, worried about how he'd gotten here. More importantly, he still couldn't reconcile why someone had stripped him and just left him there. He figured that since no one had come in yet to demand services or some such that he wasn't a prisoner. Well, if he was, he had to admit this was the most pleasant prison he'd ever heard of. He broke from his musings when someone knocked at the door, however, panicking again, somehow convinced that this visitor was some sort of pervert that had come to finally claim his prize. He quickly made his way for the window, pleased to see that it wasn't locked. Eyeing the surroundings, he quickly recognized the building he was in as one of the fancier hotels in Konoha. Much to his surprise, he'd been so sure his kidnapper would have stashed him in some dark and leaky warehouse. Not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, however, the blonde did as any would-be kidnapping victim did and quickly jumped, landing on his toes on a nearby roof, much to the surprise of passerbys on the main street, and dashing away. Meanwhile, back at the room, the door unlocked and opened to reveal a young woman in a kimono and apron, holding up a duster. Room service. When Hikari finally returned to the Uzumaki compound, she was sad to say she wasn't at all surprised at seeing her uncle Hiroki hanging down from a crossbeam from his ankles, completely tied up and with a seal tag labeled punishment on top of the ropes. His face red but otherwise ridiculously jovial. Apparently, Elder Keisuke had finally gotten around dishing out punishment for letting an underage clansman leave the compound. "Hey Aji-san," she greeted with a smile and a wave. Ridiculously, Hiroki gave her an upside-down grin and an attempted wave of his own, making him sway carelessly. "Asu Hikari-chan," he called back as he swayed from side to side. And then a small rock nailed him in the temple. Hikari sweat dropped as she listened at her uncle swear enthusiastically. "Damn it, Nobuko. What the hell?" he roared, wriggling in pain. Elder Keisuke said no talking. She heard the man's daughter shout right back. While Hikari would have loved to say this was an exceptional moment in her family's daily ongoings, that would have been a lie. Sudlai. Reaching the front gate, she ignored the ongoing shouting match between father and daughter and made the hand seal necessary to unlock the gate. Having spent most of their lives in hiding from jealous and greedy persons, the Uzumaki compounds were all sealed up to the 11th degree. Hell, even trying to jump the compound walls was just a way to earn oneself a quick and horrifying death. Fortunately, however, every clansman and clanswoman was taught the appropriate hand seals for deactivating the gate seals. Quickly flipping through the combination, she ended the 7-seal code with a clap of her hands, causing the gate to glow briefly before ebbing away and causing a distinct clicking sound to emanate from it. Pushing open the gate's wooden door, she smiled as she saw the compound sprawl out before her once more. "Asu Itoko!" She heard Nobuko call out to her in greeting, sitting on her room's porch, the raven-haired beauty of the Uzumaki clan, dressed in a simple single-dye yukata, was casually lounging on the porch in a most unwomanly fashion, holding up a cup of sake in one hand with a grin and a blush. Beside her sat a brown bag of what seemed to be rocks. How was Konoha? Hikari really wanted to sit down and gossip with Nobuko about her travels, but her errand unfortunately came first. "Sorry, cuz, can't stay and chat right now," she replied with a wave before eyeing the still-hanging Hiroki. "I'm guessing Ji-chan found out?" Nobuko nodded happily as she put down the now empty cup. "Yep." She gave a mildly drunken peace sign. "Told me to deal with Dad's punishment and all," apparently ignoring the fact that she'd also been the one to slip in the drinks and women to loosen up her father. Well, that explained the hanging, Hikari supposed as she eyed her red-faced uncle, who'd gone back to idly swinging in midair. Being a genjutsu specialist, Nobuko would have found it easy to catch her father off guard and humiliate him this way, a favored pastime of hers. Not that Uncle Hiroki minded terribly, he was so laid back it was ridiculous. "Where are the boys at?" she asked as she walked past the porch. Nobuko shrugged. "You know how those idiots are," she said casually before gulping down another cup and giggling. "Natsu's probably picking a fight with Yuki or Raiden again." Hikari sighed tiredly at that, though she kept walking past the porch, ignoring the fact that Nobuko kept flinging stones at her father's head every now and then, eliciting a string of rather extreme curses from the normally mild-mannered goofball of a man. Walking down the streets of the clan district, Hikari smiled and waved at the varying clansmen and clanswomen who lived in the small village-sized compound. Approximately 150 Uzumaki clansmen called the compound home, and maybe a fourth or a full third of them had never even seen Yuzushigakure. As for how they managed to keep so many clansmen hidden, the Uzumaki refugees had relied on a combination of their legendary fuinjutsu and simply not standing out. Knowing full well that proclaiming themselves to be ninja would just draw attention, Elder Keisuke had simply ordered the compound to emulate a walled peasant village. As such, there were no overt signs of the inhabitants being highly trained dealers of death. To that end, there were no forges that one could see, that is. Instead, there were butcher shops, candy shops, tailors, repairmen, restaurants, everything that any normal village might have. Granted, no one ever visited the compound, being that the clan's fuinjutsu established several highly sealed wards that would place the victim in a disorienting genjutsu. Nonetheless, Elder Keisuke had noted that Yuzushigakure, too, had been so protected, yet still fell before the might of the great nations. Thus, to avoid taking any unnecessary chances, the clansmen lived out their daily lives like any other peasants, keeping their ninja activities strictly on the down low. "Oh, Hikari-chan, welcome back," she heard one of the elder clan's women call out to her with a smile and a wave. "Thanks, Oba-san," she called back with an equal smile and a wave of her own. The sound of children laughing brought a smile to her face as she continued walking down the path towards the central house, where Elder Keisuke resided. She hesitated to admit it, but she'd missed the sounds from the Uzumaki compound. Konoha had been nice and all, minor, unfortunate fights aside. but there really was no place like home. Hikari-chan! She heard someone call out from ahead and smiled at the sight. Her older cousin, Akemi, was apparently out for a walk, her brother Daisuke probably along to ward off any suitors. At 18, Akemi was one of the Uzumaki clansmen who were allowed out of the compound on missions. Unfortunately, she didn't usually get assigned to leave, as she was much too conspicuous. Not due to any fault of her own, however. She was simply too pretty to not stand out. Not that Akemi seemed to mind, on the other hand. Rather than go out on missions, she seemed perfectly happy to stay back and take care of teaching the Uzumaki children and working at the clan soul bar. Personally, Hikari found Akemi to be her favorite cousin. Between her kind demeanor, natural ability as a ninja, and stunning looks, she was quite obviously her role model. Asu, Akemi-chan, Daisuke-kun, she greeted right back with a wide grin. Her older cousin smiled kindly as they came to a stop near each other, her hands demurely kept to her front. "How was your first mission?" she asked kindly. Hikari smiled nervously as she scratched the back of her head. "Well, I don't know about mission," she started, knowing full well that she'd pretty much broken all the rules by leaving the compound at her age, no matter if the acting head had authorized her to do so. Daisuke grunted. "Oh, stop being so wishy-washy," he scolded gruffly before crossing his arms over his chest. "Real men ought to stand proudly by their achievements." Sweat dropping at the bold statement, neither woman had the heart point out that Hikari was, in fact, a girl. Instead, they opted to just ignore him and continue their chat without him. "Still, it must have been exciting, right?" Akemi pressed with a knowing smile. "I remember my first mission. I was shaking like a leaf." "Yeah, exciting," Hikari agreed a little underwhelmingly. "Let's just say Konoha wasn't exactly how I pictured it," she decided to say diplomatically. A thought occurred to her at that moment. "Say, Akemi-chan, you remember when the split happened, right?" Her older cousin pouted pensively, a finger cutely propping up her lower lip. Not well, but a little, I guess." "Why? Did Lady Kushina have any family left when she was going to bring us to Konoha?" Hikari asked regardless. Tilting her head to the side as she recalled those dark days, Akemi stood there silently for a while, still ignoring her younger brother, before shaking her head, a sad smile on her face. "Not that I can remember, sorry," she said with an apologetic smile. "I think Elder Keisuke would be the only one to know for sure, if anyone." Hikari sighed, having lost a chance to possibly solidify her suspicions before she talked with the elder in question. As it was, all she had was the word of an attempted murderer and her own suspicions. "How come? Did something happen in Konoha?" asked Akemi, having deduced that something about Kushina's lineage was bugging her. "Maybe," Hikari answered non-committally. "I need to ask Keisuke-ji first." "I see," was all Akemi said, her sweet smile still in place, though a glint of something passed through her gaze. "Then I wish you best of luck, Hikari-chan." Hikari bowed in thanks at her older cousin. "Thanks, Akemi-ne," she said a little enthusiastically, happy to have her older cousin's approval. A few minutes later, she passed by another couple of familiar faces, though one of these seemed to be sleeping, while the other looked at the first's cushion somewhat jealously. "Amaya," she greeted, forgoing the use of honorifics for her all-but-sister. The dark-haired girl looked away from the object of her jealousy and smiled at seeing her best friend coming up the dirt road. "Hikari," she greeted with a wave, though she took great pains to avoid shouting, considering that her would-be boyfriend was sleeping next to her. "How was the outside world? Scary?" Hikari shrugged. "Not that much, really. Big, though. Lots of people, too," she said, almost feeling like a broken record, considering how many people were asking her that question. To be fair, most clansmen didn't get to go outside the compound. Amaya nodded wisely before grinning mischievously. "Did you see Uncle Hiroki?" she asked. Hikari returned the grin. I did. Nobuko's having fun nailing him with stones. Amaya raised an eyebrow. Really? She's upgraded, then. Last I saw her, she was using him as target practice for her cards. Must have gotten bored with that, Hikari giggled. He's cussing up a real storm every time she hits him. I think I'm going to too, if you two don't stop yapping and let me sleep. The two girls heard a male voice grumble. Looking at Amaya's side, Hikari saw Yuki glaring at her. Seriously, what's up with you two? Can't let a guy take a nap in peace. Hikari raised a challenging eyebrow. And what's with you? Can't stop that stripping habit of yours. Yuki blinked before looking down at himself and noting, as Hikari had quite rightly pointed out, that he'd somehow lost the summer yukata he'd been wearing, leaving him in his underwear. To Amaya's credit, she'd long since gotten used to the boy's unconscious stripping habit. It got pretty bad at times, though. Why, this one time at a clan dinner… never mind. Anyway, Hikari had to repress a tired sigh as she watched Yuki freak out at having somehow misplaced his clothes, while wearing them, while asleep, lying down. Sometimes, she really pitied Auntie Nana. Noting something out of the ordinary, Hikari looked around before blinking confusedly at Amaya. Say, where's Natsu? Nobuko said he'd probably be around here, picking a fight with Yuki. He tried, Amaya confirmed. But Yuki-kun wouldn't wake up for anything, so he left. He's probably going to pick a fight with Raiden and try to take the first dragon title. Hikari face-palmed at that, knowing how it would end. The 4 dragons were the Uzumaki clan's 4 strongest offensive shinobi. Each one, in turn, possessed a mastery of a particular element. The dragons, naturally, were ranked in terms of strength, and Natsu, for all his faults, was ranked as the second dragon, while Raiden was the first. That didn't mean that he was stronger than all of the Uzumaki clansmen, however. Elder Keisuke could still smack him down proper, and after once challenging Akemi, Natsu had never again dared to do so again. Heck, he even shivered every time someone brought it up. Of course, there was also Kimiko, who pretty much outmatched everyone in the clan save Raiden, Elder Keisuke, Uncle Hiroki, and Akemi. The point being the second dragon was a great honor, but by no means a confirmation that he was stronger than everyone. Moreover, the gap between Raiden and Natsu was ridiculous, to say the least. He's going to get his ass kicked again, Hikari groaned. Has that ever stopped him? Yuki spoke up, having returned with a modest yukata now in place. You know he challenged Kimiko while you were away? Again? She asked tiredly. Amaya nodded with a smile. She wiped the floor with him in 10 seconds flat. I swear, I'm going to put that boy on a leash, Hikari grumbled irritably. As her parents and Natsu's were unfortunately long deceased, the two had lived together for most of their lives, and people generally expected the Kuchio specialist to keep Natsu in line. Maybe it'd be best if you did, Yuki said wryly before noticing someone walking past the front gate. Oi Sora, look who's back, said clanswoman of the Uzumaki clan. Sora looked over and smiled widely as she noticed Hikari. Rushing over, she hugged the older girl for all she was worth.
Hikari-ne.
You're back. Chuckling nervously at the sudden display of affection from the girl, hardly able to believe that this 14-year-old girl was potentially so much more powerful than she was, standing as the 4th dragon of the Uzumaki clan. Yeah, she said lamely as she patted the girl's head. You've been good, yeah. The girl nodded fervently. I have, she replied proudly. I've patched up Natsu and I 4 times since you left. The 3 other clansmen sweat dropped at that. Sadly, though, none could admit to being remotely surprised. Might want to get ready for a 5th time then, Yuki mumbled as Hikari seemed on the verge of crying comically at the news that Natsu was going about causing trouble. Sora blinked up at Yuki and tilted her head in confusion. HM? What do you mean you? She started, only to be interrupted by a loud explosion coming from the center of the compound. Anywhere else, that might have been reason to panic, but considering how charged the air now felt, all of the clansmen had deduced what had happened pretty easily. Ah! was all Sora said as she realized what had happened. Natsu and I picked a fight with Raiden-sama, didn't he? Amaya giggled while Yuki shrugged. You'd think he'd have learned his lesson by now, grumbled the dark-haired teen. He then shivered. Damn, I hate it when Raiden goes off like that. All this electricity in the air makes me feel terrible. For her part, Hikari was leaning against the fence, looking completely downtrodden as she knew Raiden would be on her case for letting Natsu run rampant like that. And then, of course, Kimiko would stare at her with that hard gaze of hers as a form of silent chastisement, which unfortunately worked quite well. There wasn't a single Uzumaki clansman who could stare Kimiko down, not even Elder Keisuke or Raiden. Even Mariko, who specialized in eye-contact defensive genjutsu, didn't dare match the stronger girl's stare. Better get to Elder Keisuke now, or else you might get mixed up in this latest fight, Amaya told her best friend with a comforting smile. Hikari sighed again and nodded in thanks. Yeah, you're right. See ya, Yuki, Amaya, she said while waving goodbye and moving towards the entrance. She only stopped to spare Sora a commiserating look. Could you see to the idiot's wounds for me, Sora-chan? She asked. The younger girl nodded tiredly. Hi, Hikari-ne, she answered. Fortunately for Hikari, the rest of the trek to the main house didn't take her by any more troublesome relatives, though she did stop by the candy shop to grab herself some sweets for later on. Arriving at the main house, however, brought forth a sense of foreboding that she couldn't quite shake off. Elder Keisuke, despite not being clan head nor wanting it, was nonetheless the leader of the refugees, and she was well aware that her little sortie had broken nearly every rule in the book regarding clan safety. While he couldn't dispute the legitimacy of Hiroki's permission, he could make her life very miserable for having deliberately manipulated events so as to acquire said permission. At the fence gate of the main house, she was met by one of the last persons she'd wanted to see. Raiden himself, apparently none the worse for wear after his little fight with Natsu. The blonde-haired teen looked bored. In fact, though that expression quickly vanished as he saw Hikari approach. So, you're back from your little joyride, he noted indifferently, hands in his pockets. Make sure you keep that pet of yours on a leash. Little bastard challenged me in the middle of a training session with the brats, he told her as he passed by, not even sparing her a second glance. Hikari said nothing as the monstrously powerful clansman passed her by, simply glad to be away from his presence. Even when not in battle, Raiden emitted a low yield, but definitely tactile field of electricity around him, causing the points of her hair to rise ever so slightly. Shivering at the uncomfortable feeling, she nonetheless steeled herself and moved into the main house's perimeter, taking courteous care to remove her footwear by the entrance as she stepped onto the porch and slid open the door to the main hallway. Stepping lightly, as Elder Keisuke demanded, she slowly made her way down the hall towards the room at the end, which served as the elder's audience room/personal study. Kneeling by the sliding door, she was about to knock on the wooden frame when she heard the elder call out to her from within. Komein, Ikari. Swallowing nervously, she obeyed his command by sliding open the door and swiftly shuffling in, before closing the door, turning on the spot, and bowing respectfully while in seiza at the elder of the Uzumaki clan. I'm back from my mission, Keisuke Koro, she reported informally mid-bow. The elder harumphed at her proclamation, telling her exactly what he thought of her mission's legitimacy. Quite. Report, Hikari. Swallowing silently in an attempt to ward off her nerves, she nodded even as she remained bowed. Koro-sama, my trip to Konoha proved fruitful as I have returned with the medicine you requested, she stated simply as she put a bag holding the mentioned medicine before her. Furthermore, I have ascertained that, as our intelligence suggested, the stores there provide the best price for medicinal supplements, much better than the rates offered in Kusa or Taki. The elder gave another grunt as he continued his brushwork, not once stopping to better focus on her. Is that all? He asked gruffly, his displeasure bleeding through every word he spoke. Hikari winced. I think I may have stumbled upon something of importance while on my mission, Koro-sama, she said demurely. But before acting on it, I thought it best to let you know. A wise decision for once. The septuagenarian elder grumbled as he finally put down his brush and turned to look at her. The great leader of her Uzumaki cell, Uzumaki Keisuke, frowned at her with all the force his diminutive physique, standing at a good 4 feet tall, could muster. On anyone else, it would have looked comical to see her sweat so profusely before such a small person. But Keisuke's sheer force of presence made one quickly realize that this was a man you most certainly did not mess with. "You've seen what happened to Hiroki, yes?" he questioned her. Hikari swallowed loudly. "Why, yes," she confirmed. Keisuke kept his frown on her before nodding. "Good. Don't let it happen again," he said, before the tension in the room lessened considerably and he sat, cross-legged, before her, a kind, grandfatherly smile on his face. "Now, tell me what you saw that has you so rattled, child," he said gently. Hikari slowly raised her head and had to restrain a loud sigh of relief at having gotten off so lightly. Had it been Natsu, she wouldn't have doubted for a minute that Keisuke would have punched him through the wall for his idiocy. Getting serious, however, she sat up in Seiza and frowned at the elder thoughtfully. "Before I begin, chore," she started, only to be held up by Keisuke's hand going up. "Call me as you usually do, Hikari-chan," he said with a smile. "I hate formalities except for when they're needed. You know that." Stumbling over the words, Hikari nonetheless nodded and plowed on. "Hi, Ji-chan," she complied. "As I was saying, I need something confirmed first," she stated, and found courage to move on as she saw him motion for her to ask away. "Did Lady Kushina have any living family when she died at the hands of the Kyubi?" Keisuke blinked at the question, having honestly not expected it. If anything, he'd been waiting for Hikari to mention some odd fact or another, since she'd been so sheltered all her life. In fact, when both Raiden and Akemi had returned from their first foray out of the compound, there expressed some confusion regarding the outside world, which he'd had to correct. "Family? Not that I can remember," he mumbled as he scratched at his fabulous, graying mustache. Only the odd tinge of red here and there gave any indications that he'd once sported the famous red hair his clan was famous for. Shame that Raiden hadn't inherited it, though. I think she was still seeing that Namikaze's boy when she died, though. Hikari froze, having never heard of that aspect of Kushina's history. "Namikaze? As in, the Yondaime Hokage?" she breathed. Keisuke blinked, having mumbled it out without thinking. Still, he shrugged, since it wasn't particularly important at the moment. "Yeah, the very same," he stated indifferently. "Bit of a Nancy boy for my liking, but then there's no accounting for taste." Hikari goggled at Keisuke, not believing what she was hearing. The Lady Kushina had been seeing the Yondaime Hokage? Heaven above, if they'd ever had a kid. For the second time since she'd entered the room, Hikari froze, having arrived at a conclusion she'd only briefly given thought to on her way back. Could that boy perhaps be? Quickly bringing forward her giant scroll, she ignored Keisuke's curious questions as she unrolled it until the scroll's paper revealed the array for a storage seal. Raising her left hand in a partial ram seal and her right on the seal array, she called out, "Kai!" A burst of smoke later, which she waved away, Naruto's old orange jumpsuit lay on the tatama floor of Keisuke's personal study. The elder in question merely raised an eyebrow at the garish garment. "Your tastes have changed since last I saw you, Hikari-chan," he mused. "Is this what you kids call fashionable?" Hikari blushed before shaking her head. "It's not mine," she protested. "It's a boy's I met in Konoha." If possible, Keisuke's eyebrow rose even further. "You know I'm always glad to talk to you, Hikari-chan, but aren't you a little young to be showing off your trophies?" he asked, torn between being amused or horrified. "It's not like that," she snapped, being reminded of how stubbornly obtuse her family could get and how it was unfortunately genetic. "I rescued this kid from being killed right in front of his home," she related. "He was wearing this crime against fashion and I took it from him before coming here." Keisuke didn't need to utter a word. The look on his face showed what he thought of that rather rushed explanation. For the last time, I didn't sleep with anyone, she all but shouted, causing something outside the window to thump loudly. No doubt some of her busybody cousins wanting to listen in on an important mission debriefing. I believe you, Keisuke told her in a tone that clearly told her he believed no such thing. Had she really garnered such a reputation as to deserve this treatment? Anyway, she growled, any and all tension she'd had upon arriving at the house completely and utterly gone. It was replaced, however, with mounting frustration. I had a suspicion about the boy's parentage. I think he's a lost Uzumaki. All joviality immediately faded from Keisuke's face as he processed that statement. Come again? He asked carefully, not entirely sure he was hearing right. At 80 years of age, he wouldn't have been surprised if his hearing was shot to hell. I think he's one of us, Hikari pressed before slamming a hand on the jumpsuit. I brought this here to confirm it. We have tracking Fuinjutsu to determine identity, right? This eyesore should be able to tell us his. Hikari, this is no laughing matter, Keisuke warned her, frowning once more. All Uzumaki clansmen were accounted for before the split. As far as we know, the 4 cells are the only Uzumaki remaining. What if Lady Kushina had a son? A son she kept secret, for whatever reason? She pressed. Ji-chan, if he is a relation, shouldn't we try to claim him? To help him? She demanded. He was about to get killed, Ji-chan, by some lowlifes who claimed no one would miss him. We can't let a clansman go down like that. From the look on Keisuke's face, Hikari could see she'd struck a chord in the older man's heart. Keisuke had lived for so long that he'd borne witness to the Second and Third Shinobi Wars, the former of which had seen his village and country destroyed at its onset, losing many clansmen in the process. He'd also watched as his homeland, his country, and his family was ripped apart by jealous nations. Ever since then, he'd vowed to protect the clan no matter what, and the idea of leaving a clansman, even a potential one, out to dry was hideously antagonistic to his vow. If the boy is Uzumaki, we will move in and secure him, he decreed, eliciting a look of joy from Hikari. He was quick to shut that down, however, with a frown. But Hikari-chan, bear in mind that if he is Lady Kushina's son, that means it will be our duty to elevate him to clan leader, and to move our clan, as a whole, to Konoha. Do you understand that? He asked. Hikari nodded seriously.
Ido, Ihan.
Staring at her for a moment, Keisuke sighed and nodded in concession. Very well. Leave the clothes here. I'll have someone look at it. If he is one of us, I'll announce it later. Until then, not a word on this to anyone, clear? He asked her seriously. Crystal, Ji-chan, she confirmed. Good. Dismissed. Keisuke waited until she'd left before turning his attention to the orange jumpsuit, a little torn by this revelation. While he'd never yearned for the leadership position of his clan, Keisuke could only feel apprehension at the idea of handing over control to a youth possibly younger than Hikari. Yet, as an elder of the clan, it was his duty to do so. The dilemma raged in his mind for a good 15 minutes before he sighed and scratched at his bald head. Did you get all that, Akemi-chan? He asked calmly. A ripple in the air behind him soon made way for Akemi to appear. I did, Koro-sama, she confirmed with a smile. Your thoughts? He asked. Akemi, while perhaps not out on as many missions as the rest of the clan, was nonetheless one of Keisuke's most trusted agents. Only those missions considered too hard for Raiden or Kimiko were granted to her, typically whenever Hiroki wasn't around. So far, she'd succeeded at every one. Hikari-chan means well, but maybe she's reading too much into this, the experienced Kunoichi opined. On the other hand, she seems fairly certain, and she did provide you with some evidence. I don't think it'll hurt to check out this lead honestly. I agree, the octogenarian shinobi agreed gruffly. Call in Eiji and Maki, and tell them to run an identification seal on the clothes. Make sure they don't blab about the results, either. I want as little people to know until I announce the results. Hi. With the sound of a rush of wind, Akemi was gone, the jumpsuit taken, leaving Keisuke alone with his thoughts. Back in Konoha, Naruto was discovering something incredible about his new clothes. They made him invisible. Well, okay, so maybe it wasn't that straightforward. The clothes were just clothes, and were most certainly not imbued with the power of invisibility. Rather, it seemed that the townspeople were so used to his orange jumpsuit that most of them just seemed to overlook him as he walked down the streets in his gray shirt and black trousers. Heck, now that he was missing the jumpsuit, he didn't look quite so bulky, either. Some shops didn't even notice who he was until it was far too late. Needless to say, Naruto found out just how much they were overcharging him when he managed to walk out of a store with his arms full of much-needed supplies at 3 times less the cost he usually paid. While he still felt some ill will towards his mysterious benefactor for taking his beloved jumpsuit, Naruto couldn't deny that his daily life had become marginally better. If nothing else, he wasn't found out as often, and he realized he could get away with many more pranks now that hiding wasn't such a chore. You try hiding wearing an orange jumpsuit? Even Ayam had complimented his new look, making the preteen blush in embarrassment as she'd gushed over his new look. When he'd cautiously asked her if he should ditch the goggles too, however, she'd shot that down, having seen how much he treasured them. She did, however, recommend he sling them around his neck instead. When he had, it had been all she could do not to glomp him right there and then, telling him instead that he looked damn cute with his hair down. Tucci had to intervene at that point, lest the poor boy's chastity become threatened. The ramen chef did, however, tell him he approved of his wardrobe change. Feeling a little more secure in his image now that his 2 precious people had acknowledged it positively, Naruto had all but strutted into the academy, proud of how he looked for once. Somewhat amusingly, however, Irika apparently had trouble finding him amongst the students, having lost that precious orange Y beacon that always told him where Naruto was. Though the look did earn him some brief, appreciative glances from some girls, however, his school life didn't change much, to his disappointment. The girls still fawned over Sasuke, the boys either ignored him, were indifferent to him, or actively ostracized him, and only Irika and Mizuki seemed remotely concerned about his education, though to be fair, Naruto had long since given up on that, seeing as how the other teachers had all been pretty much dead set on failing him. Recently, however, he'd begun to notice something strange. About a week and a half after he'd woken up at the fancy hotel room, he'd begun seeing strange people staring right at him. Now, usually this meant nothing to him, as people would always stare at him for one reason or another. This time, however, there was no orange jumpsuit to blame, nor were the gazes hostile. If nothing else, Naruto felt observed in a word, like the way his classmates sometimes observed a dissected frog or anatomical model that Irika sometimes broke out for anatomy classes. At first, he felt he was just seeing things, but as the days progressed, he couldn't help but notice that there was always someone watching him. Whether it was a pretty teenage girl sipping some tea at the dango shop, or a rough-looking young man with piercings along his nose at the weapons shop, or even a total stranger eyeing him whenever he thought Naruto wasn't looking while eating at a Chiraku's. It didn't matter where he went, he felt watched, and frankly it was making every instinctive alarm in his body go nuts. The Konoha ninja, however, never seemed to act on the strangers. For some reason, they simply passed under the radar for most people. He'd once bumped into such a stranger on purpose, just to try and goad a reaction out of them, but the big man just grunted at him and mumbled something about real men watching their step, even as he tipped his straw hat forward to hide his face. He'd even tried to prank one of the watching strangers, only to have it mysteriously backfire on him and cover him, and his new clothes, in rather flamboyant glitter. To be honest, Naruto was starting to freak out again. The worst part about the situation was the simple fact that they weren't moving against him. If they were like the bullies who'd almost beat him to death, he could deal with that sort of situation. Heck, he was pretty good at dodging and evading pursuers whenever he wasn't pranking or goofing off. Just standing by and waiting, knowing you were being watched, however, did not remotely fall within his tried and tested skills. He couldn't exactly confront them either. He'd tried that once, in a vain attempt at getting people to notice the weirdo stalking him. He'd waited until he was sure one of them was tailing him and then turned out grandiosely, arm extended and index finger pointed accusingly, only to find no one standing there behind him. Other than a squeak coming from a nearby shop, he couldn't even tell that anything was out of the ordinary. The townspeople who saw his extravagant gesture, however, just stared at him in either confusion, disgust, or a combination of both. Unfortunately, he'd tried to reason with the Hokage once about the strangers, but the old man's skeptical look had told him his complaint wouldn't be taken much too seriously. Naruto didn't blame the man, considering he had zero proof of having stalkers, other than a certain shy Hyuga heiress, but he didn't know about that. Little did he know, however, that the Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did in fact take the complaint seriously. He could scarcely risk not to. Anything that might mean endangering the life of Minato and Kushina's only son and the living Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune had to be investigated in full. Unfortunately, despite the old man's attempts and his deployment of ANBU forces to scour the village for any suspicious characters, the investigation had proven fruitless. Even the visitor's log at the front gates showed no evidence of suspicious characters, and the censor division hadn't notified him of illegal entries into Konoha via the walls, which were within the many wards erected to control illegal traffic. He'd even had Ibiki and Anko look into any possible breaches in security, but so far had come up dry. Which meant either Naruto was making up stories to get attention, or someone was capable of eluding even his best forces and infiltrate the village without his knowledge. Even scrying with his crystal ball had failed to turn up any viable suspects. Unfortunately, while his advisors and many ninja wouldn't be above accusing Naruto of lying for attention, Hiruzen believed otherwise. The boy was a troublemaker, there was no denying that, but he wasn't a liar. In fact, Hiruzen suspected there was little else the boy hated more than liars. Too many close calls that had nearly ended up getting him killed at the hands of two-faced civilians had seen to that. The problem with the natural conclusion, then, was that it meant that his village had been infiltrated under his watch and no one could find any trace of these infiltrators. For all Hiruzen knew, they had come in to kidnap the Jinchuriki and perhaps even set up explosives in a coordinated terror strike aimed at weakening Konoha. While the Sandaime debated these possibilities, however, Naruto felt even more panicked as he realized that nothing was being done about these watchers of his. No matter where he went, he could feel their gaze on him, and it was driving him crazy. Even at the academy, which was insanely close to the Hokage mansion to even consider spying on, he felt watched. Once, he glanced out of a window seemingly at random, and had spotted two figures standing underneath the tree with the swing, and he could feel their piercing stare aimed right at him. What the hell was going on? While Naruto and the Sandaime were on the verge of panic attacks, however, the shinobi clansmen of the Uzumaki clan were hard at work gathering intel on the boy they had been informed could be the next clan head. Not just a regent figure, but a bona fide clan head, descended from the very same clan head who'd stood side by side with Senju Hashirama, the Shodai Hokage and husband of Lady Mito himself. Lifting the ban on underage travel, Keisuke sent a whole platoon of the rising stars of the Uzumaki clan to infiltrate Konoha and investigate the young boy. Led by Raiden, whom Keisuke trusted to keep a calm mind, despite his aggressive tendencies, the team broke through the censor wards of Konohagakure as though it were mere child's play. Then again, with Maki and Eiji amongst them, it really had been, as the two proficient Fuinjutsu specialists had torn open a hole in record time as they tag-teamed the wards. It helped a lot that much of Konoha's wards shared the same basic setup as the ones that had been used in Uzushiogakure. Having the same basic blueprints meant that reverse engineering a way through had been pretty simple. After that, it was a matter of hiding in plain sight, which the clan had long since excelled at, thanks to years of being on the run from very powerful enemies. Daisuke, Takashi the Third Dragon, Yuki, Amaya, Nobuko, and Mariko all changed into civilian clothing and kept to well-shadowed areas, keeping themselves as inconspicuous as possible. Meanwhile, Raiden and Akemi investigated the young boy's residence, address courtesy of Hikari. Eiji and Maki, for their part, merely kept the team's chakra signatures on the down low with their sealing techniques. As far as any watchful eye could tell, They were just another group of travelers. What a dump, Raiden commented dispassionately as he glanced about the apartment that comprised the boys' living space. He idly kicked an empty instant ramen container that was sitting on the floor. We sure this kid's the real thing? Eiji and Maki seemed to think so, Akemi pointed out as she carefully rummaged through the boys' drawers. Gloves tightly fastened so as to avoid leaving behind any forensic evidence. And if Keisuke Koro believes them, so do I. That geezer's always too quick to trust, Raiden commented as he went through the boys' fridge. Picking up a carton of milk, he took a whiff before sneering in disgust. Expired. For a long time from the smell of things, he added as he put the carton back in its place. Seriously, how is this kid not dead from food poisoning? When you live in the streets long enough, you adapt to rough conditions, I imagine. Akemi answered from within the boy's bedroom. Doesn't look like he's got any mementos of family or relatives. Not surprising, considering where he lives, Raiden pointed out. No parent worth his salt would let their kid live in this hole if they had a say in it. Much less eat barely edible poison, he added, eyeing the stack of dirty dishes in the sink. Can't say much about his hygiene either. I think Hikari-chan's right, Akemi said as she came out to the tiny living room. This boy's an orphan by the looks of things, and survives entirely on his own, she concluded. There's not a shred of filial effects in this place, and it doesn't look like anyone so much as picked up a brush to tidy up. Raiden clicked his tongue. I'd feel pissed at the fact that this kid could be our boss. But this is just depressing, he commented. Even the furniture here's shot to shit. Makes you wonder what kind of hell he's had to live through. Akemi hummed in agreement before eyeing the sole window the apartment had, the one in the boys' room. Eiji-kun, something to report? She asked. Outside the window, standing on the ledge, the red-headed, taciturn Uzumaki clansman grunted in affirmation. Daisuke says the boy's on his way back, he reported shortly. We've got 5 minutes to evacuate the premises. Raiden clicked his tongue again. Tisage, what's that big lug doing? He's supposed to keep the brat away for another 15 minutes. Daisuke's doing what he can, Raiden-kun. Akemi chastised her colleague before looking around. Anyway, I don't think we'll gather much more information at the moment. Better to leave now. Raiden merely grunted in agreement, and with the sound of a breeze blowing, the two were gone. It's worse than we thought, Nobuko reported to the group as they gathered in what seemed to be a really wild forest. So far, their few entraps had managed to kill a dozen deadly snakes, 5 massive slugs, and what seemed to be a gargantuan earthworm. Suffice to say, even Maki and Eiji had been surprised that their traps were given such a workout. That boy's not just orphaned, he's being deliberately shunned, Nobuko continued gravely. I can think of at least 15 different occasions where he was turned away from some shop or stand for the dumbest of reasons. I can vouch for that report, Mariko weighed in. He doesn't seem particularly welcome anywhere he goes, except for 2 places, the Hokage mansion and this little ramen stand near the main street. Ichiraku's ramen, Daisuke supplied. Not bad, though their meals aren't nearly balanced enough to keep a real man healthy. Speak for yourself, grunted Takashi. It's delicious stuff. Just as Daisuke was about to snap back, Raiden let off a spark of electricity between his index and middle finger as a warning. Enough! He chastised them with a glare that brooked no protest. What else? He seems to live off a very poor diet, mainly composed of cheap foodstuffs, Akemi answered, supplying the team with the information she and Raiden had acquired at the apartment. If this is all he's been eating for the past few years, then I wouldn't be surprised if he suffered from some severe growth impediments, as well as a damaged metabolism. He's short enough, that's for sure, Yuki noted from his perch atop a tree branch. Inexplicably, his pants seemed to be missing, though he seemed wholly ignorant of this fact. He's the shortest in his class. Yuki, where are your pants? Asked a sweat-dropping Nobuko. Motherf. Which wasn't nice at all, either, Amaya said with a pout as she recalled her observations throughout the week, ignoring Yuki's clothes disappearing act and his subsequent freakout. Most of the kids seemed content to either ignore him or bully him, she recounted. And the girls are even worse. Most of them just disparage him at every opportunity. Well, except for one. Yuki cut in, having retrieved his discarded pants. But then, I'm not sure what to make of her. She's probably hiding from him, Amaya said with a dismissive wave. You saw her. She couldn't get 2 words out while near him, and every time he looked at her, she'd blush and run away. She could have a crush. His love life aside. Raiden once again interrupted, feeling irritable by all the tangential observations being made. What's the conclusion we can draw on the boy? Is he Uzumaki or not? There was a moment of silence amongst the group as they pondered on that question. They all knew how much was riding on this, as Keisuke had told them in no uncertain terms that the results they produced would directly impact his decision as to whether approach Konoha or not. I can only really talk about what Eiji-kun and I found, but our seals were clear. He's got Uzumaki blood in him, Maki ventured with a raised hand and a nervous smile. Raiden always intimidated the crap out of her. And not distant relation kind of blood. He's a genuine first-degree descendant of an Uzumaki clansman. Eiji nodded in agreement at her assessment, eyeing Raiden for any signs of approval or denial. Unfortunately, he got neither, as the team leader's expression was blank. He's tough, Nobuko admitted. Not many people can take that much deliberate ostracizing without snapping. But this kid acts like he hasn't got a care in the world, she added. He's craving for attention, sure, but at least he's constructive about it. I agree. Mariko weighed in as she raised up her glasses with her index finger. In addition, I get the feeling he's important to someone important, though not enough for his benefactor to be open about his support, she noted. Explain, Raiden ordered testily. He's been living off cheap foods and lives in his own apartment, yeah? Mariko asked for confirmation from Akemi, who nodded. Then where's he getting the money to buy them? She asked rhetorically. He hasn't got a job. No one will even turn to look at him on the streets except for that ramen stall guy and his daughter. So where's he getting his funds? It occurred to the others that no one had sought to look into that question. Good point, Raiden conceded, eliciting a blush from the younger girl. So someone's paying the brat's bills. He's tough, he added, nodding in acknowledgement at Nobuko. And he's a survivor capable of eating near-poisonous foods. Unfortunately, other than Eiji and Maki's Fuinjutsu, that doesn't tell us shit for dick as to whether he's one of us or not. Language, Akemi mumbled at him, lightly smacking his shoulder, which he duly ignored. Except for his name, Takashi pointed out as he crossed his arms, looking at his clansmen gravely. Everywhere I go, it's the same thing being said about the boy. They call him the Uzumaki brat. Anyone can take a family name as their own, especially an orphan, Raiden pointed out. And Akemi and I found no trace of family belongings at his home. Even if he was an orphan, there should have been something to prove where he'd come from, especially if he's capable of affording the rent on an apartment. Either way, it's a good enough lead, no? Takashi countered. We've got a name, Uzumaki Naruto. We've got Maki and fanboys techniques confirming that identity, he added, eliciting a scowl from Eiji. I say we go back to the old man and tell him what we've got. We're not bound to get much more. Raiden watched as the rest of the team exchanged glances and slowly nodded at the suggestion before doing so himself. Agreed, he confirmed. Eiji, Maki, deal with the censor wards. We leave in 10. Hi. I see, mused Keisuke as he listened to the team's report. This is troubling indeed. I don't see why, groused Natsu, sitting amongst the clansmen, a little ticked that he'd been left behind. For good reason, too, considering he had the subtlety of an electric-powered jackhammer in a crystal glass shop. He's one of us, right? Let's just grab him. Thwack. Within a moment, Natsu was on the floor as Keisuke retracted his hand from having chopped him on the head. Quiet, you! he chastised as he pondered things through, idly blowing out smoke from his pipe. The evidence is still circumstantial, but I agree it merits perhaps a more direct approach, he judged. With respect, Koro-sama, spoke up one of the adult clansmen. Would it perhaps not simply be wiser to proceed as Natsu suggested? We don't know how Konoha might receive us after all this time, nor does it seem that they respect our name anymore, judging by the child's treatment. It was a valid concern, and one that, as Keisuke regarded the gathered clansmen, had many supporters. Whatever the boy's parental circumstances were, there was really no reason to go about disrespecting a clan that had for so many years stood by Konoha through thick and thin, leading right up to its own destruction. I agree with the moron, Takashi grunted, ignoring Natsu's yell of indignation. The brat's been treated practically like an animal. Other than his mysterious sugar daddy and that ramen chef and his daughter, and maybe his teacher, I can't really name anyone else who's got his back, even among his age group. Takashi's opinion started a wave of discussion throughout the crowded room as every member of the clan, from the age of 14 and up, discussed the team's findings, after having been briefed by Keisuke. The elder, for his part, watched quietly as small debate clusters formed, with some opinions threatening to get quite heated. For his own part, Keisuke had a theory to perhaps explain the boy's treatment, though it hardly justified it. Cross-referencing what he knew of Kushina's voyage to Konoha with the fact that this lost clansman was most likely her son, there was only really one logical explanation. Enough, he declared, raising a hand. Almost immediately, the room quieted. I understand your concerns, but I may know why he has been treated so badly, he announced. Not many of you may know, but before Lady Mito married the Shodai Hokage, she was dragged into a fight between the original founders of Konoha, Hashirama-sama and Uchiha Madara. He informed them, and was quite pleased to see the various scowls of disgust at the Uchiha name. The Uzumaki had long held a history of animosity against that clan in particular, greatly disliking the Sharingan's infamous ability to copy techniques. For a clan of Fuinjutsu specialists, nothing was more abhorrent than plagiarism. Everyone knows the story of the Valley of the End. GG. Natsu groaned. Get to the good part. Thwack. Another chop to the head quieted the boy, causing the room to sweat drop as they watched the irritated elder retract his hand once more. What those of you who haven't reached 3rd grade in Fuinjutsu all don't know is that the Shodai didn't just defeat the Kyuubi when Madara summoned it, but sealed it away using our techniques. He continued as if he hadn't just inflicted bodily harm on a clansman, a small grin forming. Into Lady Mito. Dropping that bomb had its desired effect, as nearly everyone in the room that hadn't chosen to become an expert in Fuin techniques looked gobsmacked. Though the Shodai's access to Uzumaki sealing techniques wasn't all that surprising, considering he was Mito's lover, the fact that their honored ancestor had been a Jinchuriki was, such an act, for obvious reasons, would have been kept buried. However, for a clan of Fuin specialists, most were beating themselves over the head for somehow having overlooked such an application of their techniques to explain the sudden disappearance of the nine-tailed fox. And that's not all. Another certain member of our clan was chosen to succeed Lady Mito once her life neared its end, he added, enjoying the growing looks of stupefaction amongst his clansmen. It wasn't every day he could get so much of a rise out of them. Lady Kushina. Akemi breathed, eyes wide and her hands up covering her open mouth. Keisuke eyed her for a moment, somewhat appreciative that she would play along, despite knowing already. Keisuke nodded, causing another wave of whispers to explode. Raising a hand to silence the crowd, he continued. Due to her special even amongst our own chakra, and her ability to create chakra chains, it was decided by her father, our clan head, to seal the Kyuubi into Kushina once Lady Mito's life neared its end. He tapped his pipe onto the tatami and cleared it of blockage before taking another drag. We were successful, and she left Yuzushiogakure to be Konoha's second Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Much as I'm loving the history lesson, Gramps, Raiden grouched, having known all of this already. What's that got to do with anything? A tick mark developed on Keisuke's forehead at the rude interruption. Unlike with Natsu, however, He didn't raise a hand against his grandson. Not out of favoritism, really, but just because Raiden wouldn't shut up even if he did. I was getting to that, he grouched. Honestly, I'm old. I like to take my time with things. Cue mass sweat drops. Coughing slightly, Keisuke glanced both ways shiftily before continuing. Anyway, where was I? Oh right, Kushina became the second Jinchuriki. She died, we got screwed over. He summed up, causing more sweat dropping. Nonetheless, he began to grin mischievously. But here's a question I have for all of you. If she died, and we know she did, where did the Kyuubi go? Silence. Keisuke enjoyed the way they stared at him, having honestly not given thought to the most fearsome of the Bijuu's disappearance 13 years ago. I admit, I hadn't thought of it myself until now. Like most of you, I suppose I took it for granted that perhaps Kushina had sealed the Kyuubi inside her when she died, taking it down with her. Keisuke conceded. Yet it begs the question, doesn't it? Bijuu can't be killed, we seal masters know that. He saw the appropriate section of his clansmen nodded at that. Even if it had, let's call it, died, it would have regenerated at some point. And the only way to keep beasts of that level out of trouble longer than that is to seal them away. But not every object can hold a bijou, especially not the Kyuubi. So, naturally, we must conclude that it was sealed into someone else. He paused again to enjoy another drag of his pipe. So who was it? He asked calmly. Again, silence reigned in the room until Hikari shakingly got to her feet, looking stunned. That boy, he's the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? Makes sense, don't it? Keisuke said with a knowing smile, even as the room exploded into shouts of surprise and negations. We know the Yondaime was the one to defeat the Kyuubi. Konoha's been bragging about it for years. Cue a few grumbles of agreement. Over the years, they'd come across many a Konoha ninja gloating about the victory of the Yondaime over the fearsome Kyuubi. And now know that, like Hashirama-sama and Mito-sama, he had access to our seals through Kushina. It's only logical that he used them to seal the Kyuubi into a child, the best possible host for such a beast. This is why Konoha will never just let him leave the village. He's far too important a strategic asset for them to let him walk away. Demonstrating why he was the one in charge of the Uzumaki exiles, Keisuke watched as his logic brought them all around to his side. That having been said, Konoha might not have honored our sacrifice, but we honor our loyalty to family, Keisuke reminded them, causing more than a few to straighten their spines. And the Senju were family. That boy, charged with Lady Kushina's burden, is family. We are Yuzushiogekure's Uzumaki clan, which means we stand for each other, or else? He prompted. We all go down as one. He heard his audience voice the time-honored answering call that served as the clan's motto. Keisuke smiled in self-satisfaction, pipe in mouth, and nodded as he crossed his arms over his diminutive chest. Damn right. Now let's go get us a lost clansman. Naruto was having a bad day. No, that word wasn't quite enough to describe the feelings he held for today. In fact, if he had to describe how he felt, he would have said a mixture of rage, impotence, sadness, and resignation. What had happened to cause such a shift in the boy's state of being, you ask? The graduation exam. For the third time he'd failed the damn exam, and always on the very same part. The bunshin. Naruto couldn't fathom why, but he'd never been able to produce a decent bunshin in his life, even when he trained at home or at the training grounds. No matter what he did, he'd never pulled it off, and a large part of him felt it was patently unfair that one of the required qualifications for graduating was the ability to pull it off. After all, he'd never needed it to escape his pursuers before, so why was it so critical for him to learn it? Unfortunately, he knew Irika would never let him pass without knowing it, no matter how much he protested. Sighing despondently, he watched as parents came to pick up their kids, congratulating those who had passed, those being all but him. Even Choji and Shikamaru's parents had come by and gushed over their kids. Kiba's mom had given him a small love tap on the head before giving him a congratulatory noogie. He winced slightly as he watched a few glare his way and start muttering, knowing full well they were once again disparaging him. A few mean ones even spoke aloud about how great it was that he'd failed. Naruto felt a twinge of something dark rise up in him as he heard them ridicule him, but he ruthlessly squashed it down. He wouldn't give them the pleasure of seeing him break down, no matter how tempting the thought of doing so was. He was just about to leave, however, when he saw Mizuki, Irika's co-teacher, come up to him with a smile and a wave. Naruto liked Mizuki. Unlike Irika, he seemed happy to lend a hand. "Sucks about your exam, Naruto?" the kind teacher said with a commiserating smile. "You know, I did try to convince Irika to give you another chance. But you know how he is." Naruto looked down sadly. "Yeah, man. He's so uptight. Why can't he give me another shot?" He demanded a little angrily, but also sad that the man who regularly treated him to ramen couldn't even understand that he was asking the impossible of him. "I think he's tough on you because he sees a little of himself in you, you know." Mizuki comforted the boy, making Naruto look up in surprise. After all, he wasn't exactly the model teacher he is now back when he was your age. "Heck, I think he would have given you a run for your money." "No way." Naruto breathed with growing wonderment. Straight-laced Irika? A hellion like him? Inconceivable. "Way," Mizuki confirmed with a smile. "You know, he's an orphan too. When he was younger, pranks were the way he had others pay attention to him. So don't be too hard on him, alright? He's probably trying to set you on the right path." Naruto looked down, absorbing this new facet of his straight-laced teacher. "Still," he mumbled, downtrodden. "It would have been awesome if I could have graduated." Mizuki fell silent and gave Naruto a careful look. "You know, if you really want to impress him, I may know of a way." Hikari swore as she jumped from roof to roof, having just returned to Konoha only to find bad news awaiting her. Apparently, the young boy she'd saved from getting killed was being accused of stealing a rather important village relic, and from what she could hear, there were quite a few voicing their desire to kill him. Naturally, this was unacceptable to her on both a personal level and as a result of her orders from Keisuke. However much the Uzumaki elder wanted to move forward with claiming the boy, he first needed to consult with the other cell elders, a move which could take some time. Despite this, knowing that the boy had it rough in Konoha, he'd ordered a forward team assembled to watch over the potentially lost kinsman while the necessary red tape was cleared. Hikari was one such member. Raiden, however, was not, and that had caused a few problems. The first dragon had been enlisted into watching over Keisuke along with Kimiko, just in case it ever leaked that the 4 remaining elders of the Uzumaki clan were meeting in the same place. She shuddered to think what ninjas from Kumo, Kiri, or IWA would do in order to capture the elders, if that ever happened. Unfortunately, with Kimiko and Raiden away on other business, and Akemi forced to stay back to handle clan business while Hiroki was away as well, that left very little in terms of adequate field leadership. Eiji had been a potential choice, but everyone just as quickly dismissed him after realizing the teen was an expert seal master, but not exactly a field leader. Natsu was also right out, despite his status as second dragon. If he was ever given a leadership position in anything, odds were his short temper would get their covers blown. Takashi was also excluded from consideration for the same reason. In the end, by process of elimination, Hikari had been assigned with the role of field leader, while the remaining field-worthy Uzumaki clansmen fell into line behind her. As it was, she'd picked Amaya, Yuki, Takashi, Sora, Natsu, and Maki as backup, feeling that having the 3 remaining dragons in her team would buff up the otherwise green team. "Something feels wrong about this situation," Yuki observed as he landed deftly beside Hikari while she took note of her bearings. "Our observations didn't suggest a thieving streak in the boy." Landing behind the 2, Amaya nodded. "It's too out of character," she confirmed. "Doesn't matter," Hikari said as the rest of the team landed on the rooftop. "Whatever our conclusions are about this, the people of this village seem to distrust him enough to believe him capable of high treason. We need to get to him first before they kill him out of spite," she said firmly. "Why, you don't think they'd really kill a child, do you?" Sora asked wide-eyed. Takashi clicked his tongue irritably. If he's Jinchuriki like the geezer thinks, then I wouldn't put it past them, he said, somewhat annoyed. Isolated or not, the Uzumaki had seen and heard of numerous cases where Jinchuriki had been mistreated. Maki, Hikari spoke up, choosing not to answer Sora's question, even though she was thinking along the same lines as Takashi, though she needn't say anything else as the seal master preempted her by kneeling on the rooftop, slamming her hand on the concrete. Already on it, the redhead said with a grim look as she raised her free hand in a half-ram seal. Fuin, she intoned, causing a spiral of black characters to spread out from underneath her palm. Suiseki Fuin. Before the seal master's eyes, the spiraling characters coalesced into a circle, which then began to hold glowing dots within its circumference. By the looks of it, there were quite a few, but only one glowed green, their target. Thankfully, she'd remembered to bring along a sample of their lost kinsman's DNA from when they'd run tests on the jumpsuit. He's about a click northeast. That way, she concluded, pointing towards what seemed to be the east entrance. There's maybe a good 3 dozen other contacts heading that way, and 2 of them are nearing the boy. Hikari clicked her tongue in irritation. We'll never make it before those 2, but we can stall the others at least, she judged, eyeing her group, who stood ready to receive orders. There's nothing for it. Amaya, Yuki, you 2 take half of the incoming ninja. Takashi, Natsu, you 2 take the other half. Only stall. We don't need the trouble a couple of body bags will bring us, she told her kinsmen firmly, knowing they were prone to letting themselves go in a fight. She then turned to the remaining 2 girls. Maki, Sora, on me. We're going to save that boy. Sora, get ready to heal him if necessary. Hi! The group acknowledged their orders and split up, relieved that there'd been no challenge to her authority, though she guessed the urgency of the situation had something to do with that. She led her group towards the east gate, knowing that they'd really have to haul ass if they were to reach the boy as soon as possible. Unfortunately, though she had much faith in her kin's ability to hold back the angry ninja, she also couldn't risk overlooking the possibility of their failure. Maki, she spoke up as they landed near the gate, taking a brief second to look over the imposing wooden doors. Seal this gate, she ordered. Taicho? Questioned Maki, surprised. Natsu and the others are strong, but we can't overlook the possibility that a few might get by them, Hikari explained. Seal it. Don't let a single person get through. Maki nodded firmly. Understood, she agreed before flipping through a rather impressive amount of hand seals. We'll want to be on the other side once the seal is up, she pointed out as she continued to flip through hand seals. Without further ado, the trio jumped past the gates, with Hikari glancing back just in time for Maki to twist around mid-landing and slam both hands on the ground. Fuin, she called out, causing the ground to suddenly spurt hundreds, if not thousands of ink-black characters, all erupting from underneath her palms in a massive, swirling fashion. Hayakuju Rashomen Fuin, she roared as she brought up her hands, pointed them, palms up, fingers clawed, at the open gate, and then brought her hands together in front of her in a clap. As though by magic, the gates groaned as they were forced to close with a speed they were unused to, slamming shut before their eyes. This wasn't the end of Maki's technique, however, as the 2 great spirals made of characters before her shot a single line of the ink-black characters at the gates, then raced across its frame until they formed a large X shape. Maki was breathing hard when the technique finished, which was announced when the cross shape glowed green. That ought to keep them at bay for a while, she said, swallowing loudly. They can still go over the walls, though. I can't do anything about that. Not without Eiji-kun, she pointed out, landing heavily on her rear and holding herself up just barely. To be honest, had she done the sealing with her partner, she wouldn't have been this exhausted. Performing such a high-level sealing by herself, however, was incredibly draining. It'll do, Hikari said seriously, noting her cousin's haggard condition. Get out of sight and rest up, Maki, she ordered. Sora and I'll finish the mission. Nodding tiredly, unable to gather enough strength or willpower to answer, Maki slowly complied with her orders by all but dragging herself into the nearby foliage, certain no one would really find her, given her low enough chakra levels. Hikari, meanwhile, looked down at Sora. "We're already behind schedule," she told the younger girl. "We'll need to kick it up a notch. Can you handle that?" The 14-year-old girl nodded firmly. "I'll be fine, Hikari-ne-chan," she vowed. Nodding in satisfaction, Hikari put the pace on the last leg of the chase by jumping for the furthest-most tree she could feasibly reach, almost vaporizing the branch she landed on with the amount of chakra she'd put into her feet. To the fourth dragon's credit, she landed on a branch just opposite of Hikari's, and didn't seem too shaken by the fast pace she was being put through. Hikari smiled. Maybe they'd be able to get there on time after all. Remember when Naruto said he'd been having a bad day? He took that back. Today sucked. Mizuki, that treacherous, backstabbing asshole, had played him. No, not just played him, but used him. As instructed, he'd taken the forbidden scroll from the Hokage mansion, even going as far as using his patented Oiroke no Jutsu against the old man himself. While that had been amusing, to say the least, he'd been surprised at how easy it was to get the scroll, considering it was supposed to be a priceless relic. Why hadn't there been more security measures? At the time, Naruto had brushed such concerns off, or rather, completely overlooked them. Figuring this was proof enough that this was a legitimate make-up test for those having failed the graduation exam, he'd taken the large scroll and scampered off. To be honest, he'd felt like he'd gotten away scot-free, but apparently someone had tipped the village off. Only now did Naruto realize it had been Mizuki's plan all along. As instructed, he'd taken the oversized scroll. Seriously, was someone overcompensating or something? To a clearing outside the village walls. Odd. But who was he to question a teacher? Where he'd sat waiting for Mizuki for exactly 1.5 seconds before his ADD kicked in. Figuring he had nothing better to do. And hey, forbidden scroll of awesome sitting next to him. He'd opened the monument to ninja overcompensation and started reading through it, only to find a couple of boring as hell seals, a few techniques that sounded lame, and then he'd hit the jackpot. The Kage Bunshin. Seeing the name of his most vile and repudiated of enemies, Bunshin, Naruto felt his stubborn competitive streak activate in full force as he vowed to get this technique down, fist shaking in the air and all. He'd show everyone. No technique would get the better of him. Of course, Naruto was so obsessed with beating his eternal foe that he'd overlooked the fact that he was not, in fact, attempting a Bunshin, but a Kage Bunshin. Thus, when he celebrated getting the technique down after surprisingly little tries, he'd thought he'd mastered the Academy Bunshin. It wasn't long after, however, that he'd been made aware of how played he'd been. Irika, the ever-dependable goody two-shoes, had arrived first, surprising Naruto. Grinning like the idiot he was, he'd rubbed the back of his head and asked Irika if he'd passed the makeup test, only for the teacher to look at him as though he were mentally unstable. It was only after mentioning Mizuki that Irika finally put the pieces together, and just as Irika was about to give an exposé about how Mizuki was a traitor, said backstabbing wonder arrived, pinning Irika to a nearby shed with kunai, and offered to tell Naruto why everyone hated him. And hey, between a lecture from Irika or juicy secrets regarding why his life was a living hell, Naruto's choice was a no-brainer. Of course, he'd never expected to hear that he was the Kyuubi no Kitsune, which was odd, really, since he'd never really felt like a fox. Nor did he especially like rare meat. Did foxes even eat ramen? In fact, how did a demon of that size become so tiny? Shouldn't he have been much more powerful from the get-go? Moreover, if he was a giant walking disaster of nature dedicated to the destruction of all living things, then was it really wise for them to antagonize him? Naruto didn't voice all of these concerns, but it did strike him as extremely lazy reasoning. Either way, Mizuki had come in, given his rather, in Naruto's opinion, cliché speech about how everyone hated him, even Irika, and how he'd never be loved. Okay, so maybe it was cliché, but it still hurt hearing it. In Irika's defense, however, the man was busy shielding the forbidden scroll, or so Naruto thought, from Mizuki. "Naruto, run!" his teacher shouted urgently at him. just as Mizuki made his move and threw the massive Fuma shuriken he'd been carrying around. With predictable results, as Naruto was still rooted to his spot, Iruka was forced to tackle Naruto to the ground, only to get his back nailed by the oversized shuriken. Gah! Grunted Iruka in pain as he felt the pointy implement of throwing pain lodge itself near to his spine. Naruto, run, please. He begged the child beneath him. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for everything. He apologized, tears streaming. I also lost my parents to the QB. I grew up with no one, too. You must have been in so much pain, so I wanted to be there for you like no one was there for me. Naruto was touched. Really, he was. He'd never heard anyone say anything like that to him before, or even looked at him with eyes that reflected nothing but caring and honesty. Even so, this was all too much for the boy, and he quickly scampered off with the scroll, needing some time alone to process things. "H.A.?" gloated Mizuki as he watched his prey run away. "See, Iruka?" he continued with a smirk. "That brat's never going to forgive anyone. He's the QB. I think I'll go do the village a favor and kill him now, since you won't be any trouble anymore." Iruka watched helplessly as Mizuki jumped away, unable to follow, slamming a fist onto the ground angrily. He cursed himself for his weakness before slowly collapsing as his wounds began to take their toll on him. Had the Fuma shuriken landed a few millimeters away, he would have been fine, but as it was, he would probably pass out from blood loss within minutes without medical assistance. In fact, his vision was just getting blurry, causing Iruka's thoughts turn to how he'd never thought he'd end his life this way. "Oi, Sora, we got wounded down here," he heard a girl's voice dimly shout at the edge of his consciousness. "Heal him while I go after the boy." "NGH." Iruka tried to speak, but feeling quite weak from his wounds. He wanted to protest, to tell his rescuers that Naruto wasn't the culprit, but the words failed him as the darkness started to claim him. Meanwhile, Sora looked at her patient worriedly as her hands glowed green, healing chakra working feverishly to repair the many wounds. "Ayaya, you've been hurt badly, Nichan," she mumbled as she worked. "NGH." Iruka grunted painfully as he was forcefully kept from passing out from the pain. "Calm down, everything's going to be fine, Nichan." She comforted him as the wound in his back began to slowly seal up. "Don't move and I'll be done in a jiffy."
Naruto.
Iruka moaned in pain. Sora's expression lit up at the name. "Is that his name?" she asked happily as she continued working. "Then Hikaru-chan will see to it that Naruto-sama is safe and sound." "Sama?" Iruka groaned, confused. He'd heard Naruto be referred to in various ways, ranging from child, the Hokage loved that particular form of address for his ersatz grandson figure, to monster, from the more idiotic members of the village. However, he'd never once heard him be referred to as Sama. To Iruka, it was just inconceivable. Sora smiled brightly at her charge, though Iruka could clearly see the glimmer of sorrow behind that smile. In a way, it reminded him of the way Naruto sometimes smiled. "Naruto-sama is Naruto-sama," she said simply, not venturing more information. Iruka was now doubly surprised with the young girl. Not only was she rather young to be so skillfully using healing techniques, she also seemed well aware of the need to stay tight-lipped regarding information. Though he couldn't place her being much older than his students, he was surprised that she seemed leaps and bounds more skilled than any of them, including Sasuke, the genius of his generation. An explosion sounded off a ways ahead, causing Iruka to flinch slightly and Sora to smile as she recognized the chakra signature. "Ah, Hikaru-chan seems to have everything under control. How about we finish up here so we can go meet up with them, and Ai-san?" she asked with a perky smile. It was all Iruka could do to nod slowly. Hikari had no trouble finding the running duo. Naruto, as untrained as he was sadly leaving behind a rather obvious trail that made it easy for Mizuki and Hikari to track him. Mizuki, on the other hand, was trained, but still left a decent trail for Hikari due to the fact that he doubted anyone would interfere before he killed the blonde brat. Sadly for him, Hikari was in a rather foul mood given the circumstances, and so was in no mood to humor the traitor as he went about his homicidal objectives. Jumping from tree to tree, she reflected on the situation at hand. Before leaving the Uzumaki compound/village, Keisuke had taken her aside to impress upon her the gravity of her mission, not that it wasn't plainly obvious as it was. Still, his words that moment resonated within her even now. Keisuke, dressed in his traveling gear and partaking from his favorite pipe, frowned at Hikari seriously as he sat cross-legged before her on the tatami mat. "Tell me, Hikari-chan, do you know why it is that despite so many of us still living, our clan has not chosen a new leader since Lady Kushina's demise?" he asked her after blowing out some puffs of smoke. Hikari frowned back, honestly not knowing the answer. Then again, she hadn't exactly asked herself that question before, due to the fact that most Uzumaki clansmen just accepted the current status quo. In such situations, short of actually desiring power, not many would question the way the group was being led. No, she admitted regretfully. Keisuke smirked as he held his pipe in one hand. "Nor do the others," he said, comforting the girl. "Yet, the answer is simple. None of us can become clan head." Hikari blinked at that answer, feeling more confused than before. "I don't understand. Couldn't you become clan head, Gigi?" she asked. Indeed, if Keisuke declared himself clan head, she doubted anyone in the group would protest. After all, everyone understood that the man who'd kept them safe all these years had been him. Keisuke gave a brief, true laugh at the question. There was no hint of mockery in it, either. "Oh, Cammy, no," he said, still chortling. "What a terrible idea. Me? Clan head? I'd rather chew my foot off." Hikari's sweat dropped at the elder's rather candid response. "Hikari-chan, clan heads of the Uzumaki aren't chosen due to skill or influence," he told her simply after he'd regained self-control. Taking a drag from his pipe, he let out a small stream of smoke. "Were it so, any arrogant brat could challenge the head for his position. Hell, that idiot Natsu would be all over that, I imagine," he added with a snort. Sadly, Hikari couldn't deny that, causing her to sweat drop. "Clan heads in our clan are chosen differently," he said, though something about that response nudged at her curiosity. Was he perhaps keeping something to himself on that subject? That wasn't an unreasonable assumption, considering she was barely qualified to even lead this mission. "We don't choose the most powerful member of our clan, nor the most political, because they don't represent all of us," he explained. "A clan head must be strong, yes, but he must also be wise. He must be influential but grounded. More importantly, he must unite the clan behind him," he stated, nostalgic sadness oozing from his tone. "That is why no living elder of our clan or active member can become clan head. None of us can unite the clan." Hikari blinked again, a little unsettled by that claim. "But the clansmen here love you, Gigi," she protested. "If you put your claim forward, we'd back you up in a heartbeat." "And what of the clansmen in the other cells?" Hikari was brought up short by that question. Keisuke sighed as he blew some more smoke idly. "Hikari-chan, you're very kind to saying you'd all here back me up, but our clansmen here are but a fraction of the clan," he reminded her. "Just as you see me as your leader, so do our kinsmen elsewhere see their elders as the natural choice for leadership," he informed her before gazing out the window at the setting sun. "We do not try to take the position of clan head, then to avoid bitter power struggles. I have already seen so many of my family die, Hikari-chan. I do not want to have to kill any of them for a title I do not even want." She sat there, stunned by the elder's words. She, to her shame, admittedly had wondered why Keisuke had not simply laid claim to the title of clan head. She knew Raiden had also wondered, as he often complained while drunk, that the old man should have the stones to seize what was naturally his. Looking at Keisuke now, however, Hikari could see every single year of his life reflect on his image. He didn't look weak by any means, but he did look tired. So very tired, it seemed, by the way he slouched and gazed out at the red sun with eyes that seemed torn between the present and a distant, comforting past. "Why are you telling me this, Gigi?" she asked after giving him a moment to reminisce. "Because this boy, if he is who we think he is, could finally change things," Keisuke answered without breaking stride. "A bona fide descendant of the former clan head, born outside of our self-imposed divisions, could unite the cells and bring our family back together again," he added as he turned to face Hikari. "I am entrusting the fate of our family to you, Hikari-chan. See to it that nothing happens to the boy, whatever the cost." She understood why Keisuke wanted the clan head lineage alive. With so few Uzumaki left, now was hardly the time to remain divided. Yet, without the division the elders had imposed on the day of Lady Kushina's death, they would have easily been hunted down by their enemies, and the family wiped out. Still, as Keisuke had said, a new clan leader could change all that. If nothing else, he could be their way into a new village. At least, until the day came when they would reclaim Uzushiogakure. It didn't take a genius to figure out that, for all its happy facade, the clan wasn't exactly doing well. Behind the smiles and parties, she knew that most of the clansmen were just going through the motions. She could tell just by listening in on Uncle Hiroki's stories about his youth, or that of Keisuke's. Even Aunt Nana reminisced from time to time, as did the other adults. It pained her to see her clan hurting so much. Without Uzushiogakure, without the clan heads to give them direction, the Uzumaki had been slowly decaying. If something wasn't done soon, she knew it wouldn't survive and the Second Great Shinobi War would claim its last victims at long last. "Enough running, demon!" she heard her future clan head's final pursuer shout further ahead. Glaring, the redhead picked up the pace, already thinking of which summons she would use to put the bastard in the ground. Meanwhile, Naruto was backing up against a tree, the forbidden scroll kept close to his chest, literally, as he looked at Mizuki, somewhat terrified. Any other day, he would have charged blindly. He was good at that, after all. This time, however, he was clearly informed of how outmatched he was, having seen Irika go down rather easily. "That's right. Give it up." Mizuki was leering at him dangerously and goading at him to give him the scroll. "Just hand it over, and I'll be sure to make it quick." Now, Mizuki might not have been of Jonin rank, but he was still a trained ninja of Konohagakure. Thus, when he felt the dangerous amounts of killing intent suddenly flare up right behind him, he instinctively tried to jump away from whatever it was, but quickly found himself restrained with one arm twisted behind his back and a kunai at his throat. "Who's going to make what quick?" hissed a low, female voice, his captors no doubt. Mizuki started sweating nervously as he thought through every move in his arsenal, trying to figure out a way out of his current predicament. Unfortunately, none came to mind. Naruto, for his part, merely stared as some stranger, out of nowhere, appeared crouching behind Mizuki and just as quickly held the Chunin teacher in a restraining hold. Her fiery red head of hair tugged at something within Naruto, but what really sold this woman to him was the fact that she was trying to take down the man who'd been trying to take him down. Still, he'd been burned once, and he wasn't about to let that happen again. Still backing away from the two ninjas, Naruto figured that a few more steps would give him an adequate line of sight for his next foray into escapism. "Hold it!" he heard the woman call out to him, still glaring at her prisoner as she kept the kunai primed against his throat. "Uzumaki Naruto?" she asked him plainly. "Who wants to know?" he challenged right back, stopping despite his prior conviction to keep running. "Hell, who the hell are you?" "For once, a good question from that demon," Mizuki grumbled before wincing as the woman's kunai cut superficially into his neck. "Kami, woman, back off. This is official Konoha business," he bluffed. Unfortunately, Hikari was well aware of his bluff and called it. "If that's true, where's your backup, moron?" she pointed out with a glare. "Even if it was, though, you'd be shit out of luck, asshole. I'm here for the kid. Konoha can rot for all I care." Now Mizuki was well and truly panicking. He'd thought he'd been taken prisoner by some odd passerby, or maybe a Konoha ninja who'd been told by Irika what had happened. The tone of the woman's voice, however, betrayed no lie. She would truly gut him where he stood if she wanted to. Konoha be damned. Naruto, for his part, was getting sort of tired of being ignored. 13 years of neglect saw to it that his need for attention was primed for mischief and absolutely zero stealth skills.
Oi!
Don't ignore me, he yelled at the two, surprising Hikari by the volume of his shout. Mizuki, however, was very used to Naruto's shouting, and like a trained ninja, quickly rammed his head into Hikari's, wincing as the kunai cut just a little bit more of his throat, though only breaking skin. As she cursed, he jumped away from both Naruto and her, glaring at the two as he grabbed at his bleeding throat. "Wrong move, bitch!" he roared as he proceeded to form a variety of hand seals.
Bunsin no jutsu.
With a few dozen explosions of smoke, Mizuki vanished from their sight, only to suddenly reappear as the smoke cleared, but as a dozen Mizukis. Glaring at the new small horde of assholes to beat down on, Hikari jumped in front of Naruto and motioned for him to stay where he was. "Stay behind me," she ordered. "I'll protect you," she vowed fiercely. Naruto gaped at the red-headed girl, unable to believe what he was hearing. He'd often read about such situations happening in the few books he owned, but he'd never thought he'd be on the receiving end of such a heroic gesture. "Who are you?" he asked, awed. "A good question." One of the Mizukis sneered as he began twirling a kunai amongst his fingers. "After all, I'll need to identify your corpse when I deliver you both to the Hokage. I imagine I'll get a commendation for this." He mused out loud, seeming very pleased with himself. Glaring, Hikari slid her back foot another inch as she readied her fists for some up-close fighting. "You've got it backwards, I think," she taunted him. "The only reason you'd get my name is so that you know who beat your ass into the ground," she roared as she flew at the clones, knowing she'd only be able to deal any damage to the real Mizuki. "A headlong assault?" sneered Mizuki, unconcerned. "How stupid." Sure enough, Hikari flew right through the clone she'd aimed for, heading directly for a tree behind it. She wasn't a ninja for nothing, however, so despite Naruto's cry of alarm, she merely did a mid-air spin, landed her feet on the trunk, and stuck to it using her expert chakra manipulation. A savage grin already on her face as she raised her head to meet with the Mizuki's stares and placed her hands on the trunk right beneath her. "Sorry, moron, but I forgot to mention, I'm not a taijutsu specialist," she taunted, just as her hands glowed bright green. "Kuchios!" she cried out, causing Mizuki's eyes to widen in realization. "Shit!" Mizuki swore as all the clones went for her, kunai raised and primed to kill her in order to mask his real self. "Yamenu! Kerberos!" she called out, causing 2 puffs of smoke to explode on the ground near the tree. "I call on thee!" Twin howls pierced the night sky as the 2 great wolves darted at the advancing clones, only to be momentarily confused as they passed right through them. Even as the wolves gave confused grunts, looking around for their prey, Hikari sighed and smacked her face in exasperation, even as Mizuki and Naruto stared at the confused wolves. "They're bunshin, you idiots," she grumbled. As powerful attack wolves as they were, the two were pretty new at this whole ninja fight thing, and they hadn't yet learned to take the time to literally sniff out their opponents. Fortunately, wolves had great hearing, so upon understanding their situation, the 2 attack-minded biological machines of death used the instincts their species was known for and began hunting the real Mizuki. Unfortunately, things didn't seem that simple, as the wolves continued to flounder about, unable to find the real one. Frowning, Hikari pondered on what this could mean, when she heard a voice cry out, "Nei-chum! Above you!" Working on instinct, Hikari launched herself forward, rolling on the ground just as Mizuki slashed at her back. To her confusion, however, the blade he was wielding had done no damage, despite having been well within range. It was only too late that she realized she'd been had. Unfortunately for Mizuki, Hikari wasn't quite that incompetent, and quickly dodged to the side, sliding to a halt just as Mizuki sprang out from the ground, an ugly sneer in place. "Damn brat," he snarled. It was all he managed to say, too, as Yumeinu and Kerberos rushed him. Though Mizuki was able to evade the two wolves, Hikari was far from over, finally grabbing onto her massive scroll and unraveling it just a foot. "Kai!" she yelled, causing Mizuki to widen his eyes as a torrent of kunai and shuriken rushed at him, quickly causing the ground he'd been standing on to look like a rain of metal had hit. Sidestepping smoothly out of the way of Mizuki's retaliatory throws, she unraveled the scroll a bit more as she laid it on the ground, quickly making a tiger seal. "Aye!" This time, Mizuki was unpleasantly surprised to find two torrents of fire and water racing at him. Apparently, when the woman had told him she was a Kuchio specialist, she hadn't been kidding. Who knew what else that damnable scroll of hers held? And speaking of scrolls, every second he spent fighting the obviously quite strong girl meant he came closer to getting caught trying to steal the forbidden scroll. Of course, this whole caper would have been over by now if that damnable woman hadn't interfered with his little hunt of the demon brat. Wait. A heinous idea popped into Mizuki's head as he dodged another hail of sharp stabbing implements. All this time, he'd been trying to take on someone who was quite obviously better than him, when her weakness was all too obvious. Timing it perfectly, he waited for the next summoned strike to hit him before bursting into smoke, suddenly replaced by a log. Hikari looked around suspiciously, considering that she was still quite surrounded by Mizuki's harmless Bunshin clones. Still, he'd shown considerable mastery of the clones, if he'd been able to control them to seemingly act independently, something she knew was incredibly difficult and a testament to the man's chakra control. "Where is he?" she muttered to herself. He would never allow a man so determined to kill their future clan head to get away. Not on her watch. "Oi, Ne-san, where'd the bastard go?" called out Naruto then, causing her to pale as she realized what Mizuki had seconds ago. "Naruto-sama!" She let the honorific slip out unconsciously, confusing the boy. "Jump!" she called out frantically as she raced towards him. Despite his confusion, Naruto's self-preservation senses were attuned enough to understand that the girl was completely serious, and instinctively jumped forward towards Hikari just as the older teen jumped over him towards where Mizuki was apparently lunging to plunge a knife into Naruto's back. Bringing up a kunai from below, she smiled grimly as she realized she'd evade his blow and finish him off with hers. Seconds seemed to pass like hours as she neared his heart, only for her grim sense of satisfaction to evaporate as she passed right through. A Bunshin clone. "Oh, sh!" she started to swear, only for the ground beneath her to burst, revealing two hands that grabbed at her legs and pulled her into the ground. Reappearing in front of her, Mizuki sneered down at her, only for Yumeinu and Kerberos to launch themselves at him. Unfortunately, this one, too, happened to be a Bunshin. "Stupid dogs," he mocked them as the dog pile worked to extricate themselves from each other. "They're wolves," Hikari growled as she looked up at the traitor, fully aware that she'd been played. "Whatever." Mizuki brushed her words off. "A mutt's a mutt. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a demon to kill and a scroll to steal," he said as he moved towards Naruto, who once again seemed of a mind to dart off. "Don't run," she called out to him. "He's aiming for that. The moment you do, he'll be on you." "Oh, don't listen to her," Mizuki said with a mock pout. "A little more of a chase would be fantastic. Plus, you know I'm not the real Mizuki." "I know. Why don't we play a game?" he taunted with a sick grin, only to disappear and reappear behind him, a kunai at Naruto's neck. "Let's play Find the Real Mizuki," he offered darkly, just before a gush of blood erupted from Naruto's neck. Yelping in pain, the blonde nonetheless managed to get away just before the kunai managed to cut deep enough to nick his carotid artery. Damn. Now he was as wounded as that bastard was. Wait. Wounded? Naruto gazed at the Mizuki clones still littering the clearing, paying direct attention to the traitor's neck. No blood. That was impossible. Mizuki had been wounded by the captured Neichan before the fighting had begun, right? So naturally any of the Mizukis who weren't bleeding from the neck were fakes. "Oi, Neichan," he called out to the red-headed girl, who was still trying to extricate herself from Mizuki's trap. Unfortunately, he'd managed to land some paralysis tags on her legs, preventing her from using her arms to get out. The irony was not lost on her either. "Can those do?" He paused, noticing the wolf's glare. Wolves track blood?" Hikari blinked at Naruto, unsure where he was going with this. "Yeah, of course, why?" she asked. "That asshole Mizuki got nicked when you captured him, right? But his clones are fine." Eyes widening, Hikari realized the brat was right, and just as quickly wanted to ram her head on the ground for being so stupid. After all, how could she have overlooked such a ridiculous detail? "Yamenu, Kerberos, sniff that bastard out," she ordered her summons. Mizuki, for his part, was not pleased with this turn of events, and his clones reflected that by glaring at the duo. "Sharp little pest," he growled before giving another sick grin and suddenly reappearing beside Hikari's head, kneeling beside her and keeping a kunai to her throat. "Still, I've got the upper hand here. So back off, mutts," he ordered the two advancing wolves. "Or else your summoner gets to meet the Shinigami." "Ignore him," Hikari counter-ordered. "Sick the bastard." The two wolves, however, could not do something that would endanger their summoner. It simply went against the summoning contract. Thus, left without recourse, the two wolves spared Naruto and Hikari a regretful look before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Sneering, Mizuki withdrew the kunai from Hikari's throat, raising himself to his full height to gloat at his victory. Unfortunately, he hadn't counted on Naruto's streak for unpredictability. Before Mizuki was able to speak a single syllable, something large and heavy rammed itself into his face, knocking him flat on his back. Blinking away the stars, the Konoha trader realized he'd been beamed with the forbidden scroll. Just in time for Naruto to close the distance and launch himself at Mizuki's fallen form, landing a solid punch into the man's bruised face. Mizuki, however, wasn't a chunin for his looks alone. Unfortunately, pushing Naruto roughly off of him, he jumped onto his feet and glared at his former student viciously. "Little brat." Before he could react more appropriately, however, Mizuki stopped short as he noticed that the blonde had his hands set up in an unfamiliar seal. Unfortunately for him, however, his temper had run its course, and so he was well beyond his usual caution now. "I'm going to enjoy gutting you, you little demon," he roared as he charged the awaiting blonde, who just prayed his jutsu would work. "Run!" Hikari shouted frantically as she tried to fight the restraining seals. Naruto shook his head, his gaze steadier than it had ever been. "No more running," he said with a sort of strange, calm detachment. Pumping as much chakra as he could, figuring that more would be better, he called out the name of what would, years from then, become well known as his signature jutsu.
Tahukage Bunshin no Jutsu.
Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure, didn't know what to make of this situation. Standing before him, in varying degrees of sheepishness, were a group of foreign ninjas, plus Naruto and a somewhat healed-up Irika, who had not only breached village security, but also put a healthy amount of the ninjas out for Naruto's head in the hospital. Even so, just looking at them standing there before his desk was starting to give him a headache he normally associated with bad days at the office. Read. Tons of bureaucratic paperwork to go through. Most of the foreigners didn't seem even remotely concerned that they'd been caught assaulting Konoha citizens after having illegally infiltrated the village. Had this been Kirigakure, he had no doubts that his counterpart there would have had them all executed on sheer principle. From left to right, he examined the varying shinobi who dared make a mockery of his village's security systems and had so brazenly interfered with his ad hoc covert operation to see who had tasked Naruto with stealing one of the most prized relics of his village. The one at the furthest left was a young, lightish red-haired boy who seemed to have an aversion to shirts, given that all he wore was a pair of loose slacks and a protective vest that wasn't even buttoned up. Honestly, considering he'd been caught fighting numerous of Konoha's finest in close-quarters fistfights, it was a miracle he hadn't been more severely injured. Frowning, the Hokage made a mental note to order mandatory remedial training in taijutsu for all active ninja. Either way, on the scale of a crap was not given to frantic, Hiruzen definitely put this one at the lower end of the scale, considering how he was gazing around, bored, with his hands idly intertwined behind his head. In fact, straining his hearing a bit, Hiruzen could have sworn the boy seemed to be humming to himself. The Hokage was torn between admiring the boy's composure and wanting to throttle him. To the boy's, left stood another uncaring individual, this one a lot more eccentric. Steel studs adorned the boy's nose ridge and brow, giving him a slightly punkish, menacing air about him that was only worsened by his wild, unruly mane of black hair. At least this boy seemed to understand the need for shirts, however, even if it was just a sleeveless, zipped-up vest. Fortunately for the Hokage's increasing headache, the individual next to this imposing character was a small girl, who seemed a little fidgety and nervous, the way a child usually acted when they knew they were in trouble. Of course, it helped that she looked no older than 12. It was by this point, however, that he began to notice one peculiar similarity amongst the individuals, including the ones that followed in his inspection. All of them were wearing, both on their clothing and as what seemed to be a tattoo, a spiral symbol prominently placed where everyone could see. This, in turn, raised quite a few alarm flags in Hiruzen's mind, as he obviously recognized it. After all, the very same symbol adorned Konoha's flak jackets. Before making any conclusions, however, he decided to finish his impromptu inspection. After the little girl was a slightly older girl, and she seemed to be simply dispassionate about the whole affair, though not as condescending as the initial two boys. That said, Hiruzen wished she didn't show said attitude by idly filing her nails. The least she could do was show a little respect, right? Then came a cheery-looking girl who seemed awed by his office, which served well to stroke his bruised ego, though she, too, didn't seem too concerned about the consequences of her actions. If reports were correct, in fact, this one girl was perhaps the most dangerous of them all, considering that she'd made a mockery of the village's detection wards and managed to seal one of the 4 cardinal gates with a seal so potent the Hokage was seriously considering asking Jiraiya to get the hell back into Konoha so he could dispel it. Then after the amazed girl was another bored teen boy. Seriously? What the hell? Who'd been escorted into the room fully clothed, but now seemed to be inexplicably missing his shirt. Unlike the first 2 boys, however, the boy's spiral tattoo wasn't on the arm, but rather on his upper left pectoral, right above the heart. Apparently, it wasn't uniformly placed. Then came the girl who most intrigued him, well, after the sealing girl, the one who'd been found with Naruto, and who kept glancing at said blonde every few seconds with expressions ranging from curious, to scrutinizing, to critical, and finally accepting. Like the others, she too wore a unique outfit whose only similarity ended with the spiral design placed prominently on her outfit's shoulders. Figuring there was no point in further dawdling, Hiruzen sighed as he grabbed his pipe and idly unblocked it by tapping it onto his desk. "Before we begin," he spoke up, catching all of their attentions, thankfully, considering he was about another devil-may-care attitude away from ordering NBU to force them to pay attention. "Let me remind you of the charges being brought up against you all." "Even me?" piped up Naruto with a pout. "Wham. Sorry about that, Hokage-sama. Please continue." Irika apologized as his fist remained planted on the top of Naruto's head. The teacher knew Naruto would get off, considering the extenuating circumstances, but interfering in a major debrief like this could still get the blonde in plenty of trouble. Nodding thankfully at Irika, the Hokage returned his attention to the foreign shinobi, waiting to take a drag from his pipe first before continuing. "You all stand accused of illegal breaching of Konoha's defenses, tampering with said defense systems, and—" He glanced down at the report laid open on his desk, sweat dropping at what he saw. 163 counts of battery and assault. Almost immediately, the girl with the huge scroll at the end of the line turned to glare at the 2 boys at the other end specifically. "Really?" she demanded. The 2 boys seemed sensible enough to sweat profusely under the girl's withering glare. "They started it," protested the boy with the light red hair. "They said my hair was pink." Apparently silently deciding not to make matters worse, everyone in the room wisely decided not to point out that it was, in fact, quite pinkish. "And that's not even counting the collateral damage," Hiruzen plowed on. unwilling to get too distracted from the main point. Apparently there were a few buildings missing mouthfuls of metal? He paused and reread that phrase in the report, certain he was hallucinating. Unfortunately, he wasn't, and this was quickly confirmed when the boy with the studs shrugged. What? I got peckish. He defended himself as the nail-filing girl restrained the one with the huge scroll from maiming her compatriot. So eat a snack bar like a normal person, grumbled the stripperific one, who was apparently midway through losing his pants. Why don't you stop losing your clothes like a normal person? The teen shot back, to the boy's confusion. Nichan, your pants, spoke up the youngest one, hiding a blush behind her hands. Feeling his headache just get worse as this impromptu mass interview went on, Hiruzen seriously considered doing as Ibiki had suggested and just turning them over to torture and interrogation. Unfortunately, due to the fact that they'd saved Naruto from a traitor, he had to at least pay them the courtesy to not put them through Ibiki's hands. For now. Enough, Hiruzen spoke firmly, while adding a fair bit of his killing intent behind it. Almost immediately the room stilled again, much to his pleasure. These crimes are serious offenses, and quite a few of the battery counts have been relegated to the hospital for their injuries. Those, however, pale in the face of the security breaches. Here he stared intently at the perky girl, who shrunk in on herself under his scrutiny. And the ceiling of one of our village gates. Normal protocol, then, would be to throw you all in jail right now, he continued, undeterred. However, Naruto here, as well as Chunin instructor Yumino Irika, he motioned towards the aforementioned duo, have both given sworn statements saying you were instrumental in saving their lives and protecting the Forbidden Scroll, a priceless heirloom of our village. For that reason alone, you are not in the hands of our interrogation squad. Hiruzen relished the sober looks on the teens' faces, having had to deal with their devil-may-care attitudes at 3 in the fucking morning. So let's make this sweet and simple, so I can go back to bed, he offered as he snapped his fingers, prompting a masked ninja to appear standing beside him, a clipboard and pencil on hand. Please state your names and affiliation for the record, and we will proceed with the questioning. The group looked amongst itself for a moment before the pink-haired one took the lead. Name's Natsu, he declared cockily, thumping his chest. As for affiliation, I can't say without the team leader's permission. Hiruzen was tempted to strangle the boy then and there, but grunted in acquiescence. Fine, he allowed, to the ANBU agent's surprise. Position in your team, then? Natsu seemed to think it over for a moment before shrugging. Heavy hitter. The boy next to him snorted. Something funny, asshole? Challenged Natsu. Whatever, his companion said mid-shrug before staring down the Hokage. Name's Takashi. Same as the idiot, he said as he gestured his head in Natsu's direction, prompting the boy to try and throttle him. They were both restrained, oddly, by the perky girl, who seemed to have set up a seal while no one had been looking and had activated it with a carefree smile at the Hokage, thoroughly unnerving him. Realizing it wasn't dangerous, he held up his hand to prevent the ANBU agents still hidden in the room from killing her where she stood. And you, young miss? He asked the youngest kindly, inadvertently reverting to his grandfatherly attitude. After all, despite the seriousness of the situation, he still loved children. Esora, sir, she meekly replied. T-Team M Medic. A few Konoha eyebrows rose at that declaration. Ninja medics were infamously difficult to train due to the precise chakra control needed for the profession. For such a young girl to have mastered it to the extent that she was allowed to perform combat medic duties, it was almost unthinkable. Amaya, combat support. The girl beside her then spoke up, preempting the Hokage's question. Maki, sealing specialist. The perky girl introduced herself with a slight bow, still somehow maintaining the seal that had frozen Natsu and Takashi into place, as though they were statues of an impending, epic duel. Hiruzen gave the subtlest of nods to the recording ANBU to take special consideration of the girl. Yuki, combat support. The stripper boy spoke up then. Honestly, is this all necessary? He whined, only to receive a chastising smack upside the head by the final member of the group, who planted her hands on her hips and puffed out her considerable bust as she stared down the Hokage, obviously quite proud of who she was. Hikari, team leader, she announced, her tone daring anyone to challenge her on that. We are the advance guard of Uzumaki-Kyure's Uzumaki clan, here to secure the safety of the last clan head, she stated proudly. At that moment, the Sandaime Hokage watched as a group of teenage troublemakers suddenly morphed before his eyes into true shinobi, their worry and carelessness vanishing as though it had never been there before. Even little Sora seemed to lose her nervousness. You could have heard a pin drop after that declaration. In fact, the ANBU's pencil did drop onto the floor as all the Konoha ninja in the room stared dumbfounded at the group. Hiruzen, in particular, seemed about ready to keel over from that statement, and Naruto, for once, was shocked silent, as was Irika. Hiruzen's mind was a whirl. The Uzumaki clan, after the death of Kushina, had been considered either near or completely extinct. Sure, there were odd reports of survivors of Uzumaki-Kyure's destruction, but no one had really estimated that a significant amount of survivors had been left alive. Their relationship with Konoha, too, was both a source of pride for the older veterans and a mark of shame. After all, while Uzumaki-Kyure was being destroyed, Konoha had been unable, and some unpleasant quarters might even say unwilling, to send reinforcements to aid their lifelong allies at the time. Thus, in a way, they shared the burden of its destruction. As such, while heartening to hear that members of that prestigious and remarkable clan had survived, he knew their resurgence was also a herald of troubling times to come. Uzumaki? Breathed Irika, immediately looking down to his side at Naruto, who seemed just as shell-shocked. Hikari nodded once. That's right. Under orders of Clan Elder Deo no Keisuke, we have been dispatched ahead of the clan to secure the safety of the last clan head. She repeated herself before pointing to Naruto, much to everyone's further surprise. Okay, maybe not the Hokages, but everyone else from Konoha at that point was pretty damn surprised. Him. Preposterous, shouted the recording NBU, the clipboard shaking in his hands. The Uzumaki were wiped out when Uzumaki-Kyure fell to the combined forces of Kumo, Iwa, Umi, and Kiri. Takashi grunted. Shows what you know, he said as he crossed his arms over his chest. I'm clan head? Asked Naruto then, reminding everyone that the objective of the group's mission was in the room with them as well. In fact, many were surprised that he hadn't been his boisterous self, but then the amount of surprising information would have knocked anyone off balance. Hikari flinched at the question, but thankfully Amaya fielded that one. Not quite, she said, giving a sort of motion with her hand. More accurately, you're the last candidate for clan head, she elaborated. Either way, we're here to make sure no one tries to kill you while the clan arrives. Wait a second, Hiruzen cried out as he shot to his feet and grabbed onto his desk for support. What? Hikari scratched at her cheek. Did we not mention that? She asked sheepishly. Elder Keisuke will be bringing the Uzumaki clan to Konoha in a few weeks, she said with a grin. All of it. Hiruzen couldn't help but latch onto the girl's expression then. The way she had unnecessarily added that last part made him think that having the Uzumaki all in one place was a rarity, which didn't make sense. Unless it did. Wanting to smack himself for having overlooked such a possibility, the Sandaime Hokage finally managed to put the pieces together, theoretically resolving the question as to how the Uzumaki could have gone so many years without being found, if they were still active. Simply put, they divided their numbers to avoid detection. A brilliant plan in its simplicity. And, knowing Keisuke had been the one to order the advance guard to infiltrate Konoha, he wasn't surprised. He'd heard of Keisuke back when Uzumaki-Kyure was still thriving. While he wasn't aware of why they called him Keisuke the Great, he knew of the man's reputation, and it was quite fearsome. Still, if the man was still alive and kicking, he would be well in his 80s, which would help to prove what these children were claiming, since the Uzumaki were notoriously long-lived. So Deo no Keisuke still lives, he mumbled, pondering this new turn of events. Why not just send a missive to inform us? He demanded of Hikari, who shrugged. We were supposed to deliver it before we got sidetracked, she admitted as she pulled out said letter from within her battle attire and offered it to him. With Koro-sama's compliments. Taking the letter with a nod, the Hokage silently read through its contents, most of which was simple confirmation of what the teens had been claiming. Hiruzen's sweat dropped, however, when he read the passage warning him of certain members of the group's tendencies to overdo things, typically resulting in mass collateral damage. A warning a tad too late, Hiruzen contemplated. It's authentic, he judged as he read through the letter. Keisuke was no fool even in his old age, it seemed. He'd included bits and pieces of incriminating evidence to verify his identity throughout the letter, including several anecdotes about the Nidaime that none but a select few would know about. So he's serious about this? Relocating the Uzumaki clan to Konoha? He asked the group in general, though he mostly expected Hikari to field that one. He is, she confirmed. Hiruzen grunted in acquiescence before pondering on the ramifications of such a move. For one thing, he knew he'd have his old teammates on his back for months to come, and Danzo would be insufferable. Ironically, however, he knew it wouldn't be because he'd failed in some way, in their distinguished opinion, but in order to streamline the Uzumaki's integration into Konoha's ranks. Koharu and Hamura would be ecstatic at earning Konoha a new clan, especially one as powerfully renowned as the Uzumaki, whatever their feelings were for the Kyubi Jinchuriki. Danzo, on the other hand, would be one to keep an eye on, as the Warhawk would no doubt seek to leverage the Uzumaki into revealing their prized Fuin techniques. Hiruzen doubted he would succeed. Beyond mere seal masters and a rowdy bunch, the Uzumaki were a proud clan, and he couldn't think of a single traitor having been born to that clan, though granted that could just mean they killed off such people before they could do any damage. Still, this would be an amazing coup if he presided over the arrival of another ancient clan. Though rumors persisted that the Nidaime had been chosen as such due to his successful recruitment of the Hyuga clan, only those old enough to remember those days knew it to be true. While Hiruzen knew he didn't need any further validation of his post, he couldn't deny that getting a massive popularity boost would come in handy, particularly as Hamura and Koharu became more aligned with Danzo than himself. It sounded cold, but Hiruzen had long since reconciled with that part of the job. The Hokage could enforce his own agenda to a certain extent, but the needs of the village outweighed personal philosophies. He didn't have a council to overrule him or make his life a living hell like Suna did. True, but one didn't need a vote to make a leader's life difficult, as Hamura and Koharu had discovered. He could still recall how they had actually backed him up, along with Danzo, miraculously so, when he shot down the civilian proposal for a governing council comprised of the clan heads and prominent civilians. This was a military village, after all, and civilians were only allowed to reside in the village due to the fact that they catered to ninjas. They could leave at any time, too, considering that ever since the first immigrants had arrived, the ninja clans had learned many a trade, some clans even going so far as to be practically self-sufficient. As a matter of fact, most civilians ended up opening shops or restaurants. Very few, if any, civilian artisans remained to justify the handing over of any sort of power. In short, that meant that while their services were indeed invaluable, they were only mere intermediaries, easily replaceable and hardly mission-critical. At most, he could only really recognize their use as future shinobi breeders. Nodding to himself, Hiruzen folded the letter and placed it in his uniform. Very well, he acquiesced. Please have one of your group report to my office here tomorrow afternoon, and I shall have a reply ready for Keisuke-san, he stated. Does that mean we're free to go? Takashi half-asked, half-demanded. He was thankfully quieted by what seemed to be a pain seal being activated, courtesy of a sweetly smiling Maki. Hiruzen made a note not to cross that girl, considering her ability to enact seals with uncanny speed and subtlety. Ignoring the profuse swearing, Hiruzen nodded. Yes, he confirmed as he took a drag from his pipe. This has been a long and confusing evening, and I for one wish to return to my sleep, he stated gruffly. Eyeing Naruto then, he gave the young boy a grandfatherly smile. As for you, Naruto, thank you for returning the scroll and defeating Mizuki. You were very brave, he complimented the child honestly. Naruto, still somewhat stunned by the revelations of the meeting, nonetheless managed to return to his typical, hyperactive self as he grinned brightly and gave the Hokage a radiant thumbs up. No problem, GG, he all but yelled. That bastard had nothing on me. Not what I saw, Hikari grumbled, remembering how the boy had ran away after Irika had gone down. Quite, Hiruzen said in between laughs, much to the disapproval of some of the ANBU, though the Uzumaki group seemed heartened by the kind treatment being levied on the boy. I also understand congratulations are in order? He asked with a knowing smile as he eyed the dirty headband on the boy's forehead. That seemed to kick out any worries and sleepiness from the boy as he jumped about excitedly. Yeah, I'm Genin now. Irika said so. Irika-sensei, said teacher coughed correctively. Whatever. That means I passed the exam, right? He half-asked, half-begged of the Hokage. Said old man chuckled and was about to confirm his statement when Hikari brought up her hand. Wait. Almost immediately, the feeling in the room turned less jovial, though all of the Uzumaki wore frowns at what was happening before them. Is there a problem? The Hokage asked, wishing they'd just let him confirm the boy's graduation and go back to sleep. Old men needed their rest. Damn it. He is Uzumaki, Hikari pointed out quite redundantly, garnering some nods from her group. We ask that graduation be suspended until Elder Keisuke arrives with the other elders to preside over a new exam. Hiruzen frowned. That would set back the students' mission starts quite a bit. That would be highly irregular, he protested, even as Irika grabbed onto a steaming Naruto, who would have gone on to curse Hikari with every dirty word in his remarkably large profane vocabulary if Irika hadn't also slapped a hand over his mouth. Even so, the teacher did seem as upset as the boy, though he managed to keep his cool. Naruto has achieved the minimum required for graduation, and his education falls under the Konoha Educational Charter. I cannot make exceptions of this sort. Hikari planted her hands on her hips as she stood her ground. That boy will become our clan head, she refuted. As such, we are the main interested party in his education and welfare, and from what I saw during today's fight, his ninja skills were poorly developed and based despairingly much on sheer dumb luck and last-second improvisation, she pointed out. Based on what we've seen during our investigations, he seems to have been regularly mistreated during his time at the academy by his teachers and peers, present company excluded. She noted with a nod to Irika, who'd looked away in shame at the mention of his colleagues. We have reason to believe, therefore, that his education has been sabotaged, and this will not do. We will not see our future Tashu let loose upon the ninja world with the barest of skills under his belt. Hiruzen remained silent throughout Hikari's tirade, and had to admit he was quite impressed by her fearlessness in addressing him. Moreover, her passionate plea made him respect her all the more for it, as very few were willing to stand up to him when it really counted. Furthermore, she had a valid point. Even so, he made a note to have the academy faculty investigated for possible child abuse and/or neglect. Without a doubt, Ibiki would have a field day. Very well, he conceded, much to Irika and Naruto's shock, with the latter's expression quickly reflecting feelings of betrayal. Wincing at this, Hiruzen nonetheless remained steadfast as he nodded to Hikari. All student graduation notifications will be revoked, in the spirit of fairness, and a new graduation exam, personally designed by myself and Irika, will be applied under our direct supervision 2 weeks from now. Will that suffice? He asked. Hikari eyed Maki, who made quick, almost indiscernible hand seals before activating her Uzumaki tattoo and making it blink in code. Pausing after finishing, they then saw the tattoo blink in code again, relaying the clan's response. Agreed, she confirmed as she extended her hand. Hiruzen gladly took it and they both shook on their agreement. I imagine you will all be seeing to Naruto's education then? He asked, having deduced the reason they wanted the postponement. Hikari gave a smirk, even as Naruto's eyes widened. Of course, by the time we're through with him, he'll give your best a run for their money. All right, Runt, let's see what you've got, announced Takashi the next morning as he squared off with Naruto at one of the empty training fields. After the night's events, the Uzumaki group had crowded in Naruto's apartment, which had, in turn, nearly caused the group to start an uprising in outrage at his living conditions, which, though modest, were in all fairness still quite good for an orphan, albeit not a future clan head. Nonetheless, he'd managed to talk them down humbly, which seemed quite out of character with the usually loud-mouthed, hyperactive bundle of energy. After a restless night's sleep, however, he'd been all but kicked out of his bed by Natsu and Takashi at 7 in the morning. Even as Sora and Amaya set the table and Hikari cooked away, humming to herself. It was surreal for the boy. Having lived alone his entire life, he could barely comprehend that he now lived with others, much less that he would be living with a whole clan, and for a moment had the urge to scream at the apparent intruders in his apartment. Only remembering the events of the previous night had stopped him from doing so, and he even beamed at Hikari once she mentioned she'd been the one to discover him and protect him from the thugs who'd nearly killed him. That said, he did try to gut her with his fork when he heard they'd ritually destroyed his beloved jumpsuit. From the others' reactions, though, he quickly realized this sort of violent interaction was commonplace with their family, and Natsu and Takashi were quick to give boisterous laughs and even try to challenge each other, before Maki put her foot down, literally, and sealed everyone into place. When the landlord had come around to yell at him, Takashi had answered the door and glared at the landlord until the man wept apologies and nearly soiled himself as he ran away. Laughing together at the cramped table, Naruto had grinned happily as the group interacted like long-lost family, which they were. That said, he really wished Natsu and Takashi hadn't eaten more than half his ramen stock in the process of eating breakfast. After a few more hours of trying to set up a showering schedule and finding privacy to change, the group had set off for one of the training areas, where they now sat about watching Naruto and Takashi square off. While Natsu was considered more powerful than the pierced boy by Keisuke, Takashi was nonetheless a master of close quarters fighting, even more so than Natsu, who was just good at everything that didn't really require brain power. "Don't call me runt, metal face," Naruto shot back, causing Takashi to raise an eyebrow and smirk. "Good spirit? I like that," the pierced boy said as he pulled down on his gloves to make sure they were nice and snug. "Let's see how you do in a fight, however." He spread his arms wide and gave a slightly deranged smile at Naruto. "Come on, try to hit me just once, and if you land a hit, you win." Naruto grinned cockily. "One hit? No problem," he said just before charging right at Takashi, who now frowned. Sitting by the sidelines, the rest of the group, minus Yuki, who'd gone to deliver the official letter to Keisuke, watched as Naruto made a beeline for Takashi, who seemed unimpressed. "Well, he's nothing if not consistent," Hikari mused as she rested her chin on her palms. "Takashi-kun doesn't seem too happy, though," Maki pointed out before wincing as said boy just took a step to the side and completely evaded Naruto's attack, causing the boy to trip and slide a good few meters on the ground. "Ouch! Takashi won't be so easily hit," Natsu said, for once seemingly serious. "He takes fighting seriously, so we can't expect him to give the runt any overt chances." "Tashu Koho, not runt," Amaya corrected idly as she filed away at her fingers. "Have some respect, blockhead." "You want to fight, bitch?" roared Natsu at the unconcerned girl. "Lean right," Maki ordered, and almost instinctively, Hikari did so, just as Naruto went flying by, courtesy of a punch from Takashi. "Takashi-kun's being really rough." "I'll heal Naruto-sama," Sora offered as she got up and started running towards the fallen boy, only to be stopped by Takashi's shout. "Let him be," the pierced boy ordered, arms crossed. "If he needs healing after just that little love tap, he ain't worthy to be ninja, much less clan head."
Oi, oi.
Amaya mumbled as she sweat dropped. "That's going a little far." Naruto, however, seemed reinvigorated by that challenge. "Fuck you, metal face," he shouted back as he got to his feet. "I'm going to become Hokage and clan head if it's the last thing I do," he roared before charging Takashi head on again, causing many from the group to groan in expectation of his next beating. What they didn't know, however, was that Naruto wasn't known as the #1 unpredictable prankster king of Konoha just because it sounded cool. No, his tactical awareness, while undeveloped, was still nonetheless remarkably brilliant in its natural state. Having realized a head-on approach was futile, the boy nonetheless feinted doing so until he was but a few steps away from Takashi, who began twisting on his ankle to deliver a roundhouse kick that would have undoubtedly sent him flying again. This time, however, the boy threw himself forward and slid on the ground until he'd reached Takashi's back and then jumped at the boy, arm ready to deliver a solid punch, just as his opponent turned to face him. Unfortunately, Takashi wasn't the third dragon for nothing either. Instinctively grabbing the boy's arm right out of the air, Takashi gave a roar as he used it to swing the boy away from him, causing Naruto to carve a deep gouge in the ground upon landing. Needless to say, Takashi wasn't the only one surprised by the turn of events. All of his spectators were looking on with wide eyes, and Natsu even had his jaw drop. He'd never seen someone adapt so quickly to fighting Takashi, or take advantage of an opening so fast. "Not bad, kid," Takashi praised, still in his throwing pose. "Nearly got me there." "Bullshit," Naruto coughed as he got to his knees. "You're just toying with me." "Impressive," Takashi praised again. "All right, want another go?" he half-asked, half-taunted as he motioned to himself. To Naruto's credit, he gave an excited grin as he got back to his feet. "Damn right I do," he said. "You said one hit and I win. I'm not backing down till I've done that. Believe it." "Hee. Nice spirit," Takashi commented as the boy charged him again. "But you know, fool me once, shame on you," he said as Naruto once again dodged his initial counterattack and aimed for his back. "Fool me twice, shame on me," he yelled as he quickly twisted and rammed his fist down onto the boy's head, planting it solidly into the ground, where it then exploded in a cloud of smoke. "What?" he yelled in surprise, just as he felt a hostile presence behind him. Quickly jumping away, he managed to dodge Naruto's jump kick just in time, landing instead a solid blow on the blonde's back with a roundhouse kick and sending the Jinchuriki flying again. "Kage Bunshin?" he mused, amused. "Nice trick. But we're fighting with taijutsu here." Naruto groaned as he got to his feet, but still managed to give Takashi a smirk. "You said I had to land a hit. You never said no ninjutsu," he pointed out. Takashi blinked before looking over at the group for confirmation, causing them and Naruto to sweat drop. Sighing, Hikari nodded tiredly. "Yeah, he's right," she confirmed. Scratching his head with a frown, Takashi turned to face Naruto again as he thought things through. Technically, Kage Bunshin could allow the boy to better develop a fighting style more suited to him, rather than one of those strict, kata-based ones Takashi had learned. After all, given the boy's penchant for improvisation, predictability wasn't exactly something he'd take to learning with gusto. "All right then," he agreed as he slid into a fighting stance, his frown turning serious. "Kage Bunshin's allowed, but no other jutsus," he ordered. "Same rules as before, but with one added rule. You hit me once, you win. However, this time I'll be fighting back, so if instead you can avoid getting knocked out in 10 minutes, you win."
Oi, oi.
Grumbled Hikari. "Don't go crazy on him now." Takashi made no sign to have heard the team leader, so when Naruto grinned excitedly and approved of the new rules, Takashi smirked and immediately disappeared, reappearing mid-swing in front of the blonde, who only managed to dodge at the last second. "Holy crap," Naruto yelled as Takashi left a small crater where he used to be. "What the hell, man?" Takashi glanced up at his prey with a smirk. "I said I'd be fighting too, remember? Don't disappoint me now and chicken out, runt," he yelled as he launched himself at Naruto once more. Said doomed blonde quickly evaded the next punch, kick, and combo, but only just barely. Cursing, he realized that Takashi's blows were perfectly timed to prevent him from using the Kage Bunshin. Strangely, it reminded him of how Sasuke fought. Eyes widening, Naruto realized that comparison was quite correct. Like against Sasuke, He couldn't find a single opening in Takashi's moves, often leaving him in a bind. Eventually, getting backed up so much resulted in his losing, which meant he either had to find an opening quick or... An idea lit up Naruto's frowning expression. Jumping back to avoid another drop kick from his trainer, he spread out his footing for better leverage and, unlike the other times, didn't move the second Takashi showed up in front of him again, ready to knock him out. Instead, Naruto quickly crossed his arms over his chin, just as Takashi landed a decent blow that sent him flying again. From the looks of the older teen, he'd been disappointed at having managed to do so. "Giving up already, runt?" Takashi asked with a frown. "I know you could have dodged that one." Lying on his back, Naruto smirked up at the sky. "Like hell metal face." He shot back, bringing up his hands to form a familiar seal. "I just needed the time to do this," he shouted.
Tahu kage bunsin no jutsu.
"Oh, Asish," Takashi swore as he rushed forward to stop Naruto. Too little, too late. A good 50 clones appeared due to Naruto's inexperienced handling of the technique. While daunting to look at, the Uzumaki group knew they didn't stand a chance against Takashi, especially if they all fought like Naruto at the moment. Even so, it was an impressive accomplishment, though Hikari had already seen him perform a much larger-scale version of this technique. With a deafening, collective battle roar, the tide of blondes rushed at Takashi, who smirked as he widened his stance and felt a rush of adrenaline at fighting so many opponents at the same time. Lashing out with short punches and fluid kicks, Takashi took on every single clone at the same time, managing to score a hit with every blow he threw. Heck, at one point he just grabbed one of the attacking clones by the feet and began using him as a flail against the others, much to the group's amusement. Eventually, the constant popping of shadow clones ensured that most of Takashi's immediate vicinity was covered in smoke, though the teen couldn't quite tell due to having descended into a battle frenzy, as he took great pleasure going all out on the horde of blondes. On the sidelines, Hikari sighed knowingly even as Maki kept relating the events happening inside the cloud of smoke, one hand on the ground and in a spiral seal array. "Takashi's going to lose," Hikari judged. "Because time's running out, Hikari-ne?" asked Sora curiously. The team leader shook her head as she rested her cheek in her palm. "He's lost awareness of his surroundings." The more battle-experienced members nodded gravely at the assertion, including Natsu, who'd also noticed that Takashi was starting to lose himself in his fight. As for said Pierce teen, he'd had to admit he'd never quite had this much fun in quite a while. With the Kage Bunshins around to give him a veritable horde of practice dummies, he'd had to cut a little loose in order to deal with the increased numbers, though individually they remained terrible at taijutsu. Still, the growing unpredictability of their attacks ensured he remained on his toes. Feeling another clone coming at him from behind, Takashi swept his leg in a reverse heel kick, only to blink in surprise as this particular clone dodged it with a grin, just as another clone came down onto his head, courtesy of being thrown by two other clones. Realizing their tactics were finally evolving, Takashi grinned as he jumped in time to avoid the lower clone's attack, twisted in the air, and pulled the upper clone into a devastating body slam onto the ground. Already turning towards his new target, Takashi was suddenly caught off guard as he felt something solid hit his leg. Blinking, he stopped mid-attack against a clone and looked down to see the body-slammed clone not disappear. Instead, said clone had reached out and weakly hit him on the leg. Realizing he'd been had, Takashi was about to grin in praise when he felt another solid hit land on his cheek, staggering him. Then a kick to his ribs, another punch to his face, a sweep to drop him, more punching and kicking. Pretty soon, Takashi was on the ground being beaten to a pulp by a wave of pissed-off blondes bent on exacting revenge for the beatings they'd suffered at his hands. Needless to say, the Uzumaki group sweat-dropped at the scene. "Natsu," Hikari spoke up. "You're up," said pink-haired dragon grinned excitedly and slammed a fist into an open palm. "Finally," he declared as he walked over to the scene of mass beating. "Oi, shrimp, time's up. I'm your opponent now." And so began another round of taijutsu training. As Hikari watched Sora heal the stain on the ground called Naruto's wounds after a grueling session against Natsu, she pondered on the results of that hour's training session. Without a doubt, teaching the boy theory was a bad idea. Anyone with a brain could see the boy was all about learning with his body. Sitting him down and trying to teach him theory would just prove an exercise in both futility and frustration, and Hikari wasn't nearly masochistic enough to try her hand at that. On the other hand, there was a number of subjects that were purely theoretical that he would have to learn, even if only to have it handy just in case. "I've seen enough," she stated as she got back up, shouldering her summoning scroll straps once more. Amaya, Natsu, and the bandaged-up mummy called Takashi all looked at her, while Maki remained sitting, her head bowed and hands still within the seal array in order to monitor the training field surroundings. Walking over to Naruto and Sora, who was happily chatting away with the blonde as she healed him, Hikari looked down at his stricken form with a frown. "You suck," she told him bluntly. "Hey! Shut up. It's the truth." She cut him off immediately, also shooting Sora a glare to cut off her defense of the blonde. "Pretty much the only impressive thing about you is your stamina, which we all have, your massive chakra reserves, and your on-the-fly planning. Beyond that, you suck something awful." Naruto lay there, glaring a hole into her head, which she shrugged off. "Fortunately for you, we can fix that," she stated, but just as quickly shot down his rising hopes. "Unfortunately for you, we're not the best teachers the clan has to offer, so you probably won't get the best grade when the exam comes around. That said, you won't be dead last either." "Well, at least you're honest," Naruto grumbled. "Get used to it," Hikari stated before motioning towards Natsu. "See the idiot there? I'm the one who looked after him, growing up." She ignored Natsu's indignant roar and attempt at throttling her. A failed attempt once Maki sealed him into place with instinctive ease. "Now, until Keisuke Koro gets here, I'm going to be in charge of you, so expect me to ride your ass until you get to an acceptable level. We've only got 2 weeks to do so, so unless you break a bone, I expect you to work with all you've got, understood?" Meekly, Naruto nodded, and Hikari left with a satisfied smile. Shortly thereafter, Natsu sidled up to Naruto and sat by the stricken boy, giving him a commiserating smile. "She must like you," the pink-haired boy noted. "You think? She just said I suck." Natsu grinned. "She told me that when we first met, too." He reminisced fondly to when Hikari and he had been kids. "She doesn't mean anything by it. She's just blunt that way." "Crazy bitch," muttered Naruto, causing Natsu to laugh and Sora to chide him for his language. "She's a little heavy, yeah, but Karine has her heart in the right place," Natsu opined. "She's strong, too." "Stronger than you?" Naruto asked archly, prompting a shrug from Natsu. "Sometimes, yeah. She wasn't picked as team leader just 'cause she's cute, you know." Natsu reminded Naruto with a grin. Keisuke Koro wanted to make her a field agent even before she got assigned the mission that started this whole thing. "How strong is she, then?" asked Naruto, curious. Natsu shrugged again. "Not nearly as strong as Akam, Kimiko, or Raiden, or even Old Man Hiroki or Keisuke Koro," he estimated. "And probably not as strong as me all around. But if she's got her summons out, she'd be tough to take down," he guessed, having never gone all out with Hikari before. Still, her skill at summoning was nothing to sneeze at, and even Kimiko had praised her for her talent. "My guess is she's what you guys call Tokubetsu Jounin." Naruto's eyes widened at that estimate. Tokubetsu Jounin, or Special Jounin, were those who, while not all around as skilled as a full Jounin, nonetheless excelled in one or more particular fields at the Jounin level. Most Tokubetsu Jounin tended not to be field combat officers, since the village required a great deal of skilled investigators, interrogators, torturers, and cryptographers on hand at all times. In fact, Naruto couldn't really say he knew any Tokubetsu Jounin. Still, to have his training in the hands of one suddenly didn't sound so bad. The two heard a soft popping sound then, and looked up to see Hikari stretching her neck to the left and right, one arm resting on her massive summoning scroll. Suddenly, Both Natsu and Naruto felt the pit of their stomachs descend sharply. "All right, you've had your fun with the idiot duo," she said with a growing smirk. "Oh, said two idiots shouted in indignation, though one of them was muffled by the amount of bandages wrapped around his head, courtesy of Naruto's payback beating. "Shut up. Go sit with the others," she ordered. Predictably, Natsu cowered from her wrath and joined the others on the sidelines. She then returned her attention to Naruto and Sora. "Sora, is he good for another round?" The fourth dragon glanced at her patient nervously before giving him an apologetic look. "He is," she confirmed. "Sorry," she mouthed at him as she got up and scurried away. Grumbling at backstabbing clansmen, Naruto slowly got back up to his feet, mentally vowing revenge on Natsu and Sora for leaving him at the not-so-tender mercies of Hikari. Said Doombringer grinned viciously as she watched Naruto take a stance. "Good, you're learning," she praised lightly before bringing forward her scroll and setting it up vertically on the ground. "But this lesson ain't gonna be about fighting." "What?" asked Naruto, confused. "For the next half hour, I will be attacking you like crazy. You have that long to survive," she explained, ignoring his question or the general wincing of her clansmen. Without any further warning, she grabbed the edge of the scroll and gave a powerful pull, revealing to Naruto the most complicated sets of seal arrays he'd ever seen. "Kuchios!" she called out, causing a decent number of smoke bursts to appear out of nowhere all around her. When the smoke settled, Naruto swallowed audibly as he watched foxes, eagles, and wolves of all shapes and sizes materialize, all of them already ready to visit great bodily harm on him if he wasn't careful. "Training time," Hikari sang out. "Start. Get 'im, boys." With a chorus of howls and shrieks, Hikari's summons zeroed in on Naruto, who yelled hysterically as he ran away from the horde of summons. A week and a half passed in this manner. Mornings, and by mornings, Hikari meant mornings, were entirely dedicated to taijutsu, where Takashi, Natsu, and Hikari took turns beating the crap out of Naruto while he rapidly improved his stances and battle tactics under pain of great bodily harm. At first, he'd only managed to pull off basic fighting tactics, but that had soon changed once the group had discovered Naruto's Shadow Clone's abilities at information transmission. The discovery was a complete accident, naturally. Maki, who along with Sora and Amaya took turns at teaching him more theoretical concepts during the afternoons, had asked him to retrieve a book from the library, but Naruto, beaten and bruised from the morning session, had been unwilling to go personally, and so had sent out a shadow clone to do it for him. A few minutes later, he'd clutched his head in an involuntary wince. When asked what had happened, he said he'd been hit on the head by something hard. Knowing the boy hadn't taken a foot out of his bed, Maki had sent out Amaya to check out the place where Naruto claimed he'd been assaulted. As it turned out, someone had tripped with their groceries, letting a large melon go flying in the process and beating Naruto's clone on the back of the head, dispelling it. When Amaya had reported this, Maki gained a gleam in her eyes that Naruto really didn't like and, proclaiming this to be, for science, ordered him to summon a baker's dozen of clones. Unwilling to argue with the crazy lady, Naruto obliged, and Maki soon began experimenting on them by having them leave the room and perform various chores. After a few minutes, she ordered one to dispel and asked Naruto if he suddenly knew something. Upon confirmation, Maki then began demanding for mass dispellings in order to find the limit of information able to be transmitted. Suffice to say, when he reached 50 dispels, he'd gained a massive headache. At 70 simultaneous dispels, which had left him feeling quite drained to begin with, he passed out. Then she wanted to find out at what point the transmission of information began to deteriorate, which brought on another session of headache-inducing dispels. They eventually managed to pin the optimal simultaneous dispel number at about 23. Any more than that, and some of the information got lost in the process. Still, the Seal Master figured that if he just staggered the dispels, he'd be fine. Unfortunately for Naruto, the Kagebunshin's remarkable ability opened up a whole new world of pain as Takashi, Natsu, and Hikari now ordered him to train simultaneously with roughly 200 clones. all of whom would have to train in basic combat forms and battle tactics until Naruto could iron out the kinks in his style. As if things couldn't get any worse, Naruto had also had his daily ramen intake plummet as Amaya and Sora, who were in charge of his overall health as well as certain areas of studies, began buying ingredients from the market and making far more healthy foods. Tears streaming from his eyes, the blonde had more than once been forced to eat yucky veggies and seaweed, both of which he hated with a passion. At least he wasn't alone in his suffering. Having introduced Takashi and Natsu to Ichiraka's ramen, both boys had gotten hooked on the stuff, and were similarly outraged when Sora and Amaya had put their foot down and roped them into Naruto's new diet. Suffice to say, an immobilizing array from Maki and the threat of unleashing Hikari's wolf summons on their genitals had been enough to cow the two warriors. It wasn't just Takashi, Natsu, and Hikari abusing his clones, however. Sora, Amaya, and Maki, when she wasn't using him as her experimental guinea pig, all ordered him to use the Kage Bunshin when studying so as to speed up his studies. By the end of a period of a week and a half, under the express and impossibly strenuous work schedule the group had imposed on him, Naruto was finally considered to be passable at worst, good at best. He still wouldn't get Rookie of the Year, nor was he considered a genius, but for once he wouldn't be the dead last of his class, which was more than enough for his trainers. For now, anyway. On the other hand, they couldn't wait till Kimiko and Keisuke got their hands on him. Hell, the evil grins, coupled with the malevolent cackling they gave him whenever the topic came up, was enough to thoroughly unnerve him and develop performance anxiety. Even though he knew they were family, Naruto couldn't help but start thinking perhaps he'd been better off alone. At the western gates of Konoha, Izumo and Kotetsu, the so-called gatekeepers of Konoha, for no other reason than the fact that their antics kept landing them that duty over and over again, stood half asleep as the new day dawned on Konohagakure. Predictably, not much needed to be done for the two, since most of the registration process happened once past the gates. The gatekeepers, in truth, were merely there to provide armed support in case things got rowdy, or if an invasion happened and someone needed to hold back the enemy forces while the gates were shut. Either way, it wasn't the most glamorous of jobs, and Izumo thoroughly blamed Kotetsu for landing them this gig over and over again. The more stern of the duo was perhaps a fraction more awake than his companion, but even so, his rigid code of self-discipline forced him to maintain an alert facade, at the very least, due to his opinion that the first thing visitors to Konoha should see was the professionalism of its shinobi. Unfortunately, Kotetsu disagreed, which made for an odd sight, really, as visitors arrived at the massive gates. On the one hand, a stiff, professional soldier, while on the other a sleeping, hunched-over, snot-bubble-forming layabout. Honestly, was it a wonder the other shinobi countries considered Konoha a hippie village? Damn it, Kotetsu. Izumo growled under his breath after the 15th time a pair of visitors laughed discreetly while pointing at his sleeping partner. Grabbing one of his patented Kotetsu awakening devices, read, a pebble, he discreetly flung it at his colleague, nailing him in the forehead. "Sonafab," said Victim roared as he jerked awake. "Pipe down," Izumo chastised his friend and bar-hopping wingman. "And try not to embarrass yourself more than you already have," he grunted. "Honestly, a good shinobi," he started to rant, before realizing Kotetsu had fallen asleep again. Hoo. Kotetsu was mumbling pervertedly in his sleep, causing a pair of cute girls walking into Konoha giggle. "Yes, that's it. Right there, Mistress Anko. I've been a naughty boy." Wham. Kotetsu was suddenly mumbling for a whole new reason as Izumo nailed him in the temple with his guard staff. "Stop sleeping," he roared, any of his own sleepiness now thoroughly banished and replaced by good old-fashioned rage. "Strange," Kotetsu mumbled into the dirt. "Should I be tasting dirt? Oh wait, there's the blood. Ow wow." Izumo sighed as he watched his partner writhe in pain on the ground, ignoring the somewhat shocked and amused looks passerbys were throwing them. "See? Now people will be looking at us weirdly and reporting us to the Hokage for screwing around," he accused Kotetsu, ignoring the fact that he was the one who'd given his friend a mild concussion. I don't know about you, Ko, but I hate guard duty. I hate it. Sorry, what? Kotetsu mumbled, his face still planted on the ground. I was busy counting the spots I'm now seeing. Oh, pretty. Izumo sighed again, finding it oddly depressing that this one act of exasperation was quickly becoming his trademark habit. Hell, he knew there were some amongst the Chunin ranks who'd begun calling him Sighing Izumo. Never mind that the nickname sucked, it was also scarily accurate regarding his state of mind these days. It was at that moment that something caught Izumo's eye. At first, he dismissed it as nothing, but grew more cautious as it became apparent that perhaps there was more to this than met the eye, especially considering the gait of some of them. Namely, there was a large group of people coming towards the gate. Normally, this wasn't a concern, seeing as how Konoha thrived on traveling merchants and immigrants. Nonetheless, this group was larger than what was usually seen and was certainly not a trade caravan given the lack of, well, wares. At first glance, Izumo made out about 70 people within eyesight, but the cloud of dust that rose up subtly behind the group told him there were more he couldn't see. Oi, Kotetsu, enough playing around? He grunted at his comrade, who swiftly picked himself up and stood on guard, as if he hadn't just been beamed in the head by his friend's rather hard guard staff. Trouble? The spiky-haired Chunin asked cautiously. Dunno, Izumo admitted as they both tensed. Get ready to call for reinforcements, though, just in case. A grunt of acknowledgement answered him as the group neared the entrance. As they did, Izumo discerned various things from them. First off, it was definitely not a trade caravan. There were no carts of goods to be sold, though he could spy a few covered carts, and none of the travelers seemed to fit the part of wandering salesmen, and those were pretty easy to recognize by their opulent taste in fashion. Secondly, if this was an invasion force, it was a terrible attempt at doing so. Ignoring the fact that attacking one of the 5 villages head-on was fucking retarded, oh, how little those poor, unknowing fools knew. The fact was that the casual and loud manner in which the group traveled simply smashed any chances of their approach being undetectable. Still, there was something about how they were approaching the gate that made him uncomfortable, and from the looks of it, Kotetsu had picked up on it as well. Simply put, it was in the way they walked. Years of active ninja duty had taught Izumo that civilians and trained warriors walked differently. Civilians who rarely, if ever, needed to be cautious about the loudness of their footsteps or the ability to slide into a battle stance, tended to walk heavily, usually going heel first and so forth. Warriors, however, were the complete opposite. Needing to be constantly ready to fight at any given moment, warriors trained themselves to advance either with a solid, flat gait, or with a slide in their step, usually causing the toes to land first and then the heel. Various schools of the warrior arts asserted various reasons for the different way of walking they espoused, but all of them transmitted a visual tell for any trained warrior to observe if they were supposed to detect enemy agents. And tellingly, all of the approaching crowd had the warrior's step. Making subtle signs to the guardsmen he knew were watching from the battlements at the top of the massive wall, Izumo readied his free hand to make the appropriate signal for the guardsmen to shut the gate and alert the village's entire military force. At the same time, he shared a glance with Kotetsu and then advanced a few steps, soon joined by his friend. Together, they lowered their staff-holding arm horizontally ever so slightly so as to cross the 2 weapons in a poor, but obviously quite symbolic gesture of impediment. Halt! Izumo ordered the group as they came within 20 feet of the pair. Please state your names and intentions, he stated seriously, half ready to break out into a battle stance if challenged. Fortunately, he'd kept his kunai blade stored in a paper seal he kept handy at all times. Embarrassingly, he also kept Kotetsu's. To his utter confusion, however, the group didn't seem the least bit intimidated, or even annoyed by his and Kotetsu's presence. In fact, some of them seemed to exchanging Rio bills and grumbling, while others cackled in glee at their newly gained wealth. Told you they'd freak out, one of the men mumbled to the other, who simply grumbled and glared at the 2 guards for making him lose money. Oi! What the hell's the damn holdup? A deep, growling voice broke through Izumo and Kotetsu's shock at the casual manner in which the group was acting. Practically springing apart, the group let through a tall, blonde teen with a lightning bolt scar over his left eye, followed shortly by a teenage girl with blood-red hair wearing a rather fearsome-looking Yoroi chestplate inscribed with a familiar swirl over her heart. Raiden. Izumo heard several mumble the name as they glanced at him with equal parts respect and fear. Apparently, despite his age, he was one to be wary of. Judging from the looks people were giving the redhead, though, he was more than willing to bet she qualified under that category too. "Kimiko, Raiden, stand down," grumbled an old voice, and to Izumo's surprise, the two did exactly that, sliding out of their battle-ready stances and moving apart to let through a diminutive old man. Izumo blinked once, then twice to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Nope, still there. Walking towards them was a tiny old man who seemed quite at ease with the situation around him. His outfit a standard black shinobi uniform with sleeveless flak jacket. All in all, what seemed to be a standard Chunin/Jonin outfit in Konoha. With one exception. Where Konoha's flak jackets held 2 large pouches on the front, this one had nearly 6, which seemed a bit much in the Konoha Chunin's opinion. Nonetheless, it was a clear sign that these were outsiders. "Please state your name and intentions," Izumo demanded sternly once more. Outnumbered or not, he would still cling to protocol. The old man gazed up at him curiously before cupping his chin in confusion. He mused. "Didn't those brats hand in my letter?" Izumo and Kotetsu's unyielding stare soon had Kimiko sigh out loud and Raiden smack his face in exasperation. Behind them, the crowd began to chuckle amongst themselves. "I knew it," groaned the blonde teen. "It was too much to hope that Natsu and the rest would remember," Kimiko agreed. "Oi, Hikari-chan's the one in charge, not Natsu." Another teen spoke up as he pushed himself to the front. "She's not so dull as that." "Wait, did you say Natsu?" Kotetsu spoke up, a flash of recognition passing through his face. Turning his head towards his friend, while still keeping the crowd within peripheral eyesight, Kotetsu addressed Izumo. "Wasn't that the guy who landed a bunch of Chunin in the hospital during the you-know-what incident?" He euphemistically reminded his friend, uncomfortable with releasing sensitive information in front of strangers. "Now that you mention it," Izumo agreed, eyeing the strangers. To his surprise, all of them seemed to sigh in exasperation. "I take it it's the same guy. Pink hair? Black vest? Wears a scarf?" listed off Raiden, only to deadpan as the 2 guards nodded. "Yeah, that's the idiot all right," he confirmed before eyeing the black-haired teen. "I thought you were joking about that," said teen shrugged. "You should have known better." The diminutive man then coughed, bringing Izumo's attention back to him. "Anyway, if everything panned out, your boss should know we were coming," he told them before slowly forming a grin. "If not, please let that old monkey know that Yuzushiogekure's Uzumaki clan has arrived." If anyone had told the Sandaime that he'd one day be sitting down with part of the elders of the Uzumaki clan over sake in his office, he'd have had that person institutionalized on the spot. Yet here they both were, well, sort of. One of them had excused herself to stay with the rest to make sure they didn't get into trouble. In his office, sharing a cup of sake as the rest of the clan remnants waited either at the anteroom, the hallway, the library, or outside the building, seeing as how there wasn't nearly enough space to hold the Uzumaki numbers. For a dead clan, there sure seemed to be a whole lot of them. "I still can't believe that after all these years, so many of you managed to escape the destruction of Yuzu." Hiruzen spoke grimly before drinking from his cup, having figured he'd need the liquid courage for this meeting. Boy, had he nailed that call. "So many," Keisuke mused just as grimly. "So little, you must mean." Yuzushiogekure had many clans, but most of them were kin to the Uzumaki by marriage. "Very few of us escaped," he corrected. "What you see outside is roughly half of the survivors of Yuzu." "That's still quite significant, Uzumaki-san," Hiruzen pointed out. "The Hyuga, the most numerous of our clans, numbers maybe a little more than half of your survivors at most." "The Hyuga weren't a country unto themselves," Keisuke riposted as he stared down at his cup forlornly. Even as he spoke, He could still see so many faces of deceased loved ones. Too many. It was fortunate any of us escaped the great destruction. Hiruzen, seeing how the conversation was affecting his fellow aged shinobi, decided not to press the point. Nonetheless, the two did have something to discuss. Your advance guard made quite the impression here a couple of weeks ago. Hiruzen switched tracks, offering the man an amused smile. Put over 100 of my men out of commission for the night. That did the trick, as Keisuke snorted before gulping down his cup in one go. Yeah, Yuki told me, he said. Morons had no self-control. To be fair, they were stopping a mob from lynching a small boy. Right about that. Keisuke's expression grew dark, causing Hiruzen to stiffen. I trust it's been made clear that any further assaults on our clan head will be met with vicious retaliation, he stated more than asked. Hiruzen eyed the elder calmly and quietly for a moment. No, he replied calmly, and just before Keisuke could explode with anger, he put up a halting hand. There's a reason for that. What reason could there be to leave that boy out of his family's protection? Demanded Keisuke. You are not a clan of Konoha, Hiruzen pointed out as he folded his hands on his lap. You have no authority here, either as a clan or even as individuals. If you wish to exercise either, you must first become part of the village your clansman is part of. That's not much of an issue, Keisuke growled, though his anger seemed to lessen. It was part of our plans to begin with. Oh, but there are issues to that, Hiruzen remarked. If Konoha admits your clan to our ranks, what would happen to your enemies? He asked. Kiri, Kumo, Iwa, Umi. These four nations unbelievably joined forces to erase your home from the map. An unprecedented and unrepeated event, and 3 of these now make up 3/5 of the great shinobi villages. Konoha can scarcely afford having 3 of the world's major powers aiming for it. Hiruzen hadn't wanted to play this card, but after having come down from his high at being the Hokage to preside over the resurgence of the Uzumaki clan, he'd begun to realize the drawbacks that having the Seal Masters around could bring Konoha. Keisuke, for his part, couldn't fault the Hokage for pointing this out. Any village that claimed the Uzumaki amongst their numbers could soon face the combined fear and hatred of the alliance that had destroyed Uzushigakure. Are you saying you will not allow us residence in Konoha? He asked seriously. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. Not at all, he answered smoothly. I'm just asking a question. If the Uzumaki join Konoha, what could you offer us that would offset the horrible possibility of a 4th ninja war erupting? Negotiation. Keisuke was all too familiar with this game. He'd had to play it with the other elders at their latest meeting, and all of his life before the fall of Yuzu, and even so only one had sided with him. The other 2 elders had, for all intents and purposes, given up hope on reforging the clan, and were not convinced with Keisuke's guarantees regarding the new clan head. It was far from a lost cause, but Keisuke knew that the clan head would have to personally seek them out and prove himself to them before the family could be truly reunited. The question the Hokage posed, however, had merit. What could the Uzumaki offer Konoha? Naturally, sharing the clan's most prized Fuin techniques was out of the question. He knew, for instance, that the Hyuga never shared a damn thing of theirs with the village, and he wasn't going to be the only one bending over backwards to please the leadership of the village. The Uzumaki weren't lapdogs of anyone. Manpower, I suppose, would be the best answer, Keisuke stated. Our clan may have been diminished in size, but not in power. With the few that have decided to follow me here, I bring you medics, seal masters, summoning specialists, interrogators, torturers, combat specialists of every kind. Konoha's military strength would rise considerably with us around. I should expect so, Hiruzen agreed as he lit his pipe. Yet, what else? Considerable rise in military strength or not, this would hardly put us on par with 3 of the world's greatest military powers. Keisuke knew the Hokage wanted something, but couldn't figure out what. Narrowing his eyes, Keisuke decided to call the man out on it. What do you want? He asked bluntly. Hiruzen smiled, finally getting to the point. I have no doubts in my ninja's will of fire, he stated as he placed his pipe in his mouth. All of them would gladly fight to the bitter end to protect their homes and comrades, as would I. However, there's no harm in tipping the scales a little, he said, smirking as he thought of his colleague in IWA. By offering our side a boost, is there? No, there isn't, Keisuke agreed warily. So here's what I propose, Hiruzen continued. In exchange for full citizenship, clan status, and lands on which to build your home, Konoha will require the following. First, that the Uzumaki clan will aid our sensor and interception division in strengthening and improving upon the detection barrier and providing backup for the interception team. Second, we will require you to develop new, proprietary seals that would aid in monitoring activity within the village and the village's surroundings. If anything, your infiltration team managed to point out how woefully ineffective our barriers have become, if one had a mind to it, and I would appreciate it if you would give thought to supplying a teacher of basic fuinjutsu for our academy, as it is a dying art here, he stated. Third, we would also gladly welcome your efforts in strengthening our walls and gates with those remarkable seals of yours. And finally, any cooperation you can give to the hospital, of course, he said with a smile. Keisuke had years to practice not showing overt relief or anger in the midst of negotiations. Thus, when he heard the terms proposed, it was all he could do not to sigh in relief. As terms went, these were well within reasonable, and in no cases was it mentioned that the Uzumaki had to give up their precious techniques. This is acceptable to us, he stated, knowing his sole counterpart dealing with the clansmen outside would concur. Hiruzen smiled genuinely as the negotiations finalized, opening a drawer and picking up a sheet of paper. Excellent, he said with a grin as he placed the paper on his desk and brought out his personal seal. Then may this be the beginning of a wonderful new chapter in the relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan, he declared before stamping it, showing to Keisuke he'd already had everything set up for the Uzumaki's ingression into Konoha's ranks. Naruto was freaking out. When he'd awoken that morning, having gotten used to Hikari's insane training schedule, he'd half expected his kinsman to burst into his room and drag him to the training field. When they hadn't after a few minutes, Naruto had frowned, wondering if something was up, or worse, what if they were setting him up for another prank? He didn't think he could handle being Maki's experimental test dummy for much longer. Slowly working himself up into a mild hysteria, this feeling was only compounded when he marched out of his room and found the group stonily silent in his living room. Staring around, he'd asked, half expecting them to jump him, "What's up? You all look like someone died." Maki flinched at that. Sora sniffled a bit. Amaya put a comforting hand on Sora's shoulder, and the two boys glared at him. Only Hikari, who was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, seemed to have it together enough to answer him. Sighing and pushing herself off the wall, she still didn't make eye contact with him. "Someone did," she told him. "A clansman." The words pierced Naruto's heart more than he thought it would. Having never had family before, he'd nonetheless connected with the group extraordinarily fast. Still, given the small amount of time he'd been around them, he'd half expected to feel a little detached from their problems. Experience taught him otherwise. "What?" he breathed. "Who?" "No one you knew," Takashi mumbled as he leaned forward and stared at the floor. "Anoka," Hikari supplied, ignoring Takashi's rudeness. "Uzumaki Anoka. She was killed on mission."
Honokane.
Sora wept quietly, Amaya's comforting gestures sadly doing nothing to alleviate the girl's sadness. Maki, too, could be heard sniffing. "Yuki came by to tell us," Hikari continued through Sora's sobs. "She died a week ago. Another name for the tablet." Natsu growled at that and quickly left the room, causing Naruto to look after him confusedly. "What's wrong with Natsu?" he asked. "His parents are on the memorial tablet too," Takashi spoke up. "He gets like that every time it's brought up." Hikari sighed again. "Anyway, the clans arrived," she told Naruto. "Keisuke Koro is meeting the Hokage, but it should be over soon. You should get ready," she told her future clan head. "Anything you want to take to your new home, you better bring it too." This place is too small for all of us. Naruto blinked a few times before a smile grew from cheek to cheek. There, here, he asked, his previous sadness quickly evaporating. My family is here? Despite the tragic news Yuki had given them, Hikari couldn't help the smile that blossomed on her face as she watched the blonde react with genuine happiness at the news. Looking at her clansmen, she saw that they, too, seemed cheered up by his mood shift. Yeah. So go get ready already, she snapped, reverting to her usual drill master personality and pointing at him. Honestly, do you want your first meeting with the clan to be in your pajamas? Eep, Naruto squeaked before dashing back into his room. The tension in the room effectively shattered and replaced with good-natured chuckles. Naruto wouldn't admit it, but it had pained him to see his family members suffer so much at the news of a fellow clansman's death. He'd only spent with them 2 weeks, but in that time he'd gotten to know them and already treasured them. He knew Hikari was only acting the part she was most comfortable with, and that Takashi was rude to everyone, but both were well-meaning. Sora had a beautiful heart incapable of hating others. Maki was a little crazy but extremely protective. Amaya was a little aloof, but caring. And Natsu was an idiot but strong and fiercely loyal. Yet, in that instant where he'd walked in on their grieving, none of them had appeared as the clansmen he'd come to know, and it scared him. Was this what it meant to have filial bonds? Would he, too, react that way to the death of a clansman? Up till this point, he'd only ever seen others grieve, but as he had nothing to begin with, he had never experienced it himself. He supposed the closest he'd gotten to that point was when Irika had nearly died at the hands of Mizuki, but even so, his teacher had gotten better and so had Naruto as a result. Suddenly, getting a family seemed a lot more scary than he'd thought possible. And just as quickly, Naruto crushed those feelings of fear. Family was family. It was the one thing he'd wished for so long, and he wouldn't now let those bonds slip from his grasp. If it came with having to experience such scary feelings, he'd weather it, just as he weathered 13 years of loneliness. In fact, he would give it his all to gain the respect of his clan, and protect each and every one of them so they'd never have to grieve again. It was a childish promise, without a doubt, but it was sufficient to give Naruto newfound willpower as he suddenly broke into a mad dash and began packing whatever he considered valuable, which wasn't much, since he rarely if ever got the chance to acquire personal effects. "Oi! What the hell's that racket?" he heard Hikari yell from the living room. There was no Uzumaki clan compound, yet. Nonetheless, when the group plus Naruto arrived at the spot of land, the Hokage, discreetly of course, the Mizuki incident hadn't had a chance to blow over just yet, so the Sandaime had wisely decided to minimize Naruto's public presence until it did. Had deemed fit for their use, they could already see various tents pitched up and a few construction scaffolds here and there where they assumed the first few buildings would be set up. To Naruto, even if there was no sprawl of buildings to await him, the experience was amazing nonetheless. As his escorts and he approached the open field, he saw many figures walking to and fro carrying building materials or kids running around playing games, and the sight made him smile eagerly. These were his clansmen, his family. He'd once had the displeasure of coming across a bunch of Hyuga in town, and he'd always thought the big clans like them would act prissy and uptight, but his family shattered that image into itty-bitty pieces. If anything, they were more like what Choji, Kiba, and Shikamaru told him their families were like. And he loved it.
Oi!
Natsu called out with a wide grin, his earlier grieving all but forgotten as he waved wildly at his clansmen. "We're back." A few of the older men who were working on a construction scaffold turned to see who was shouting at them and grinned back at the approaching group. "Hey, Natsu's back with the others," one of them called out, quickly snowballing into a chorus of similar shouts and approaching clansmen coming to greet them. After all, there wasn't a person in the Uzumaki clan who didn't know the group's mission. Their return thus meant only one thing. "Check it out, it's the clan head." A shout went up as the clansmen gathered with impressive speed and disorganization until the group was all but surrounded by avid clansmen. While Naruto was somewhat taken aback by this sudden onrush of positive-minded people, being that his typical run-in with such a large crowd tended to result in beatings or insult throwing, Natsu and the rest of the group were having a blast. The pink-haired boy was bumping forearms with an older man who was grinning toothily at the boy, while Maki and Amaya were happily chatting away with some of the older and similar-aged girls. Sora was blushing under the praise of numerous clansmen, while Hikari and Takashi simply basked under the attention they were receiving. "So this is the new clan head?" he heard one of the men asked, causing serious performance anxiety to rise up in Naruto. Would they accept him? Would they even so much as like him? He was so close to having his family back. He was utterly terrified of losing them. Natsu answered by resting an arm on Naruto's head, much to his irritation, the pink-haired boy's amusement. "Damn straight," he confirmed. "He's a brat, but he's got what it takes, I think." "There's a scary thought," another clansman shouted, eliciting both laughter from the rest of the clan and a throbbing vein on Natsu's forehead. "What was that, asshole?" the pink-haired fighting wonder roared. "Tis so loud." Amaya clicked her tongue in well-worn annoyance. Where could Yuki-kun be? Please don't start any fights, Natsu and I. Sora was all but begging the second dragon. A futile attempt, but she couldn't not try. "A fight, eh?" Takashi mused with a growing grin. "Sounds good. Who wants a piece?" he challenged. "Here we go again." Hikari sighed in exasperation, smacking her forehead. "What's that? Fight?" someone called. "I'm in. Bring it on," another yelled. "I'll take you all on," Natsu roared above all others. Inevitably, a punch was soon thrown, and a person was soon hit, and just as quickly as the crowd had approached the group to welcome them back, the whole thing descended into one massive fight, with only Naruto, Hikari, and Sora not joining in. To note, however, the only reason they weren't was because Naruto was a little taken aback at the sudden onset of violence. Hikari knew someone had to explain things, and Sora just didn't like fighting. Even Maki was involved, much to Naruto's surprise. "Oi, is this normal?" Naruto asked Hikari, pointing at the ongoing fighting while sweat-dropping. "Unfortunately," Hikari confirmed. Please stop fighting, everyone." Sora was futilely trying to calm things down. "Consider it a family tradition," Hikari told Naruto, ignoring the 14-year-old girl's attempts at defusing the situation. "Some clans like performance arts, some enjoy eating, some enjoy writing. We like fighting. Well, most of us do," she amended as she eyed Sora. Naruto tried to wrap his head around that idea. The idea of a family tradition, that is, he'd never had one before, but he knew Choji, Shikamaru, and Kiba all talked of some activities their families enjoyed doing together. So, this was his? Eyeing the fighting going around, he couldn't help but note that, as Hikari had said, none of them seemed to be fighting with any malice in mind. He even saw some goofy fights going around, and no one seemed to be bothered by the rampant violence. That was when Naruto felt something odd rise in him. Nothing bad, really just a feeling of being left out. A grin began forming on his face as he drew up his hands to form a familiar hand seal. Eyeing it, Hikari's sweat dropped as she guessed where this was going.
Oi, oi.
She mumbled, taking a few steps away from the blonde.
Tahu kagebunsin no jutsu.
Naruto yelled, with suddenly dozens of clones appearing throughout the impromptu battlefield. "Let's get this party started," he yelled with gleeful abandon, throwing himself into the fight. "Somehow, I knew he'd do that," Hikari groaned to herself as she watched the new clan head and his clone army take on any challengers. While momentarily surprised by the sudden addition to the anarchic fighting, the clones and Naruto were soon welcomed with open arms, fists. Standing there in the sole island of tranquility amongst the sea of mishmashed fighting, Hikari and Sora didn't have to wait long before a rather familiar voice broke up the fighting with a single sentence. "What the hell is going on here?" Predictably, the fighting screeched to a halt as Kimiko's voice cut through the din. Only Naruto still tried to keep going, but was quickly subdued by a nearby Natsu, who'd paled quickly upon hearing the voice of the feared disciplinarian of the Uzumaki clan. Standing before them in what seemed to be an orange construction jumpsuit, complete with hard hat, which in turn caused mass sweat drops. Kimiko was hauling on her shoulder an impressive load of wooden beams while glaring at the crowd. "You all think this compound is going to build itself? Enough playing around. Get to work," she barked. The crowd wasted no time in complying with the redhead's orders, far too afraid to cross her. As they did, however, said disciplinarian noticed 3 people who hadn't moved, a gutsy move by all accounts. Upon squinting, she recognized Sora and Hikari, both of whom had gone to flank a young, blonde boy wearing a gray shirt and black pants with sets of 3 whisker-like scars on his cheeks. "Eh? Visitors already?" she asked calmly as she approached the trio. "Hikari, Sora, who's your friend? You know we're not receiving guests yet." Well, no one had ever accused Kimiko to be quick on the uptake whenever non-fighting topics came up. Hikari nodded humbly, something that shocked Naruto, who'd never seen her act so deferentially in the short time they'd lived together, as she clasped a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "I'm here escorting our mission target to Keisuke Koro," she explained, her head bowed in respect. Kimiko's eyes widened a fraction as she immediately realized Hikari's meaning. "You mean, this boy is?" she asked, having never gotten to participate in the scouting mission that had led to this whole situation. Hikari nodded, while Sora smiled toothily. "If Keisuke Koro approves of his claim, he will become the next clan head candidate." Of course, things weren't that simple. "So this is him?" mused Hayako, the other clan elder, as she inspected the young blonde, her long, faded red hair swaying gently as she rocked herself side to side impatiently. Long, elegant lines gave her face a dignified, matronly look. "A little young, isn't he?" Keisuke sighed as he blew out some smoke from his pipe, also giving the boy a once-over. "I did tell you at the meeting," he reminded his counterpart. "I thought you were exaggerating." The 2 elders fell silent at that as they observed the fidgeting blonde boy, who seemed uneasy at having to sit still on the grass, since there was no clan temple yet to hold the meeting. "Best get this started then," Hayako opined, garnering an approving nod from Keisuke. "No sense keeping everyone in suspense." Keisuke eyed the small army of Uzumaki clansmen who were all kneeling in perfect formation behind the blonde boy, with the older and more skilled of their numbers sitting at the front. Seeing them gathered there made Keisuke smile, as many of them were acting quite out of character. Kimiko, usually the straight-laced disciplinarian, was practically fidgeting on her knees, her fists clenched and her eyes wide. Next to her, Raiden actually seemed interested in the proceedings, while Akemi, to his right, seemed more serious than anyone could remember the lovable young woman being. Even Natsu and Takashi, the 2 battle-happy morons, were unusually quiet and serious. For his part, Naruto was really wishing this hadn't an audience. It was tough enough having to meet these 2 old-timers, both of whom, if he recalled correctly from Kimiko and Hikari's earlier conversation, could determine the path his fate would take him. He now also had to deal with performance anxiety. What if he screwed up? What if they hated him? Hell, what if they found out about the QB and shunned him like the village had? He didn't think he could deal with more rejection, especially from those who were his family. "Let's begin," Keisuke announced, causing Naruto to tense up. Little did he know, but his gesture was replicated by nearly every Uzumaki clansman behind him. "Maki-chan, please take record of the meeting." The red-haired Fuin specialist nodded as she got up from her place amongst the clansmen and walked over to the side of the meeting, quickly summoning a scroll and some writing tools. "Meeting for the establishment of the legitimacy of the claimant's status as an Uzumaki clansman," Hayako droned out, the old protocols hammered into her head in her youth still going strong. "Presiding, Uzumaki Keisuke, Elder, Uzumaki Hayako, Elder. With half of the elders present, quorum is achieved," she announced, not even bothering to check if Maki was following, which she was, incidentally. As this bureaucratic process occurred, Naruto swore he could hear snoring coming from behind him. The temptation to look back and confirm was great, but something told him he'd get in trouble if he did. Either way, a resounding smack was soon heard, followed by a yelp of pain and some muffled chuckles. First order of business, Keisuke grunted as he sucked on his pipe, his eyes never once faltering from their gaze on the blonde boy. Your name? Naruto took a moment to realize they were finally addressing him, but quickly stammered out a response.
En Naruto.
Uzumaki Naruto. Maelstrom. A good name, Hayako commented to herself, though Maki wrote it down anyway. Where were you born, Naruto? The female elder then asked, maintaining her posture and image of a stern clan elder, which horribly clashed with Keisuke's nearly casual, cross-legged pose. Here, Kanahagakure. Naruto quickly amended, figuring they wouldn't want such ambiguous answers. Ordinarily, Irika would have had to pretty much threaten him with chores and no ramen for a month for Naruto to answer so carefully and obediently. But the blonde wanted his family back so much he would have fought all 9 Biju with a roll of toilet paper and sheer dumb luck if they asked it of him. Keisuke nodded. Parents? He asked promptly. Naruto looked down. I don't know. I've been an orphan all my life, he admitted, a little ashamed of that. Hayako and Keisuke exchanged glances. It holds up on that end, at least, Keisuke mused to his colleague. What about your family name? Asked Hayako as she refocused on the boy. How do you know it if you don't know your parents? Naruto blinked before thinking hard. A feat in itself. The old Hokage-sama said it was on the birthday thing. The one where it says when and where I was born. He prompted, forgetting the term. Birth certificate, Maki supplied demurely, earning a nod of thanks from Naruto. Yeah, that, he confirmed. There was a pause then, before Keisuke tapped his knee with his pipe to clear some blockage. Next to him, Hayako folded her hands on her lap and gazed at Naruto steadily. Are you, in fact, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko? She asked bluntly. Naruto felt his innards freeze up at the question. They knew. They knew. All at once, every bit of insecurity that had begun assaulting his mind since the Mizuki affair came at him with the force of 1,000 explosive tags. This was it. This was when they would shun him forever, and he'd return to being alone. No, he couldn't handle this. Why again? Why did it have to be him? He was just about to bolt to grieve alone in his self-induced state of pessimistic desperation when Keisuke grunted. It appears so, just like his mother. 7 words. 7 words that froze Naruto in place, the tears only barely forming in his eyes. Had he heard right? What? He stammered out. Based on what you've told us, you are the son of Uzumaki Kushina, Keisuke explained idly as he sucked on his pipe. The second Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. It makes sense, Hayako nodded in agreement. Jinchuriki are always, even if by coincidence, chosen due to their closeness to the Kage. In our case, our close lineage to the Senju and their will of fire. Lady Mito and Senju Hashirama. Kushina and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hashirama and Tobarama's pupil. Meaning you are probably also Namake's Minato's son, Keisuke concluded before thoughtfully adding, so, Kushina and he really were serious. Wait a second, Naruto cried out, suddenly on one knee and about ready to charge the elders. Why you're screwing with me, right? Me? Namake's son? He all but shrieked. Is that so hard to believe? Keisuke asked, bored. Naruto's answer was to point at the distant Hokage monument. You're damn right it's hard to believe, old man, Naruto cried out, a tinge of desperation quickly making itself known in his tone. Namake's was the fucking yandame, the guy who beat the Kyuubi and sentenced me to a living hell. That's one way to look at it, Hayako agreed, seemingly indifferent at the boy's cussing. Then again, being an elder of the Uzumaki, she'd had to deal with much worse. What other way is there? Naruto demanded, tears streaming as he began to think this was just some giant prank being pulled on him. He believed in you so much he trusted you, a mere newborn, to safely imprison the Kyuubi, the most powerful Biju in existence, the one Biju all others fear. Till the day you die, Keisuke supplied, freezing the blonde in his tracks. As fathers usually do, he added as he eyed Raiden, who looked away from meeting his grandfather's gaze. Naruto was, for the first time ever, at a loss for words. He had not witty comeback to that. No challenge or denial. To be honest, Keisuke's words served to vaporize much, if not all of the resentment he'd felt bubbling inside him towards the Yondaime for sentencing him to suffer. "I'm the Yondaime's son?" he asked, still shell-shocked. "Most likely, yes," Keisuke confirmed with a nod of his head before eyeing Hayako and giving her a nod as well. Hayako, meanwhile, turned towards Maki. "We elders recognize the claimant's status as Uzumaki clansman," she informed the girl, who quickly wrote that down before passing the scroll to the elders. In short order, the two elders quickly stamped their personal seals on the scroll where Maki had placed a mark, thereby legitimizing the document. Keisuke smiled warmly at the boy, who was still processing this deluge of information. "Welcome to the clan, my boy." Cheers soon exploded from the crowd of gathered clansmen behind him. Naruto had to admit, his family sure knew how to party. Even the lack of a roof and four walls had not prevented the Uzumaki from launching a full-scale celebration of his integration into the family. An open-pit barbecue was set up. The more musically inclined members of the clan had unsealed their instruments and played several traditional whirlpool songs. Dancers danced away to entertain the clan. In all honesty, Naruto had never once dared to dream being able to participate in something like this. Amidst the shouting, the laughing, and the total lack of any sort of inhibition, Naruto felt more at home than anywhere else he'd been during his short life. Even more amazingly, he'd been seated in between Keisuke and Hayako, at the place of highest honor. To his glee, they were nothing like what he'd assumed during his interview. They weren't uptight or severe. In fact, Keisuke was already smashed and dancing with the dancers drunkenly, to the roaring laughter of the clan. Hayako, for her part, chatted away happily with nearby clansmen, sometimes pausing to answer some of his questions or introduce clan members who drew near to congratulate him. "Oh, that's Hiroki, Nobuko-chan's father," she pointed out to another clansman who joined Keisuke's drunken dance while laughing like an idiot. "He's a very strong member of the clan." "He's also an idiot," opined another member, grinning as he clapped along with the other clansmen at the drunken duo's performance amidst the professional dancers. To Naruto's surprise, Hayako merely sighed and nodded. "Unfortunately so." More introductions soon followed, most of them quite normal. "Oh, and that's Jinpachi, he owns the clan's candy shop." "We have a candy shop?" Naruto had all but roared, stars in his eyes. "Ah, told you he'd love that," cried out said store owner as he pocketed the money he was reluctantly given by those who'd bet against him. "Oh, Hiroko-kun here is a very good tailor. Most of our uniforms come from him," said middle-aged artisan smiled at Naruto and bowed to him. "Anytime you wish for some clothes, please seek me out, Naruto-sama," he offered humbly. "Clansmen need not pay." "Oh, that's Akemi-chan. She's one of our finest shinobi," Hayako told Naruto as she pointed a red-headed girl who joined Hiroki and Keisuke in their silly dance. Unlike them, however, she was stone-cold sober, and was seemingly doing so just for the kicks. "Junichi works as one of our shinobi trainers. Yukuin actually serves as one of our clan messengers, you know. He's quite good at traveling long distances quickly. Yomi-chan owns our clan commissary restaurant," the elder had to amend, seeing the clueless expression on the boy's face. "It's quite good food." "Is there ramen?" Naruto asked directly, his mouth watering from the prospect. Yomi chuckled mirthfully. "Of course, we can make any type of ramen you want, provided we have the ingredients, of course," she assured him. Naruto didn't hear that part, however. given that he was too busy kneeling on the ground and throwing his hands up like some sort of deranged survivor who'd just seen a rescue party finally come for him. It was a testament to the clan's habit of having weird people in it that none of these antics fazed them much. If anything, Naruto's comical reactions to the various introductions and miscellaneous facts about the clan merely served to add to the joyful atmosphere. Of course, since this was the Uzumaki clan one is talking about, eventually someone accidentally punched another in the face. Then that person punched back. Soon, a small fight erupted, which just got much bigger as someone accidentally bumped into Kimiko, making her drop her cake. Kimiko was not pleased. Within 5 minutes, the small fistfight had snowballed into an all-out, all-encompassing brawl. Even the dancers joined in as they threw punches and kicks or grabbed tableware as weapons, all of them grinning fiercely as the celebrations lost any and all decorum. To make things even more ridiculous, Keisuke had managed to fall asleep in the middle of the commotion, dead to the world. Only Naruto and Hayako stayed out of the fighting. To the former's surprise, he even spied Hikari and Sora throwing some punches, and both looked like they were having a blast, despite the latter girl's usual distaste for violence. "This is something of a tradition," Hayako tried to explain, smiling peacefully at the growing fight. "Hikari-chan told me." Naruto intercepted the elder before she could really go on. The elder blinked and nodded. "Ah, good, good," she said, pleased. Naruto watched the fighting for a moment more before he decided to get a question weighing on him off his chest. "Say, Granny, why have people been calling me clan head candidate?" Hayako made no show of being irritated at the name he called her, and in truth didn't mind. She knew she was old enough to qualify, and since she actually was a grandmother, it would have been hypocritical of her to get insulted. "Clan heads must unite the family, Naruto-chan," she answered kindly, giving him a nickname of her own and moving slightly to the side to avoid an errant plate. "We are many here, but we are not all. 2 cells remain, and before you can become clan head, you must convince these 2 to come back to the family." Naruto blinked and tilted his head, inadvertently avoiding the broken-off leg of a now-destroyed chair. That was it? He just had to convince 2 groups to come to Konoha? That didn't sound so hard. "Before you think of running off, you should know it isn't as simple as giving a speech." Hayako preempted him, looking amused. "I came here with my group because I believed in Kushina and any son she had. I believed in Keisuke's word, and I am pleased by what I see," she said, making Naruto blush at the subtle praise. "But not everyone is so easily swayed, Naruto-chan," she reminded him as she settled her gaze on the ongoing fighting, a small twitch of her lips betraying her growing amusement as she saw Keisuke snore and twitch in his sleep amidst the chaos. "Those who didn't come with us need more than words to believe in you. They need to see achievements, power." Naruto made a face and crossed his arms. "Sounds dumb. Family is family, right?" Hayako seemed startled at the simplistic logic, but beamed warmly at him when she recovered. "That's right, Naruto-chan," she agreed. "But remember, up until we found you, we all lived in hiding. We've suffered so much as a family, Naruto-chan, that we're afraid of getting our hopes up. Please try to understand that." Naruto didn't seem too convinced, but Hayako could see he was slowly beginning to accept the situation. "I'll try, Granny. That's all I can ask for, I suppose?" Hayako mused before patting him on the head, giving him an unexpectedly warm feeling at the caring act. "Now, why don't you join in with your clansmen? I'm sure it must have been hard not to jump in at first." Naruto's eyes shimmered in excitement. "I can?" he asked with a grin. He'd been restraining himself from joining the fight again because of the elder's presence. But if she gave him permission, woo-hoo, bring it on, suckers, he roared as he jumped into the fray, decking an older teen clansman in the process. Hayako giggled behind a raised hand. "So much like Kushina." Unsurprisingly, Keisuke was not pleased when he woke up the next day. Of course, that was partly because of the insane hangover he had, and partly because at some point during the festivities, someone had nailed him in the crotch. Thus, his pain was amplified in a way only a man could know. Even worse was that their neighbors, the Hyuga, had come to complain about the noise while he was still recovering. Needless to say, Keisuke was not in a good mood when he addressed the gathered clan, the meeting now taking place within the roofed scaffolding for the clan temple. So, according to our neighbors, it seems you all had quite a bit of fun last night, he growled as he lay on his back, a conspicuous bag resting on his forehead and, cough, lower areas. It didn't take a genius to discern these were ice bags. Our neighbors even seemed to think we snuck into their compound to play pranks on them, Keisuke continued, hearing a few clansmen swallow audibly. They were especially displeased with the streaker who ran through their clan compound. At this, the whole gathered clan sweat drop, none of them having the courage, or insanity, to point out that he'd been the perpetrator of that particular stunt, having woken up still blind drunk in the middle of the Uzumaki's merrymaking and apparently deciding to go streaking while cackling insanely. It was just as fortunate no one had caught a clear sight of him, as he'd been using his signature technique to increase his size. Yes, both sizes. Either way, seeing as how no one had a death wish, they all remained stoically silent as he continued to list off the damages and pranks they'd apparently all done the prior night. It was at this point that Naruto realized why they needed a clan compound. It wasn't to keep people out so much as it was to keep the Uzumaki in. Without a wall to keep them inside and easily managed, the Uzumaki were liable to go on wild, mass collateral damage-inducing rampages whenever their tempers flared or a party was thrown. Anyway, Keisuke ranted as he rattled off every act of collateral damage the clan had caused as a result of the party, which, considering the amount of items he was going through, was an impressive few. Amongst the front row of the clansmen, Naruto leaned over to Akemi, who he'd found to be the perfect older sister he'd always envisioned. Is this also tradition? He asked, uncertain. The redhead smiled down at him and patted his lap, which was growing sore from all the sizes sitting. Yep, she confirmed, much to his dismay. After the party, the lecture. Don't worry, he's finishing soon. And Natsu, for the last time, you cannot go into a town and proclaim yourself super awesome dragon lord while wearing nothing but your underwear and scarf. Keisuke continued lecturing, causing Naruto to sweat drop at the fact that no one seemed even remotely surprised. I was drunk, said drunken exhibitionist, defended himself. Don't care. And Yuki, no more losing your pants near a school. Keisuke reprimanded the dark-haired teen. I don't want the local parents group to come and deliver a restraining order this time around. It was an accident. Not interested. Keep your clothes on, damn it. Keisuke shot the boy's excuse down. Daisuke, no more punching villagers if they disagree with you on what defines a man. Grumbling answered him. What was that? Nothing. Keisuke nodded. I thought so. Lastly, we must address the issue of Naruto's graduation exam, due to happen in 2 days, he stated gruffly. Said Blonde stiffened as the subject came up, though Hayako took over for Keisuke, now that he'd gotten his chance at ranting. As you know, Naruto, Hikari, and the advance guard managed to give you a respite of 2 weeks to bring you up to scratch for the exam, Hayako stated. She has since reported that you are passable. Thus, later today, as many of us as we can will be in attendance to watch you succeed in a preliminary exam, in order to see how you fare against the rest of us. After that, we will proceed with training you up as much as possible to Uzumaki standards before the actual graduation test, after which we shall draw up a more appropriate training regimen for you. Is that understood? She asked calmly. Naruto swallowed. It was bad enough he knew he had to retake the exam, but now he was going to have another exam? Worse yet, against his family?
Understood.
He acknowledged with a nod. Hayako smiled as she nodded. Good. Get some training in then, she suggested. It wouldn't do for the Tashukoho of our clan to perform sloppily. Even though it had been a suggestion, Naruto had the distinct feeling it was anything but. Heck, hi. To say Naruto passed the clan's preliminary exam with flying colors was an understatement. The elders had been glowing at him as he, barely, finished the obstacle course. Easily the most sadistic exam he'd ever had to go through, all courtesy of Kimiko, who insisted that was her daily training ground. He still refused to believe that. Arriving at the academy early the next day, the elders had insisted on it, and had even assigned a small squad to ensure he was early. Naruto had then proceeded to thoroughly shock Irika and his classmates by not picking a fight with anyone, or even being loud. To be fair, the glares his minders were giving him were a good deterrent from doing so. Either way, knowing he wouldn't be able to resist flying off the handle if he sat next to Sasuke or near Sakura or Ino, the blonde had picked the one place he knew he couldn't get dragged into trouble, in between Shino, the creepy bug dude, and Hinata, the weirdo who kept blushing and poking her index fingers together whenever he looked at her. As expected, even as Irika shakily began explaining the special graduation exam, the poor man was still in shock at Naruto's sudden personality flip. Naruto found it impossible to cause a scene. Shino was about as personable as a brick wall covered in a layer of ice, while Hinata was quiet, albeit for a different reason. Not that he could tell, granted. Also, he could swear that he felt Kimiko's glare on him, daring him to even try. As I was saying, the instructor regained his footing slowly, causing the class to eye him in deadpan. You were all notified to attend this special graduation exam due to mitigating circumstances that arose during the normal one, Irika stated, now more confident and starting to appreciate the lack of interruptions. As a result of the tampering of a now convicted traitor, the impartiality of the exams you took were thrown into question. By the Uzumaki, he didn't say, not wishing to visit trouble on his pseudo-younger brother. And as such, Hokage-sama has determined that in the interests of fairness, a new exam had to be issued under his direct supervision. Naturally, this all elicited groans from the class except for a certain few, Hinata, who was too shy to protest, Shino, who nodded at the logic employed by the Hokage and Irika, Sasuke, who grunted and looked out the window, no doubt confident nothing would change, and Naruto, who'd already had the circumstances explained to him, and having been present at the moment of the decision. In fact, if Irika had to guess, Naruto seemed positively giddy, which was odd considering the boy loathed academics and, by extension, tests. Now, the test will happen in the following manner, Irika continued, a little unnerved at the blonde's excited disposition. He grabbed a piece of chalk and began writing a list on the blackboard. First is a written exam, for which you will receive 20% of the final grade, he stated. Then, after the 3 basic exams, a physical conditioning exam, during which your stamina and resourcefulness will be tested in a simulated combat scenario, he continued, finally showing the first real deviation from the standard exam process. This had been a point stressed upon by the Hokage and agreed to by Hamura and Koharu, though Danzo had disagreed, on grounds it would severely diminish their shinobi numbers. Unlike before, it is mandatory to pass this section of the exam, or else you will be immediately disqualified. You've all undergone the survival exercises here at the academy, so there is no excuse if you fail. He leveled a warning glare at the class, which had been about to protest quite vocally. This portion of the test will take place this evening, after the Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, and Taijutsu exams, each of which will take up 20% of your grade. Unlike before, it is not necessary to pass all of these last 3 with perfect scores. He added, eyeing Naruto, who'd been a glaring case of how skewed the regular exam was. Other than the mandatory pass for the physical conditioning exam, it will be necessary for you to accumulate a minimum total of 75 points in order to graduate, he stressed as he finished writing on the board and circled the 75 he'd written several times. Finished, Irika watched as his students squirmed in their seats, smiling as he did so. He had no doubts that those who'd graduated before the retake would graduate again, and now that the exam was rebalanced into a fairer setup, he had no doubts Naruto would surprise everyone. The exam will begin in 2 hours, he stated. This had been arranged in order to give the children a chance at last-minute studying and practice, though another reason was so that the Hokage could clear enough of his schedule to attend the exam. While you are free to stay here and study, or use the yard outside to train, you may not, under any circumstances, use this time to consult with your clans, families, non-academy friends, or acquaintances for aid or request or receive any items from anyone outside of this class. Understood? Normally, such a warning wouldn't have needed such specificity, but Irika had long since learned that when dealing with shinobi, any loopholes one left open would undoubtedly end up being abused. He smiled as he watched all 33 students nod their heads. Very good. See you in 2 hours, then. Don't be late, he called out as they began to rush out of the room for their lockers or the yard. Uzumaki compound. How was it? Keisuke asked plainly as Naruto's bodyguard squad kneeled before him and Hayako at the still-being-built meeting hall. Noticeably, the lack of walls sort of made the whole affair a lot more ridiculous-looking. Jean, a rather muscular-looking man with fading red hair, bowed his head a little deeper. About as expected, Keisuke Koro, he answered. The populace seems uncertain how to react in the face of our arrival and claim on Naruto-sama, he added. For the most part, confused stares greeted us along the road, though there were still the occasional stares of condescension, suspicion, and outright disgust. Keisuke frowned as he took a drag from his pipe and blew out smoke. While the initial scouting team had indeed reported the town's seeming antagonism towards Naruto, allowing him to color his expectations of the populace's reaction to the Uzumaki arrival, he admittedly had apparently placed too much faith in the people's collective memory of the Uzumaki clan and their deeds in helping Konoha in the past. Apparently, it was too much to ask for Konoha's citizens to remember their once great allies. We must bear in mind that Naruto-sama's condition will undoubtedly cause many to carry over their sentiments towards the clan, Hayako pointed out, albeit sadly. It was perhaps too much to hope for that they would see past his status as Jinchuriki once it became common knowledge we'd claimed him. We were naive to think that clan status would remove that stigma. Keisuke concurred with a nod as he tapped his pipe lightly, causing some blockage to fall out. The question now is, should we attempt to ingratiate ourselves or ignore the populace's sentiment? I vote in favor of ignoring them, Hayako stated firmly. But then she'd always been something of an isolationist. Let them think what they will, our actions will prove them wrong. I vote ingratiation, Keisuke stated without missing a beat after his co-elder had spoken. We need the populace's goodwill for our businesses to function properly. Allowing hostility to fester will do us no good. No one else in the room spoke up, as was customary in Uzumaki tradition. Only the elders and clan head could vote on such decisions, even though the clan head could overrule the elders anytime a tie or close vote occurred. Unfortunately, with only 2 of the 4 elders present and no de jure clan head to rule on the tie, the 2 elders were left at an impasse. You haven't changed a bit, Keisuke, Hayako pointed out with a frown. You've always been so fond of giving people second chances. And you've changed less, Hayako, Keisuke countered calmly. The Uzumaki have every right to participate in the world at large. We should not be so eager to vote away that right. The world at large destroyed our nation and family, Hayako shot back. They abandoned us without a second thought. Keisuke frowned. The last few days had been a wonderful reminder of the happiness and benign chaos the reunited Uzumaki were capable of, but he'd apparently chosen to forget the politicking that accompanied a reunited council of elders. In particular, the issue of Yuzushio's abandonment by the shinobi world. It had been one argument that, without the emergency of Yuzushio's imminent fall and the Uzumaki's subsequent decision to split for safety purposes, would have threatened an Uzumaki civil war even as Yuzu no Kuni came under siege. We are not having this argument again, Hayako, Keisuke stated firmly. This council is not complete, and we have no clan head to rule on it, he reminded his counterpart. The faded red-headed woman glared at Keisuke for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Whatever disagreements they had, the 2 elders knew that the unity of the clan was now more important than ever. Having an ideological split this early on in the clan's reunion would only have catastrophic consequences. Instead, Keisuke turned his attention to the red-headed woman kneeling silently next to Jean in a similar pose, quietly waiting to be called on. What about you, Kaori? What happened with our attempts at reaching out to the clans? That had been the second part of Keisuke's proposed and accepted planned for the Uzumaki clan's settling in Konoha. First was to gauge the populace's feelings towards them and simultaneously reach out to the established clans. With any luck, shinobi professionalism would outweigh any personal recriminations they might have towards Naruto. "We've met with partial success, Keisuke Koro," she answered with utter professionalism, not once showing any signs of discomfort at having been witness to a disagreement between elders. "The Nara and Akimichi seem willing to trade and acknowledge us as friendly acquaintances, though the third of that familial alliance, the Yamanaka, have opted to take a more reserved approach. They claim to want to see our contributions first before making their decision." "What of the others?" Hayako questioned as her counterpart nodded in approval. "The Inuzuka seem wary of us," Kaori responded immediately. "Given their clan's penchant for animalistic outlooks on life, my team has come to the conclusion that this is due to their need to know where we stand in a canine-like hierarchy. In short, whether we are alphas or followers." Keisuke snorted. "Sounds about right," he deadpanned. "I can think of a few clansmen who'd love to settle that one." "As can I," Hayako said with a ghost of a smile. Still, she kept her stern facade. "What else?" "The Hyuga are more problematic," Kaori continued, frowning for the first time as she mentioned the clan's neighbors. "In numbers, they are the closest to us, even though a large gap still exists that is not quickly diminishing," she explained. "However, before we came here it was enough to warrant having a significant share of prestige. Prestige we have now, in their eyes, stolen from them. In addition, our actions during the feasts, as well as our general reputation for rowdiness, seems to have struck an ill chord with them. They are currently stonewalling any preferential trade agreement with us, and seem to have little patience for our presence within their compound." The two elders exchanged glances then, uncertain how to proceed. "This was to be expected, really," commented Hayako with a small, defeated sigh. "In terms of clan personality, we're far too much an opposite force to them. Not to mention that insufferable pride of theirs," Keisuke grunted as he closed his eyes to ponder on the issue. Hayako nodded and turned back to Kaori. "What of the rumors about them?" she asked. "Is it true?" Kaori nodded. "It is. One of my men was able to sneak a glance at the seal on a branch member's forehead. It isn't one of ours," she stated with conviction. "However, it seems to be a bastardization of our work. Specifically, the detention seal," she added as she brought forth a scroll and unraveled it, letting the elders see the reproduction of the seal. The two elders gave the seal a hard stare for a moment before disgust creeped up on Keisuke's face. "Bastardization indeed," he growled. "Those pain parameters have no business being there." Hayako was more conserved with her opinion, on the other hand. "It also seems to have integrated elements of the Yura Shisho," she pointed out, "specifically targeted at parts of the genetic code, however." Kaori nodded at both elders. "Marui agrees, Koro-sama," she informed them. "It seems likely that what we've been told about the Hyuga's policy towards their Kekkei Genkai is true." Hayako shook her head sadly while Keisuke frowned deeply. "Sealing arts being used to keep family in line," Keisuke grumbled in disgust. "Shameful," Hayako agreed. "Absolutely shameful. Yet, regrettably, quite outside our influence." Keisuke sighed before taking another drag and blowing out smoke. "What about the others? Have they been integrating well into their new assignments?" "It is too early to say, Koro-sama," Jean answered. "However, there appears to have been little friction between our clansmen and the shinobi forces. Mostly, the animosity seems contained to the non-combatants, as previously mentioned." "Some good news, at least," Hayako grumbled. "Remind the clan that we expect reports regarding their work on a bi-weekly basis. If there are any signs of suspicious activity within Konoha's ranks, we cannot afford to ignore it." Keisuke was of a mind to object to that, but had to restrain himself given that he'd already, reluctantly, agreed to such reports in a previous meeting with Hayako. The truth was that as much as he wished he could trust Konoha's population implicitly, there was just too much risk that they could be sold out to their enemies. in which case it was necessary for the Uzumaki to have their eyes open for any warning signs of betrayal. It depressed the elder man greatly, but it was something he'd had to come to terms with. "Jin, Kaori, you're dismissed," he told the two shinobi kindly, not even blinking when they suddenly moved out of view. Instead, he turned to Hayako and sighed. "Now, since we've managed to get that old monkey to agree to the survival exam, you think it's a good time to bring up that other thing with him?" Hayako's cunning smile was all the answer he needed. The training yard was chaos incarnate. Thoroughly unnerved by Irika's lecture about the upcoming marathon of an exam, the students of Naruto's class had scampered about in order to dig up old notes. Exams? Hell, anything that had a shred of facts on it. A few girls even burst into tears at several points, the abrupt stress getting to them. Sakura, to Naruto's approval, was one of the few, along with Ino and Hinata, who managed to keep it together, though it quickly became apparent that this was solely due to her self-assurance at her performance in academics. The physical conditioning part, on the other hand, had her in nervous tatters. In fact, most of the girls in the class seemed equally troubled by the addition of such a test. What the boys had failed to realize, except maybe for Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and Kiba, was that as a result of preconceived perceptions of what qualified as beautiful, never mind that they were only just entering their teen years, most of the girls had engaged in highly unbalanced diets that left them with very little protein in their bodies, and as such muscle mass and stamina. The strongest girls in the class were, predictably enough, Ino and Hinata, and with good reason. The Yamanaka clan were experts at psychology no matter what age the patient was. Thus, Yamanaka Inoichi, the current clan head and Ino's father, had quickly seized on the psychological development of his daughter and noted her slow movement towards eating disorders before immediately putting a stop to it. As such, despite having spent months furious at her father, Ino remained one of the healthier girls in the class, though she still lacked muscle mass. Hinata, on the other hand, was firstly of the Hyuga clan, and secondly not all too worried with impressing a certain duck-but-haired boy. This meant two things. One, that neither her father nor the elders of her clan would ever allow her to follow the other girl's example, and in so doing weaken herself, more than they already thought her to be, that is. And two, she didn't feel the need to conform to other girls' definition of beauty, especially as her mother, before she died, had always called her a beautiful girl. In fact, in terms of looks, Hinata had little to no confidence issues. If anything, her shattered self-confidence mostly, if not entirely, revolved around her combat abilities. As shinobi, her looks always came second, whereas her ability to distinguish herself in the field always came first, which was why she was considered such a failure by her clan, and why her self-confidence remained low. Unlike her branch house cousin Niji, she just didn't have the intuitive skill for juken. No, that wasn't quite right. She did have the skill for it. She just loathed the idea of harming others. What this meant, however, was that both girls had a leg up on their competition in the physical conditioning test, and so were more focused in their own areas of weakness, taijutsu for Ino, ninjutsu for Hinata. On the boys' side, most of their worries revolved around the written test and the genjutsu exam, since the fine chakra control the latter demanded was not one the boys were too inclined to practice. Even Sasuke, the class prodigy, didn't waste the break period lazing about, having hit the books the moment the class had been dismissed. Call the boy whatever you wanted. He was a diligent student all the way. What surprised most of the class, however, was the sight of Nara Shikamaru studying like a man possessed. Oh, the living monument to lazy bachelor stereotypes didn't care about passing with flying colors, but the rise of the minimum pass grade to 75 points and the inclusion of the survival test were indicators that he had to get his ass in gear for once. At first, he hadn't bothered to go further than 75 points in his calculations, but one whispered comment, read threat, from Ino regarding tattling to his mother, had banished the laziness out of the pineapple-haired boy and gotten him to roar at his classmates to leave him alone while frothing at the mouth as he studied like crazy. Only Choji remained near his friend during Shikamaru's meltdown. Naruto, for his part, remained mostly outdoors, knowing he sucked at genjutsu, rocked at ninjutsu, and was passable at taijutsu. The written portion, well, he had learned enough under Maki, Amaya, and Sora's watchful eye, thanks to his Kage Bunshin. Survivability exam? No problem. Living on your own for most of your life effectively guaranteed top-notch survival skills? Or an early grave?